Hey, I don't know if anybody's here or if anybody's awake. I'm a little late. I know you guys know that I'm always like that. But hopefully some people come in because I just talked to a friend of mine and they do some of the paranormal stuff and they're gonna come on and do a spirit box. Hopefully they will. If enough people, come in and everything, so that would be cool. Hi, Tyler. I was just gonna text my friend, see if she wants to come, and she likes this kind of stuff too. I think that'd be real interesting in that paranormal stuff. And then I'm gonna drop the link for the onto the live stream. So give me 1 second. Okay. Um, see, I'm still here. I don't know if you can hear me. Just gonna tell prudently that. Okay. 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 So now I'm gonna go back here. Yep. Oh, wait a minute. Why is that doing that? That's so weird. I can't see your comment in the chat, but I can see it on the screen. That's strange. Why can't I see that? Huh. Weird. I don't know why it's doing that. Can you see your own comment in the live stream? Because I can't see it. But I'm gonna drop the link anyway. Um, and hopefully your friend exploring with Dakota. Hopefully he's here with you. I don't know why it says that. Hey. Oh, hi, up in the house records. Byron, how are you? Hi, Mr. Rourke. Okay. And now Prudently is asking, what's the spirit box? It's like a EVP thing, right? I'm gonna just tell her. Maybe she'll stop in too. Oh, hi, Kai Bear. How are you? Hi, XX. My friend traveling with Tyler is here, and well, I think that, well, let me drop the link so that traveling with Tyler and hopefully his friend exploring with Dakota is gonna come in too. And they're they do a lot of things on their channels and talk about things. See, I then now doesn't isn't the spirit box? Hey, secular, how are you? They're used to lock spirits in. See, I don't know anything about. Okay, Tyler, make sure that you tell exploring with Dakota where we are. I'm gonna drop the link. I'm doing that. Mhm. I've never like I've heard those spirit boxes and I've heard, all that stuff. Just come over from Secular's. Oh, why? Secular had a live stream and I didn't know that. Secular, you had a live stream? I didn't know that. Did you? How was your live stream? Just come over from Secular had a live stream and I wasn't invited? What the fuck? Oh, he prudently.
You're trying to kill me,
Hi.
aren't you?
I was the topic. I'm not trying to,
You
though.
were the
I would
topic
never
of
want to.
what? Oh my
Secular had a live
gosh.
stream.
I was trying to sleep, you know.
I'm
But
waiting
you
for
know,
my
that's
Tyler,
okay. I
for
just get
Tyler
up
and
for
exploring
you.
with the store. Thank you, prudently. I love that.
Yep.
Was I
Oh. All right,
really
if
the
I doze
topic?
off, just don't worry
We'll
about
wake
it,
you.
okay? Just
We'll
tap
wake
me.
you.
Yell.
don't know why Secular had a live stream and we didn't know about it.
Sec had a
Yeah,
live stream. Why didn't I
yeah.
get I get notifications for you. Why
It was
didn't I get one?
an impromptu live stream.
Yeah, but they always
It was a
I
spur of the moment thing. The last time Debbie wanted to do one, it was like she contacted me and said she wanted it was like the spur of the moment, like impromptu. But
yeah.
hey, Survivor
Hmm.
Girl,
Yes.
yeah. So I started it, and I was just going to do it real quick to see who was up, and they
Hmm.
said you were going live, so I said let's head on over there.
Oh, that was
Okay.
nice of you.
There's more action in this spot. So
Oh
hey,
yeah, lots
listen,
of action.
there's a chatter named Free Daisy that said they're blocked from here. I can vouch for them. You can unblock Free Daisy.
I
Is
never
it a
blocked
woman?
anybody named Free Daisy.
I never
Okay.
block anybody.
Okay.
I'm pretty nice.
Well, I said okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
blocked
very
anybody.
tolerant.
I said I got some pull. I think that I have a little, even though I don't have a wrench. I thought maybe I had a little bit of polar influence over here. I don't know.
You do, Sick. You do.
I kind of resent
You
the
got
fact that
pull.
I don't have a wrench.
We're just trying to keep it to a few people having a wrench.
There's status in having a wrench. I like the power and the control of the wrench.
There is no power. I am the only one with the power.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Right?
She's the boss.
You guys are so funny. So, was there a lot of people on your live stream?
Yeah, a few popped in. XX. I think Ollie popped in. Carrie
you-
Ann.
Really?
Miss Passion.
Did
Miss
you?
Passion.
Oh.
A lot of the Mr. Rourke.
So
All the hipsters were there.
yeah, they're having fun without us, huh?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
really?
Nice, really nice, Zach.
Next
Nice
time.
going, Terry.
Next time.
I could have got woken up for
yeah,
that.
I know, me too, right?
I gotta put a light on. I'm gonna kill myself. Hold on. I
Hmm.
can't even see.
Now, earlier I had spoken to my friends exploring with Dakota and traveling Tyler,
Mhm.
and
Sounds
they
like
were
a band,
doing. I know, right?
doesn't it?
And
Traveling Tyler. Come see Traveling Tyler.
and they were doing that ghost box stuff. Have you ever seen that? The spirit box?
I haven't seen it. No, you were telling me about it though, because I mentioned going to the cemetery where I live has a lot of paranormal activity. It's supposed to be the mecca for paranormal activity in Massachusetts.
You guys
Really?
ever
I've never heard about it.
You guys ever
Yeah.
have butter cookies?
Butter cookies.
Anise
Oh
butter
yeah.
cookies. Date filled. They're Middle Eastern. They're really good.
Oh, I love dates.
Yeah, they're supposed to be good for us. You guys
Oh.
ever have baklava? Eat that?
Baklava.
Yeah,
Baklava?
baklava. It's baklava.
It's got the honey.
Yeah, right.
It's a little too sweet for me.
You ever
my
have
hus-
cannolis?
Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'm not a big fan of cannolis.
What were you gonna say? Your husband what? I didn't mean to interrupt.
He likes that. He likes those. He's Greek, half Greek, so we would go to his. Well, he didn't go to church there, but his father did, and they would have a big Greek festival every year, and you'd get those. They're like little fried donuts, but they're like pillowy soft.
Right. Yeah, I know what
Oh,
you're
and
talking
they're
about.
dipped in honey. Oh my
I always-
goodness!
I always
Ooh,
take my
good.
daughter to the Greek festivals at the Orthodox
Yeah,
churches.
yeah. That's what this is
Yeah.
too. They have one every other year. They have it at this church, and then the other off year, the
Right.
Albanian church has the Albanian festival. Yeah,
Who's that?
you know what?
Somebody just popped up.
I don't know who is
That
that.
is Dakota.
Okay,
Exploring with Dakota.
exploring with Dakota. Okay,
Welcome, Exploring with Dakota.
welcome.
Welcome.
He had
You are welcome.
the spirit box, and I don't know much about the
Okay.
spirit box. Here, by the way, I just want to say hello to Chosen One Girl. Was he in your live
Girls.
stream,
Oh,
Secular?
hi.
Yeah, what's up, Frank?
Mm-mm.
Me and Frank wants to do a panel with me one day. We're gonna do that.
Oh, there you go.
And is Tyler gonna come up with you and do the? Frank could come up if he wants to. I dropped the link.
He said he was going to come up, but I don't know if he is.
Oh, Tyler, yeah. I'm waiting for him. He was here just a minute ago. Can you explain what a spirit box is?
So a spirit box is it's like a device that gives out white noise and uses radio frequencies to talk to the spirits that are nearby in a haunted place that you may be in.
Ooh.
I use it all the time on my investigations, and I get amazing communication.
Now, where do you, where do you go and investigate? Like, do you do cemeteries?
I do cemeteries, abandoned houses, see if they're haunted. I go to, I've been to a museum. And
A haunted museum?
yeah, that was pretty cool.
Is Prudently still here? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. Prudently? Okay, I'm sorry, because I think maybe she might have like kicked herself off, so I didn't know if.
Kicked myself off, and then
Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right, so the other one I have to remove.
Oh,
This one?
oh, I have two of me. Yeah, nice.
Two avatars. Yeah, okay. So there, we got that. Okay.
Sorry about that.
So where is the most haunted place, like in that, that you've ever used that spirit box and gotten a lot of,
The most communication I've had with that spirit box has been in a cemetery.
Ooh.
And what did it say? Like, can you tell us about it?
Oh yeah, it said like hi. Like I asked it, "Are you near us?" And it said yes. And I asked, "Can it show itself?" And then a couple seconds later, something got thrown. And
thrown on the spirit box, or like right there in front of you?
No, right there in front of me.
That's a poltergeist, right? You guys play Ouija?
I've used a Ouija board once.
I try not to touch them. I hear so much bad stuff. What about you, Brittany?
I try.
No, I won't touch that.
I've had people begging me and beg me to do one, so I figured why not give it a try. I mean, nothing bad happened. It just.
We use the Ouija board, like the last time ever that I've ever used the Ouija board. I was little, and me and my mother were doing it, and it kept spelling out fire, and our house actually burnt down the next day.
Oh wow!
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so I don't think that could be like, my mother. Well, I was little. I know for a fact I wasn't pushing it. Not that I would, even when I was bigger, but.
Right. Oh.
But my mother, like, why would she spell out fire and then, she'd have to set the house on fire the next day? You know what I mean?
God.
So, yeah, I've never used them again. Not at all.
Well, they say it's kind of like entering or opening a portal.
Yes, it is.
And you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, spirit boxes are portals too, but they ain't as bad as Ouija boards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do you think that if you use a spirit box in like a room like this, would you get any kind of, like, if somebody wanted to, maybe, like, have you ever used the spirit box where you're not at a place physically and something has come through as a message?
Like in my house, I have 25 haunted dolls, and I get communication from them all the time.
Wow.
You say haunted dolls?
Yes.
That's scary.
And I got 5 that is demonic.
Oh, wow.
That is scary. Haunted dolls scare the crap out of me.
I like dolls.
Yeah, not if they're haunted. Yeah, you collect them, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. These guys in the
maybe I won't buy anymore.
I'll talk about raw dogging.
I'm going to make a Survivor Girl voodoo doll, and I'm going to stick it with a pin.
Nice. Dakota, this is a question that's off the topic, but do you know what raw dogging is?
Are you really asking that question?
Because I don't want him to like wonder what the hell we're all talking about here.
Are we going to be talking about that?
No.
Okay.
I knew Prudently was going to say that.
Did you say you know, Dakota?
I mean, I just must we?
Dakota?
What?
Did you say you know what that is?
No, I have no clue.
See? So we're not the only
Yeah,
ones who
yeah.
didn't know either.
I didn't know. I had no clue.
It's something
It's-
dirty. So.
It is. You don't need to know. Well, maybe
Do
you
you
do.
want to
I don't
know? I'll tell you if you
No.
want to know.
I'm good. No.
Yeah, he's good.
Okay,
See, I like him.
Yeah. By the way, this is prudently and secular.
Hey, how you
Yeah.
doing? I'm going to chat. Can I write down? I'll write down what it is so he knows what it is.
He doesn't
So
want
he
to
knows
know. He
what
doesn't
doesn't
want to
wanna
know.
Oh, okay. All right.
Now
He's
they're
good.
talking. These guys are crazy in
Mm.
here. They're so
Can I-
funny.
Can I ask where you're from?
Uh,
What state?
Virginia.
Virginia. Okay. You're not too far from us, actually. My grandfather grew up in West Virginia.
Hi, Cheryl, the enforcer. We have a guest on. Well, of course, we have a couple of guests, prudently and secular, but we know them.
Am
This
I a
is
guest?
Exploring with Dakota.
Oh,
And when did you start doing your exploring like that? When did you get your interest in the paranormal?
I have been investigator for over a year now. I started back in January of last year.
But you didn't
wow.
start having an interest in the paranormal when you were younger. Like, do you have how Through the Veil? You
Right.
know who Through the Veil is, right? And she has that gift, which I believe she does have quite a gift.
To be honest, when I was younger, I had no absolute belief in the paranormal. But I started watching horror movies and everything, and I'm like, well, this might just be real. So I went out and bought me some equipment and started doing them, and I've been doing it ever since.
Izzy
Wow.
is asking, ever been really scared, Dakota, by a spirit or a contact?
I have not been really scared. I mean, I get freaked out sometimes because, I don't know where they're coming from or what to expect.
Mm.
I've been to places where I've been touched, I've been pushed, I've been scratched.
Really? Wow.
Now, where did that happen, Dakota? Can you tell us about it?
At a road in my hometown called Route 666.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, this road is pure evil. My
Wow.
buddy, he took two of his friends down that road and they got possessed.
Oh, get out. Oh,
And
that's kind of creepy.
I walked down this road Halloween night and a boulder got thrown at us.
Are you
Sasquatch.
sure that wasn't Bigfoot?
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was a rock about the size of two basketballs put together.
Mhm.
This thing was huge.
Well, they say that about Bigfoot,
Mhm.
that Bigfoot throws, because me and Prudently have been watching a lot of the Bigfoot things or the cryptids, and that's one of the traits of a Bigfoot is that they throw rocks at the people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we got lost in the rabbit hole of the whole paranormal and the whole missing people and all of that.
Hmm. Right.
So if you were going to do a spirit box session, like right now, do you just turn it on or do you ask questions? Or do people concentrate on if they want to hear from somebody? Like, what exactly is the
You
protocol?
turn it on and you can ask questions like you can ask them, what's your name? And I mean, you can ask them whatever that you'd like to ask them.
Wow.
If they want to answer, they'll answer. If not, they'll be quiet.
So
Does that have go ahead, Prudently.
do you travel for this type of work?
I travel some,
Uh-huh.
but I don't go too
You
far.
know,
I don't
oh,
go
I
out
see.
of state yet. I'll say that.
Yeah, I
I've
was
been to a
just,
couple places a couple hours away, but I ain't going out of
yeah.
state.
Oh, okay. I was just telling Survivor Girl in our state, actually in my town, I have the most um, paranormal activity cemetery in the entire state of Massachusetts. And they actually had the, was it like a
Ghost
kind of
hunters?
like ghost hunters. Yeah. It was them. They came up here and they were here for like 2 weeks and they were filming. This was about probably 5 or 6 years ago, maybe longer. Um, and you saw their cars and their vans here, with their equipment and all that. And I never saw the segment, but I know that there just is a lot of paranormal activity there, and it's a creepy cemetery. I'll give it that. You get a chill when you're there. It's amazing. You know, I mean, my husband and I went down there when we moved to this town, and we haven't been back. But I just thought it
How
was.
old do you think that cemetery is?
Well, the town was incorporated in 1743, so it's probably maybe a little bit before that, or something.
Yeah, over on the East Coast there, you guys have all those
Yeah,
Revolutionary War era
Yep.
yeah,
graveyards.
right, right.
We got. I'm maybe 20 minutes from the Appomattox battlefield.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, yep,
I've been to some of
yep,
the Civil War battle cemeteries. Some of those
yeah,
some cemeteries can be very peaceful and serene places.
yeah. Some,
And the
Some of them,
tombstones
but not
there,
at night.
art. I'd stay in one overnight. That wouldn't bother me.
no.
You what? Uh,
Hmm.
I
oh,
ain't
okay.
scared.
That is
I'm a I'm a
cute.
skeptic. I'm a
Izzy
skeptic.
wants to know if she wanted to seek a specific person through the box, would it work?
Yes,
Good question.
I've done it many a times. I've been to these places that I know the name of the one, like the person who died there, before I even go to these places. And when I arrive, like for instance, I went to this one house and a girl named Darlene died in this house. And as I was investigating, I pulled out the spirit box and asked, Darlene, are you here with me? And it came over the spirit box clear as day. I'm here.
Wow.
So do you think it's best that if Izzy wanted to, hope to hear from somebody from that spirit box, do you think it's best to not know the name that she wants to hear, or like go like do a cold thing, or is it better to have a little bit of knowing
You mean
It
specific?
would be best if you know that person's name
Hmm.
because you can call them out
well, if
directly.
she knows it, but do you think it's best if
She
you know
does.
it?
Yeah.
Do what?
He said he
Well,
would
she knows
ask
the
it.
name. All right, well, she
Right.
already said the name, so.
Yeah. She said, I want to reach my friend Joseph. So she could
Do you
direct.
want to try it? Do you want to put it on and see?
I can try.
I'm so interested because I've never I've done the EVPs, but never like the spirit. But and I want to ask you, does that have like a word bank or a sound bank?
No,
Oh, that's
mine is.
good. So it's just
You can
straight
get
off
some that
cold.
does, but mine does not. Okay, I have two spirit boxes. We can use the necrophonic or we can use my SB7.
Which
The
do you think is the
SB7 is
best?
the most one I use.
All right, so you use the best, the one that you know the best, because
Okay.
we're all, yeah. I knew they would like
Mm.
that because I saw them, these Tyler and Tyler and Dakota in their room, and I said, "Oh, they had the spirit box going." I said, "Oh, you guys mind coming over and sharing that?"
Does anybody want to speak to us tonight?
Is that fast?
What?
Is that like on a high speed?
No, it's the lowest speed you can go. Would you be willing to tell me your name? Who's here with us right now? Is there anything you'd like to say? Okay, what do you want to say? Do you know any of these people that's on panel? Or in the chat? Okay.
What does the other one sound like, Dakota?
The
Oh, is he? Aw, is
necrophonic is a
he?
lot clearer.
Try the necrophonic, yeah, because that one's like,
We can do that.
Izzy. She said, Joseph, it's me. I miss you. Oh, that's so sad. Mr. Rourke said the lights were blinking in his house.
Is there anybody that wants to speak to us? Can you give me your name?
It sounded like it said Tracy.
Did you say Tracy? Okay.
Weird, huh?
Is there any other names that you would like to give out? No? Okay. I'm trying to communicate with a spirit named Joseph. Are you here with us?
Joseph, are you here?
That was a yes.
Hmm.
Okay. Is there any other spirits here? Is there any children that wants to communicate? Okay. I am now trying to speak with a spirit named Alex. Are you here with us? Of course. That was clear as day, of course.
It was clear. It sounded like Albert.
Yep. Who is Albert? Sister?
It's kind of like Buddha, right?
Hmm.
That sounded so creepy just then. Izzy, yeah, it said Albert. Why, do you know somebody like Albert? Sounds like he's saying mom.
Are you a mom to somebody?
Or maybe he wants to talk to his mom.
Or are you trying to communicate with your mom?
It sounds like I am. Sounds like Joe.
That was clear as day, Joe. Is Joe with us?
Joe, are you here?
Hello? Did you just say hello, Joe?
Oh, that was weird. That was creepy.
Is there any specific person you want to talk to?
And we don't know Izzy's real name, so if he says it, let us know, Izzy. Is Joseph here? Is Alex here? I'm looking for Linda.
Is there a Linda here with us?
I'm like, yeah. Hello? Izzy, can I ask? Okay, so can we like pause on the voice, the necro for
Yep.
a minute? So, Izzy, did any of that sound like, did you hear, like, did you think you heard the name or is he, you know what I mean? Like, did any of that sound? I thought that heard like quite a few words, but I'd want to like record it. And if it was up to me, I'd want to play it back, you know? Do you ever do that? Like, do you ever record it and then play it back on a slower speed?
Yeah, you can't with this type of spirit box. With the necrophonic, you can't record the sounds like the
It
other.
sounded creepy. What did you guys think? Secular or prudently?
I don't know what to
I
make of
don't
it.
know. I'm not sure. It sounded like there was quite a jumble of people. You know what I mean? Does that usually happen?
It can if there's
Yeah, if it's.
many spirits trying to talk at once.
Mm-hmm. Is that what it was?
Probably.
Yep.
Izzy said that she thought she heard a young boy's voice and that Joe was 14 when he passed. Can I just ask, was he your son? If I'm being too personal, you don't have to answer. I'm just wondering because I thought I heard mum a lot.
Yeah, I heard mom.
Yeah, I heard that a couple of times, and she's from Scotland, so she said, but we didn't call him Joe; it was always Joseph. And she's from Scotland, then so it would make sense to hear mum like that because I heard it like that.
Right.
Chosen one goes, ask them where the money at that they hid. Spirits speak English. Well, last night Paranormal said that uh through the veil Paranormal. Oh, a dear school friend. Okay, came out to me the day before he passed. Came out to you like as in he was, homosexual. Is that what you mean? Get a digital recorder and record the box and play it back in slow mo.
I have a digital recorder.
It would be interesting to hear it, like if you could like clear it up and because it sounds like there is like a lot of.
Right. I ain't never done it that way. It might be something to try.
Trying to try, yeah. HA said, hi, SD, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, he was so happy he'd finally come out. Do you mind if I ask what happened to him, Izzy? That's pretty sad, huh? Finally coming out and getting that off your chest and then passing away, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is.
Mr. Work, I have an iPhone. If I use that on the piano streamer, it has
Yeah.
an option at the bottom that says, "Oh, you're telling Mr. Work, car wreck."
Yeah.
That sucks. Yeah. Through the Veil Paranormal said that sometimes they don't speak English, and that she has, because she said she sees so many people when she's walking down the street, or even if like she visited Plymouth, Mass, and that the amount of energy and people that she would see
Mm.
were just overwhelming and energy drawing, and that it's frustrating sometimes when they speak a different language and she doesn't understand it. So they don't only speak English, I guess, according to Through the Veil Paranormal. And she was really good. Izzy, you missed it. Now you know who she is, right? Dakota?
No.
Nicole, she's very nice. Now, do you agree that she's very talented with? I think she is. I think she draws a lot of spirits around her. Dakota,
Yeah.
are you busy? Are you busy?
No.
I was asking you, do you think that, have you watched like her live streams when she's doing like in the basement and she's doing when she had that really creepy house?
I think I've
Like,
seen one.
have you seen her prudently?
No, I haven't. I haven't watched anything by her yet. I am going to do that. Yeah.
When she would do those live streams, where she's in the basement and everything, what did you think, Dakota? Didn't you think they were pretty edge of the seat
Yeah.
kind of stuff? I don't know if you know that I was talking to Dakota.
What?
I can't hear you. Like, if you respond to me, like, when you watch the live streams and they use the same thing as you, that necromancer,
Yeah.
did you think like she has like a lot of talent for getting, attracting those spirits? And it seemed like they were talking to her quite a bit, right?
I mean, you ain't really gotta have talent. It's a spirit's decision whether they want to talk or not.
I was trying to make out what they were saying. I couldn't. It sounded like a bunch of different spirits.
Yeah, a lot of them. I've seen some spirits that'll wait their turn, and then some spirits just want to go all at once and try to talk at the same time.
I was just listening while I was arguing with somebody on voice messenger. So
Well, she made a really good point. Hi, Pink.
I was arguing.
She made a really good point when in her interview, because you know how you guys, I always go on about that psychic medium that I went to see, and
Yeah. And had it
you know
all
how
wrong.
he got it all right, but all wrong for everybody else. And he
Well,
kept telling me that it wasn't me,
right.
and and she said that she feels like somebody who keeps saying, "Did anybody here lose somebody named?" Just for example, Maria, right? That
Excuse me.
she feels like that is kind of. She said when she sees somebody and it's a loved one that's passed away or somebody they knew that's passed away, they're usually standing right next to the person, that they want to contact. So she doesn't have to say, did anybody here lose whatever? She knows who that spirit is there for. And that he sounded like that maybe somebody that is like reaching, they're just throwing a hook out there and seeing who responds.
I think children have a knack, from what I read, for seeing. It's claimed that children see spirits. When I was a young boy,
I
I
think
remember looking at I went with my mother and some of my siblings to look at a farmhouse. It was a ways, not way out in the country, but I remember being inside the house and looking up the steps and seeing two ladies talking. I could have swore I seen them, and I told my mom, I said, "There's two women upstairs talking," and they weren't up there.
Hmm.
I don't know if
I
that
don't
was
know if Dakota kicked
hallucination
himself off or if he left by, his own accord, but I didn't kick him off just so he knows.
maybe he was a spirit.
Or maybe maybe he was busy. I don't know. I definitely heard voices in that, but I would like to, have it be able to be played back slower, like record it and then play back slower.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I'll use sometimes is, it's, well, Izzy just to say something to Izzy here. She says kids often experience past lives. I told you guys what my sister said, I was really blown away by that. She was like,
Mm.
"Oh, do you remember when you were 3 years old in England?" And I was telling them about living in Russia in some village, and that Stalin was the leader, and I was talking about Stalin and everything. which a 3-year-old doesn't, know all that,
Yeah.
Yeah, that is unusual, boy.
Yeah, I was surprised when she said
No,
that because I didn't remember.
yeah.
I remembered my mother telling me something about here, but just a brief incident. But my sister had a lot of, more details than
Hmm.
my mother did.
Yeah,
HA is asking if I remember them, and I believe that I met HA on Bobo's channel. Is that correct?
I met HA on Miss Passions.
Yeah, I think it was on Bobo's that I met. I think Lulu is going to be bad. She missed you. Oh, being mad. Yeah. Buffering.
We're not
hmm.
Yep.
I don't see any buffering here either, but maybe Izzy
Frank,
is
why didn't you
buffering.
come up, Chosen One girls? Why don't you come up on the panel? Everybody's so like, wow, you never pop in. I never see you out. Have you met? Well, not met, but have you ever gone over to Frank's channel?
Me?
Really?
I have.
Nope.
Yeah,
No, I don't think I have.
he's pretty good. He talks about like different things. Pretty nice guy.
Maybe the chosen one thing scared me. I don't know. I saw
Oh, I
chosen one.
know. Mm-hmm.
His predecessor, the Tsar, was
Mm,
linked to the Tsar was the head of the church in Russia, was linked to pogroms and uh, genocide and a lot of bad business. That was Stalin's predecessor.
mm.
You think
Well,
of Russia
then did Stalin do the gulag?
and all the millions of people that died and suffered, but it wasn't much better under the Tsar.
Right.
Right.
And the Tsar was
I'm
the
sorry, HA, if I didn't remember that you were Godchild, but new
hey,
people they changed. Yeah, they changed their names, and then I wouldn't remember, like what other name they were. But did you? So Evan, I was gonna say, did you survive your cancer? How silly am I, right? I
Said
mean,
remember I
uh,
had cancer.
yeah, but I didn't like Godchild. I was a different person, so I didn't.
so prudently, do you believe they're in ghosts?
Do I believe in ghosts?
Do you believe they exist? The persons?
I don't know. I really don't know that I believe in ghosts. I do believe that there are spirits,
Okay.
but I don't necessarily think that they are always. I think they're more demonic in nature. I really do. And I don't always think that they're out to hurt you, but they are out to deceive you, I
Aha.
guess, is how I would put it. My understanding is, when you die, you either go to heaven or you go to hell. There's not many places you go.
Limbo.
So I don't believe, I've never found any evidence for purgatory in the Bible. So I don't believe in that, but
That was a teaching of the Catholic Church for a long time.
yeah,
That,
yeah.
that unbaptized babies lingered in limbo.
Yeah,
They
that's
should
why,
apologize for that. That's what a nasty thing to say.
what?
To say that unbaptized babies lingered in limbo.
Oh, I
Imagine all
know.
the, grief that caused a lot of
Yeah,
superstitious parents.
right, right. That's why they used to baptize you just about after you were born.
Yeah,
You
so you
know,
wouldn't be
didn't
because they
take
wouldn't
long.
bury you in the cemetery, right?
Yeah, that was, I think, before the Vatican II, but
Well, they keep changing their teaching,
yeah.
change with the times. They keep
hmm
coming out and issuing one apology after the next and admitting they
Yeah,
were wrong about this.
right. Yeah, they've done a few things wrong. All churches have, let's face it.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
I think, but yeah, that's
I think back in the 30s, the biggest threat to civilization would have been Catholic fascism. They would have been the worst. Now it's Islam. Now it's
yeah.
there's actually what we're seeing now going on in the world is a civil war between the Sunni and Shia. And the Sunni, there's different sects of Sunniism, different sects of
Right.
like Christianity is very schismatic, but at least in like the Jewish and Christian faith, they've had major reform movements at the very
True.
least.
True.
So we live in societies where we can openly keep them in check with via free speech, via
Mm-hmm.
free expression, free thought, whatever. Just my 2 cents. That's all I'm going to say. Get into it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's always interesting. Right?
Tyler,
Uh,
your friend Dakota was on the panel, and then for some reason, he left, or I don't know if he just left or if he something happened. But I don't know where he went.
I'm being cussed out on Messenger by somebody.
By Debbie.
What? I'm not saying it.
Gee,
I didn't say
wow,
that.
they must have something going on.
I didn't say that. She'll get mad if I say it's her.
Frank's niece is missing. Oh, that's terrible. Did you guys know that?
no.
Happened?
Too bad the person you had on last night couldn't have talked to him.
Yeah, right. I know. He said that Nitty's
Niece is
yeah.
missing.
Why don't you tell her to come on the live stream, secular?
Oh, I do, but she doesn't. I got to be careful what I say. I don't want to say anything.
That's
I
your girl,
told
huh?
her to come over here. I asked her to come over here, but a lot of people. I tell everybody to check out your lives.
Who, Debbie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told everybody.
Telling me imprudently to check out yours.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I don't know her
surprised you
very
missed
well.
it.
I don't think I've ever gone over there on her lives or anything. I don't think I subscribe to her channel, but
Oh, Debbie, yeah.
yeah. That's
The coward strength. Everybody's looking for Frank Nitty here. Was Frank at your live stream, secular?
Yeah, he popped in for a minute.
oh.
Hey. How many people did you have over there without us? Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Look at this. Mr. Rourke says, tell her Miss Passion is on the live too.
Oh.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Rourke.
Oh, is he? That's why. Well,
Will someone please tell Frank if he gets back on? I'm sorry, and I will be praying. Yes, definitely we will.
Yeah.
Secular, I swear you're something else. If she abused you so bad, why do you talk to her? You're a sucker. What do you have to say to that, secular? Why don't you get her up here so we can hear you guys hash it out?
Well, I'm not a sucker for abuse. I can tell you that.
Well, that's good.
I don't know. You keep going.
Yeah, you don't want to be a sucker for abuse. Right? You're too old for that bullshit. Excuse me. I shouldn't have said that.
No, it's okay.
I don't think she's going to abuse you.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Although I
either.
do think that secular does like physical abuse on himself, not to physically abuse other people.
No.
He likes to be spanked.
That's wrong. No, you're actually wrong about that. I don't like that. I would have to be the one dishing out the spanking.
Okay.
I'd
So
have
you
to
don't
be
like
the
to
one doing
be.
the tying up. I'd have to be the one doing the tying up and the spanking.
So you don't
Command.
like to be pegged?
No, not my thing. I don't know. I
Purple
haven't.
waffles?
Huh?
Oh, sorry, blue waffles.
What is that?
What are blue waffles?
I have no
Blueberry?
clue.
I love
I have
blueberry
no
waffles.
clue. Rourke probably knows.
Debbie loves the fact that you think she's abusing you. She takes evil pleasure. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, come on. You might want to bring her over here because we got a lot of advice for you two so you can work your relationship out. We can all go to the wedding.
Yeah, we'd all have to get on a
Hi.
plane to go to Michigan.
You guys are probably cheap at weddings. I put money in a card. I've
Oh
always
my
put.
God,
I'm
we're
not
cheap at
cheap.
weddings now?
I am not
You
cheap.
better put money in my card. I'm going to feel disrespected if I don't get it.
Why are we going to give you money? We're buying you a gift. We're buying you a toaster.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
it better be
We
a gold.
importantly are pitching in on it because we're just that cheap.
What is the going price for a wedding these days? A couple $100, right?
Yeah.
200 at least. Is that what you usually give now? I haven't been to a wedding in I can't even remember, a couple years now.
Yeah.
I think the last time I went, it was like 200.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That about right?
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering, am I being cheap?
Yeah. No, that's not bad.
That's not cheap.
200
Okay.
you give at a wedding?
Yeah, you figure the meal
I know Tracy's
and
frugal about it
a
because
meal and if you have a good meal and then you have entertainment, I guess,
very
and
upset.
right?
Yeah, you got right. You dance and
Yeah,
you're supporting the new couple. It's about them.
pretty much, yeah.
The
I mean,
focus-
if it's a niece or a nephew, I'd give more, but just
Absolutely.
for somebody,
200, that's a lot.
it is.
That, are you a cheap Jewess?
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's my being Jewish got to do with anything?
That's-
What's Jew got to do? Got to do with it.
Are you a wily or whiny Jewess? I've got Jewish in me, so you can't be offended. I lost my identity because they came over, the German Jews came over back in the 1860s and became secular, they converted. That for whatever reason that particular group of Jews between the 1840s and 1860s, I researched it.
You did.
Yeah.
Wow.
My last name is Jewish.
That's your
Okay,
last name? Very Jewish?
It's Ashkenazi Jewish origin.
Ashkenazi.
Yeah, I lost my heritage. I lost my identity.
Well, you can find it again,
That's true.
I don't think my mother or my grandmother were Jewish. So
Well, you should look into do a ancestry thing.
yeah, right.
You should.
I've always been very inquisitive, even though I didn't really. I went to community college, but I've always been always liked to learn how stuff works. I think maybe I know my parents when they got married, they just went to a justice of the peace and did,
Sure, but I mean, you wouldn't believe the amount of information that's on that ancestry site. I mean, you connect with a lot of people when you put your name in there. It's amazing,
Yeah, but if freaking, I've watched that, and like say some distant cousin does that, and some other distant cousin on this side of the freaking country did some crime, and like 40 years has gone by. They think they got away with it, la la la, right? And then some cousin they never even heard about does that, and then the cops come around, run it through, and then they narrow it down, and then they catch the person, and that criminal is like, damn you, long distance relative.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, you could, some relative that doesn't even know he's got a relative, all of a sudden, some relative over this end wants to do their family tree. And
yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing that the criminal gets
know.
caught. And secular rubbing one out, ski, rubbing one out, ski.
There you go.
Rubinowski. Oh, I didn't catch that. Rubinowski.
That's funny.
Jewish roots. So what is going on between you and Debbie? Would you mind giving us the update?
I don't know. Just the usual.
Have you met her?
She's always thinking she doesn't like what she thinks I'm being unfaithful by going over to, interacting with people that she's beefing with, but I'm not.
I'm not really beefing with her.
She's just, always accusing me of this and that.
Now, have you guys met?
We were going to. I wanted to meet her in person, but.
So you've never met her?
About her. She got her life together.
Yeah. But I mean, you really shouldn't place those kind of expectations on somebody. Yeah. That's not really fair.
I don't take it really.
Did you just say if she got her life together? How horrible are you?
No. He said he said she did.
Yeah,
She
got it.
did.
Oh,
She's recovering.
Izzy
Oh.
said Terry Dogowitz.
Dagowitz, Terry Dagowitz.
No, it's
Dogowitz.
dog.
Dogowitz. You're a
Cray
hound.
Cray
That's what he's
Debbie
insinuating.
showing.
Oh, well, that's not.
Cray Cray Debbie's too busy showing her. And then I asked my doctor. He said he never heard of it. Heard of what? Rourke.
Blue waffle. I'm not going to
Oh, is
explain
that
what it
really a
is.
thing?
Yeah,
Oh,
XX just explained it.
Secular explained what blue waffle was?
No,
I don't know that.
XX did. XX did.
Oh, I didn't see it.
You'd have to
Where is
go
it?
up in the chat just a little bit.
Let's
Yeah,
see.
that's more information than I've ever wanted to know. Thanks, Mr. Rook.
See it. I can't see where it is. I'm never gonna know what it is then, I guess. Unless somebody just tells me.
Coward strikes back. Oh. No, I think Secular likes Debbie as a lady. Right, Sec?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
that
Didn't sound sincere.
Well, I'm just reading. She's still telling me off over here.
Oh.
Why don't you just tell her to come here and tell you off so we can all watch?
She won't right now. She's infuriated.
She's what?
She's in a mood right now.
Oh. Well, I mean, you
We
can
like
go over to. I mean,
Okay, let me try. I'll ask her.
Mr. Nitty had a point. If she is showing off her wares, she shouldn't really expect you not to go to another channel to just chat, right?
That's right.
So
you better start showing us your wares.
Tip for tat.
oh, you're funny.
He is funny. So I still don't know what blue waffle is. Can somebody tell me?
No.
I'll do a search right now. Hold on, I'm looking it up.
XX says
up
no
there.
more crying about her, Secular.
Here, I'm gonna. Oh, I can't highlight messages, can I?
Why? What do you want to highlight? Tell me.
Here, see, I'm pull. Oh, I was
what
gonna
XX
see if I could highlight what XX said about what that is.
Can you now?
No, I don't think I can. I can.
Can you just read it to me?
No.
You can't read it to me.
All right, I'll read it.
All right.
Hold on. XX says that it's an STD only in females with many sex partners. The name came from the slang terms waffle for vagina and blue waffle, a serious vaginal infection that causes lesions, bruising, and blue discoloration.
Gross. Is that what's on Secular's avatar? I'm sorry. Because it's blue.
No.
I know, I'm kidding. I can't even see Secular's
Okay.
avatar. All I see is blue.
No, it's I see looks like a samurai in the corner.
All right.
Secular, what is that avatar?
What I have on my avatar is a picture I took of a wall mural on Livernois in Southwest Detroit.
Oh, okay. Is there a little samurai in the corner?
It was, I don't know, it was in Spanish Town. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
Dizzy says Secular. What is she saying about me?
You don't want to know.
Ask her if she knows what raw dogging is.
No.
Oh,
Why?
see?
Hold on.
No.
I better not.
Yeah, I don't
You're
think
gonna
so.
ask her?
No. That wouldn't be, that's not polite.
Yeah, now's not the time, trust me.
Ask her to pull your finger. Ask her to pull your Come on.
Really?
Is she gonna come in here or what?
Pull my finger, Mr. Rock.
She wants everybody to leave her alone.
Including you?
You know what? Oh, wait a minute. That was the Debbie, that's Cray Cray. Cray Cray Debbie.
Yeah, you know who that
Right?
is.
Yeah, I know who that is. Okay.
I invited her over, but she thinks that she's
What does she think?
That everybody's
Yeah, what
against
does?
her right now. I don't know. I better
I
not
don't.
talk why she thinks
Nobody's
it.
against her over here. You know, not. I'm not.
In fact,
I don't even
prudently,
know her.
Holly says that she likes Debbie.
Yeah, I think I was just saying. I think I sense in her that she probably has a very kind heart. But you get wrapped up in the drama, you get wrapped up in the trolls bothering you, and I think she honestly takes what they have to say about her to heart. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And she really should ignore those people because they just are not worth her time. Not worth her time. I don't think they have anything valid,
Yeah.
to say about her. So I
Yeah.
don't know.
She's pretty much saying F you all is what she's telling me.
Oh, I'm
Wow.
sorry.
Really?
You
Okay,
all,
me
I don't,
too.
not you guys. I don't think you guys, the people that are harassing her, leave
Yeah.
Debbie alone.
Well, I
Stop.
don't. Yeah, I don't blame
I
her.
don't think we're harassing her. I think we're more harassing
No, I,
you.
I
She
think.
said no. She said she's not saying you. I guess she
Yeah,
didn't specify who. She just said
yeah.
for everybody to leave her the F alone.
Yeah,
Or
She,
maybe she's talking to you,
for her
secular.
for her haters, the
yeah,
message is to F you. That's to her haters.
yeah.
They know
She
who they
doesn't
are.
have any haters
You know
here.
what? She really, she really should just concentrate on her content. I mean, if she's a former addict, she probably has a lot of good information to share, and
Right.
she should concentrate on that and not do those other things, is what I think. That's just my 2 cents. I think those things like OnlyFans and the TikTok showing things, I just think that's demeaning. And I think she's probably better than that. You know what I mean?
Right.
I really do. I just,
I
but,
think at this point she feels
I'm
like
not a,
everybody's against her, and that's
yeah,
why she's got that mindset right now. But I
yeah,
think if she came over here, she'd see that we're all basically nobody hates her, really,
right.
right?
Maybe another time, maybe another time.
Yeah.
Maybe you can tell her that,
Probably
people like
secular.
her.
It's probably lying to her because he wants a cat fight.
That's not true.
Right.
Probably
You know
revving
what?
things up.
Yeah, Izzy, I know. Debbie probably doesn't like me because I'm loyal to Tiffany. You know, you can be loyal to Tiffany and she can still come over here. I don't think Izzy is the type of person to like pick a fight or be rude.
No,
You know, let's face it, we're adults,
that's
right?
right.
Or we're supposed to be. You should be able to go to somebody else's page or somebody else's live stream and participate, not be fearful that you have to keep track of who doesn't like one another. That's just ridiculous.
I know.
I mean, come on. Think about that for a minute.
Well, you're the
You
grown
know,
up.
Secular's saying
Prudence,
all of this.
prudence
well,
up here.
really, be a damn grown up, and cut that crap out. Right? I mean, although there are people I wouldn't put up with because they've been particularly mean to SG,
Right.
I wouldn't probably go patronize them because I don't respect them as people. However, you know, at the same time, I mean, Tracy isn't going to tell me where I can go either. So that's it for
Unless it
that little.
was,
That's that lesson, okay, people.
I wouldn't tell you not to go somewhere, but I
Right,
might be like a little disappointed if I saw you
right.
like hanging out at V's channel.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't happen because, like I said, there's certain people you can tell by their character. You don't want to hang around with them anyway, or associate with them.
And I think that person too, like he probably made a lot of problems for a lot of people from CW's
Mm-hmm.
channel. And everybody didn't know. Like we were all blaming each other and blaming this one and blaming that one. And I think that
Yeah,
person, I think he was the one.
yeah, right.
Again, secular.
Oh, yeah.
Secular said, and I'm going to read your private thing. that person who we were just talking to went totally crazy. When did that happen?
About a week ago or so.
Oh, I thought it was maybe tonight.
You know.
That was tonight. I thought you were going to tell us some new stuff.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of that manifests on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. Look at Clemson. He comes right in. I love Tiffany. She has a heart of gold. Will you lurk in Clemson? Just waiting to hear Tiffany's name.
Tiffany's probably lurking right now.
I know where she is probably right now, but
Why is Agent 19 having a live stream?
yeah, he is.
He is?
You wouldn't
Yep.
have to be busy, Izzy. It's not that serious. Why would you have to?
She was talking about Ollie.
Yeah,
Yeah, she was saying Ollie.
yeah, she was talking about Ollie or the O.
Is Ollie welcome over here? Is she blocked from USG? She popped into my little impromptu live.
No, she's not blocked from here. Right.
She's not blocked, but
Yeah, she's you know what, as Lucille Ball says, she's got some splaining to do. I always
what
love
was
that.
she saying on your channel, Secular?
She was just being polite. It wasn't really saying anything.
Mhm.
This was all mundane, you know.
Yeah. Well, there are people that shouldn't say anything in this world.
Can't say anything nice. Don't say anything at all. Right?
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Izzy has a good point right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, she says, well, Ollie called the cops on SG. Who does that? Right?
Right.
Now, so Secular, think about that. So when people say, that's why I like Prudently, because like what she
Mhm.
just said about it, bottom line is
You
that
weren't bullying Ollie or anybody, were you? You never bullied.
No.
no, I never bullied anybody.
No.
You
No
never.
need to do that.
I've never ever, ever bullied anybody. And it's, seems to me that when I got my, diagnosis, that suddenly I became the target of bullies.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did.
That brings out
Yeah.
the sadist in people.
I
Which is
know.
such a weird thing.
Oh, Clemson, I'm sorry. You're still battling that, huh? Poor guy. Is there anybody making you chicken soup? I hope.
No, he's
Yeah.
just eating a raw chicken.
Oh, I hope not.
But that was the weirdest thing to me.
Mm-mm.
Like, and I'm not naming people or anything. I'm just saying in general, it was the weirdest thing to me that, people would bully or be mean to anybody. And, even if you didn't like them,
Mhm.
I would never be like, well,
No.
yeah, what
No.
future and stuff like that.
Yeah. No. Yeah, there's no need for that kind of stuff. Come
And
on.
I wouldn't be saying, oh, and she's got a terminal disease. That means you're going to die, correct?
Right. Right.
Right? Isn't that when you say terminal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you
And
say
so,
terminal, you're telling somebody, yeah, you're at the end of your life, baby.
right. So
And that's
every
not
time
nice.
somebody says that, which they were saying a lot in particular live stream,
Yeah.
referring it terminal. And it's like, wow, like that's so discouraging to people, but it's cruel. It's not discouraging because of based from who it's coming from, where it's coming from. It's just cruel, you know? I mean, if I'd have ever said that, like if a doctor had told me that and I said that, then hey, that
Yeah.
is what it is. But when it's coming from people who know you're fighting the good fight and you haven't been diagnosed with that word, before,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
then yeah. And that's where it lies with me that I feel that people who could be that cruel to say things like that and to call the cops on somebody for something that,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah. It's just a little over the top. Let's face it.
certainly is. So I'm not, you know, I'm not trying to,
Mm-hmm.
say that
It's me.
it, I'm just saying that I still would be nice to everybody. I'm still a nice person, so I'd still be nice. But
Mm-hmm.
inside, it doesn't mean that I didn't forget how somebody made me feel. So,
Right.
yeah,
Like I said, it shows their character. And you got to remember that. What's
exactly.
that saying? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me
Fool me
twice,
twice,
shame on
shame
me.
on me. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I know Izzy. Izzy's right. Stop mentioning her name.
yeah. And then she asked if has she apologized to you yet? No, no, she did not. But
Mm.
whatever, it wouldn't make a difference because I still would remember,
Right.
So it wouldn't seem
You know,
sincere.
it's always nice to apologize and make amends, but there's just sometimes you just can't, you can't resume that type of friendship because the trust isn't there. It's been broken so bad, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
And when you've seen a pattern of behavior over time, like I said, it just shows somebody's character, and you got to make that decision as an adult. Hey, is that the kind of people I want to hang out with?
I'm
So
disappointed that Tiffany doesn't come in and stop in
I
and say
know.
hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
She never
Oh,
comes in
yeah,
anymore.
Izzy,
The
I know.
messenger right now. I'm on my laptop. I'll tell
Oh,
her.
oh boy, Izzy, have you been in Pissy's lives lately? Those are wild.
What are wild?
Another live channel that is a lot of drama. Gosh,
But see,
lots of
Izzy said
drama.
they really found out what she was like finally. But
Mm,
I hope Izzy means that they really found out what that PE was like, because
that's
that's
what she meant. Oh no, she didn't. She meant what O was like. But P, she's a
yeah.
piece of work.
But I think the other person there is kind of worse than Ollie, to
Yeah,
be honest,
I
right?
know. Yeah, I would think
Yeah,
so. I don't know. Who knows? I don't know
yeah,
those people really. From
exactly.
a person looking outside, looking from the outside looking in, yee,
Right.
just not my cup
I
of
just like
tea,
it this
love.
way.
Not my cup of tea.
No.
Yeah,
Did
no
Debbie go to
drama.
your live stream, Secular?
No, I don't. She was probably watching it. She didn't say anything.
Oh,
Mm,
yeah, Clemson. I know. I know. She's laying low right now, kind of.
right, right. Yeah, anybody can go to any channel they want. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's just like, but the thing
That's
I
right,
think is,
Frank.
say you were somewhere in a live stream and a live stream was like bashing your friend, right?
Hmm.
I always think like either your friend should speak up for you or just leave or,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you get a friend that says nothing and just sits there while somebody's bashing, whether or not it's on live stream or in real life,
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, but
Well, she's live too. You could go check it out.
Who is?
Ollie.
Oh, she's live now?
She's rambling, it says, and Norman Gray is live. Yeah.
So everybody's live?
Yeah, they want to give you some competition, I guess, huh?
Shit,
hey,
right? Mhm.
we're always in competition.
Yeah, Tiffany's had enough, I know. And she's still contacting her family. Cripe. Yeah, I saw that. She contacted her boyfriend. Jeez. Ugh, whatever, huh?
Frank, if you're still here, Nitty, you're doing really good, though, I see, because, it seems like your live streams are, good. You got a lot of good people in your live streams, Nitty, and, looks like you're doing good.
Yep,
That's, yeah,
yep.
that's
Ace is right.
congratulations.
Ace says 100% right. No drama.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah, I agree with you, Clemson, yeah. But
yep. Yeah,
Yeah,
Clemson, I know, huh?
yeah. That Izzy is
Well,
yeah.
yep. Okay.
Geez, you guys are all just going off, and we're trying to like, ah.
I know.
We're trying to be like like neutral, but just say things like, you know.
Well, I
But
agree.
we're all pretty
XX.
nice.
Yep.
Like even when they came in here that night,
Mm-hmm.
we were nice.
Yep.
The groupers. Have you ever seen a grouper at the aquarium? They're pretty ugly fish. They have like
No.
buck teeth, and they kind of
Buck
like,
teeth.
yeah, they do. They have buck teeth, and
Really?
they have to, when they eat their food, they scrape their teeth on the rocks at the bottom of like the
Ooh,
whatever
that's awful.
to file their teeth. So if they don't have any rocks to
File
file
their
their teeth
teeth.
in, yeah, and then
Oh
they have
my.
big buck teeth.
Hmm.
Remember, it seemed like
So
a lot of people had buck teeth back when we were younger, but not many people have buck teeth anymore.
everybody has braces these days. Everybody.
Yeah,
If I think it's more prevalent though in the United States. I was talking to my husband about it. I think everybody in the United States just about puts braces on their kids. I mean,
yeah.
I don't really know many who haven't had braces. I mean,
My daughter had braces.
we've had to put out of 5 kids, 2 kids needed braces. The others all were lucky. They were born with like really straight teeth.
Some
And
people have beautiful teeth.
yeah, the 3 of them, those 3 have really nice teeth. The 2 that had the braces, now they have really nice teeth. But they had some, um, one of them had like an overlap, like an overbite, I mean. So they needed that fixed. And then the other one had a couple of eye teeth that needed to be pulled down. And oh boy, I could have bought a new car with those braces. I'm
How much
telling
did
you.
insurance cover?
Huh?
How much did insurance cover?
Oh, a whopping $1,500. Yeah.
I remember back in the 80s when I first came in the workforce, insurance was insurance. It was broad coverage.
Yeah,
Now
not
it's more like
now.
a discount plan.
Dental insurance has never been as good as the medical here, anyway.
Yeah.
I
No,
mean,
it
I'm
hasn't.
grateful. 1,500 is still okay, but you know, when it's costing you like $6,500, um, it would be nice if it kicked in a bit more. You know, sometimes like one of them,
Wow.
they if you paid it up front, they gave you a 10% discount. So
Rourke
we would.
says he took his braces off himself.
Why am I not surprised?
I know, right?
Who took their
You
break?
should have heard his story last night. He was so funny.
I took my braces off myself. I was getting busy.
Yeah, when he was like 13 or 14, and he said he was, like, I don't know, doing it with somebody, right? And he said, and then
13,
after it was finished, I don't know, like 6 minutes later, he
6 minutes, probably 6 seconds.
yeah, like 13 and 14, exactly. He said he had to get up and, stretch and stuff, just catch his breath. And I don't know what her channel is anymore. So, but
I can
he had to
give
get
up.
up and catch his breath and stretch and stuff. So he was like, got up and was, putting his arms in the air. And then he thought, oh, she probably thinks I'm an ass because I look like I'm the man, with his arms in the air. Just silly. Yeah, 300. That's how many he said. But,
300 what?
women.
No way.
hmm That's what he says. That's what he claims.
That's what he claims. That's
Yeah.
a broad claim. Mr.
So
Rourke.
when
I'm
secular,
surprised if that's true. It must have fallen off by now.
I know, right? He was raw dogging it too.
Yeah.
What?
Secular, when you so is Debbie over in Ollie's live stream?
I don't know what she's doing right now. I think she's She didn't respond to my last message. I think she's not in a good way right now. I think she needs. I told her to go to bed. She said okay. She's having problems right now.
Oh, that's too bad.
I just wondered if maybe that's why she wouldn't come over.
I don't know. I don't think her and Holly get along, from what I understand.
I thought they did. I thought they were friends.
Yeah, I thought they were pals now again.
I didn't know that. I thought they were. I thought
Ooh.
they hated each other's
You're
guts.
being kept in the dark, Zach.
Frank says that, and I'm not really sure I understand. Always seems to never be around, but stays underground. Her name stays in people's heads, and they said you did your job. If you can make one man, that could be anybody on YouTube, right?
XX, you're funny. I did the same thing. I went to bed. I was trying to go to bed, and then she texted me. I'm going back on. But that happened to me
fell off.
happened last night. I fell asleep. I woke up to use the bathroom, and my phone lit up with a notification, and I put my glasses on, and I'm like, what is going on? She's on. She's live at 5 a.m. So, of course, I had to get on, you know. Thank God my husband was like, my husband was like dead to the world. Otherwise, he would have been like, what are you doing?
They said no man has 300 women unless he is Wilt Chamberlain. And Chosen One says, rest in peace, Wilt Chamberlain. So that should give you a hint, Mr. Rourke.
Yep.
And Mr.
Rourke 20,000.
Rest in peace. I liked Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, he was a nice guy. Is he dead?
Is he?
I don't know. Maybe.
Hold on. I'll check right now.
You look at it.
Hold on.
So is Earl Flynn like his real name, Frank?
Ask Alexa. Or Siri.
Everybody says he's buffering, but I don't feel like we're buffering, do you?
1999.
Oh, he did pass away.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Jeez.
I didn't know that. What did he die of?
Earl Flynn, #1 player. Okay. Sorry, we have buffering at the moment. I'll come back in. Huh. I'm not buffering. You buffering anybody here? No?
No, I think she means in Australia. Mr. Rourke says Magic Johnson. He's still alive, right?
Cheryl isn't buffering either. Okay. Ace, it's
and I want to know who Earl Flynn,
an Aussie thing. What?
Earl Flynn. I want to know who Earl Flynn is. #1 player.
I don't know who that is either.
Wilt Chamberlain said he had over 1,000 women.
Oh my.
I mean, I could believe that because he's like a star, but like, what about her?
Wow.
What about?
I've had about 100.
What?
What did he say?
Did he? Well, Tiffany, I'm sending you 100. No, don't send anything. You don't know where she is.
Oh, Errol Flynn. Errol said, hi, I'm Magic Johnson, ladies. Was my end on good again? Yes.
No way. Doesn't he have AIDS? Doesn't Magic Johnson have AIDS?
HIV.
Yes.
HIV. Yeah.
I saw him with like TLC saying to him he was at the concert.
It's Errol Flynn. That's the actor.
Yeah, I don't think that's who he meant.
I don't know.
Or maybe because he was a player, right? Errol Flynn.
Errol Flynn was the actor. He was handsome.
But he was a player, like, a player.
Oh, he was. But he was gay. He was a gay player.
Was he?
Mm-hmm.
Who was?
Yeah. Errol Flynn, the actor.
Oh, he was gay? I didn't know that.
Yep.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, my grandmother told me that, and she was just disgusted. She's like, he's so handsome. and he's gay.
Yeah.
And this was back in like when my grandmother told me it was like the 70s or something. And I remember at the time thinking, oh, really? Okay.
I couldn't get 6 ladies at one time. Shut up. Crazy. Secular, how many girls did you say that you'd slept with? We missed
I,
that.
I think I heard 100.
Probably something, because somebody asked me that before, and I had to. I think it was probably like 100, 80 to 100.
See? Her United Nations speech.
Why? What is she saying?
I don't know. Who cares?
Yes, same prudently.
Izzy,
Mine was 90.
what's the word? Rip it. Rip it. Right? Kiss and Excellence is probably taking care of that.
So we got yes, same prudently.
I
Mine
heard.
was 90s. So A slept with
Oh.
98 guys. Oh, sir.
Errol Flynn died from syphilis? Really?
But didn't it sound like that? Yes, same brutally. Mine was 90.
Mine was 90? I have not slept with 90 men. Mm-mm.
No,
No.
I said A said it.
Oh, Ace said it. 90. 20, give or take. That's a more respectable number, Ace. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Oh, it's a typo.
Mhm.
20s.
Of
Yeah.
course, that would depend on your age. If you're 18 and you have that, no.
Oh,
That's
she
not a
knew it
good.
in the 90s.
Oh, knew it in the 90s. Okay. Oh, about Errol, yeah.
About Errol Flynn? Is that
Not
what she's
how
talking
many.
about?
Oh, geez. Ace is like, not how many I've slept with.
And, and
Oh,
Mr. Rourke said he has syphilis.
no, because
And
the Coward Strike Back says Errol Flynn died at 50 from a heart attack.
Errol
Sorry
Flynn
about
was
that,
not
Ace.
gay.
Yes, he was.
No, I said that's what Mr. Coward said. Mr. Coward says.
It's
Mr. Rourke.
it's getting late.
What's hedonism?
Hedonism. Hedonism. Is that how you say it?
I think it's hedonism,
Is
isn't
it
it?
hedonism or hedonism?
Come on,
I'd
you guys.
ask.
What is it?
I can't. I don't know. Yes, got told in the 90s about Flynn. Yeah, I know. I thought 90 women. My gosh.
He was raw dogging.
Probably back then.
Imagine
Are you
dying
kidding
of a
me?
heart attack on the
He
job.
was. He was. Never mind. I'm not going to say that.
That would
Imagine
kind of suck because I think it would suck for the person that was like having sex with you if the person
hedonism.
died of a heart
Is
attack.
he? The Coward Strikes Back. Yeah, I heard he was gay. I read that in a couple of Hollywood magazines too.
When it's gay guys, isn't it
Not
fair
women
back
and
in?
women. Yeah. Oh, geez. Wait a minute, Ace. I thought. Yeah, you're right. I mean, men. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know.
Could be women.
Not
Could
women
be.
and women. Prudently. Not women and women. I
It's a
gotta go to. I really
disregard
should
for.
take that as a clue that I need to go to bed and get some sleep.
Oh, hedonism is a disregard for convention and an excess of fun,
Of
fun,
fun, fun,
fun.
fun. To be
Huh.
hedonistic or hedonistic, you know.
Hmm.
Hedonistic. It's not like a word we really use too much, right? Unless you're la-di-da and very loquacious.
Wow, listen to you.
I know.
Loquacious. Well, let's be hedonistic and
What's that mean?
loquacious.
Do you know what loquacious means?
Uh, uppity? I don't know.
No,
I'm just
it
guessing.
means you're wordy. Izzy.
Alright.
I love you too, Izzy. All
Women
good.
have told
And
me I look
women.
like Errol
My
Flynn. Well, no wonder why he's so insistent that Errol Flynn isn't gay.
women have told me. Ooh.
Prudently, I love you and you're funny.
I'm entertaining her. All
So
good woman.
you
My
have to be a
English is
fool
terrible.
to
No,
deal with
you're
more
ace.
than one woman.
Ace, your English is fine. Oh, Izzy went to raves in the 90s. I
Oh,
know.
to the raves in the 90s?
I went to one. Yeah.
I thought she said, I thought what you said, she found out Errol Flynn was gay in the 90s.
Oh, he wrote an autobiography, My Wicked, Wicked Ways.
See, he was gay.
No,
Oh,
he
not
said
saying that gays have wicked ways. I'm
the
not
coward
saying.
says he wasn't. I had read he was, but maybe I'm wrong.
Chosen one girl says you have to be a fool to deal with more than one woman that's taking your thoughts, anything about yourself, just them.
Yeah.
I think more than one woman is too much.
Yeah. One at a time is good. You were a 90s kid, Ace. Yeah. I was late 80s, 90s. Yeah.
Mr. Rourke, when I was young, I was foolish and it never stopped. You know that. Destruction Crew. Hello, what's up? Welcome.
Destruction Crew.
Ace Alabama, a lot in the 90s was my time. Casanova was another
Mr. Rourke, why don't you come on the panel? I think I have to go to bed. I'm tired.
Really?
I gotta go.
I am. I'm tired.
We gotta go to sleep. We
I
can't
think I-
party all night like you do, Tracy.
I think I have to do some work tomorrow, you know.
I'm gonna post the link then because these guys are.
We're not abandoning you or anything. But I'm abandoning
I know
you.
you're not abandoning me.
I know.
What is it called?
I'm
I couldn't get the
tired.
word
I'm a little
though. I
pooped
couldn't
out here.
figure out the word. Poop
What
it out
word?
on me or
I'm
something.
tapping out.
Survivor Girl. When are you going on in the morning?
No, she better
Going
not
on in the
be.
morning. What do you
She'll be
mean?
sleeping.
Live. Well, close to
I'm live now. I'm live now. What do you mean?
Izzy, come on up. Izzy.
Yeah, come on up.
Let me hear your Scottish
Ladies,
accent.
everybody in the chat, have a good night. Ladies, have a nice night.
You too, Seth. You too.
All
Well, I'm saying.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Sweet
Bye.
dreams.
Love you guys.
Peace,
It's
love,
time for me to get up and make my Hubs's coffee.
Aw.
Oh, you're a good girl, Izzy.
You're a good wife. You're a good little
Yep.
wife.
A good little woman.
A woman, that's right.
Good little woman. Yeah.
You're all very
Peace,
nice.
love,
Bye,
and
Izzy. Love
peace,
you.
love, and tacos.
Okay, you
Bye,
too, Seth.
guys. Love you both. Bye, Prudently.
I love you.
Love you
I'll
too.
chit chat with you soon, girl.
Okay. If you get
Good
bored,
night,
come back.
everybody. Yeah, if I wake up in a couple hours, I'll see if you're still here. Right, XX? Hey, have XX come up. There you
I
go.
know.
You need.
Anybody can come
She's
up.
such a pretty girl. Look at that
She's
face.
very pretty.
My goodness.
Very pretty.
All
I wonder
right.
how she did at the casino.
Ooh, maybe she won.
I know, right?
Yeah. All right, everybody. Love you guys. Take care.
Good night, Prudently.
Good night.
Oh, hear my stomach? My stomach just made a noise. Does anybody want to come up on the screen? How about Rourke or Izzy or Ace or Coward or Frank or anybody? I posted it in there if anybody's feeling chatty. Broke. Even I got annoyed. So you didn't win that. Huh? That sucks. Do I hear 301? What's the chat about? Well, earlier we had like some people on with the ghost box and stuff, and now we're just kind of chatting randomly. Not any topics really right now. I'm always asking you guys, like, what topic would you like to talk about and me to do a live stream about? Any suggestions? And does anybody want to come on the panel with me? 'Cause you guys know how I hate to be alone. Unless you guys are all like scooting around to different live streams. I guess there's a lot of them, huh? Tonight. I keep waiting for like somebody's like live voice to talk back to me. I will on another night. I have to work tomorrow. We do talk about everything. What do you do for work, Coward, if you don't mind me asking? And spectacular human, still macking, never slipping, straight pimping, smooth, cool under pressure. Is this the real Frank? You're funny the way you rhyme things. Drop your hat. All right. All right, Ace. You know, like if you're check back, we might still be on. Coward is a architect. Oh, that's very interesting. And destruction crew, not many lives going on. I thought there was a couple that were going on tonight that I saw. No, I'm not sick of you, Mr. Rourke. You're pretty funny. You actually crack me up. You are very funny. Was Miss Passion on Seculars for a long time? Hi, Ace. Rock Hudson was gay, yeah. I thought it was pretty surprising when the Brady Bunch guy there was gay as well, the father. Love you too, Ace. XX, what about you? What about Nitty? Anybody? Come on. A bit of what? Come on, I'm gonna drop this link again. See if I can get anybody to come up. Has Frank, have you ever been on anybody else's live stream? I know you're a one man show. Wait a minute. Let me do this again. You there?
I'm here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Hello. Doing all right. I'm doing all right.
You got Frank Nitty in the house and you haven't brought him up on the panel?
I've dropped the link a couple of times, and I just asked him, has he ever been? I know the famous Frank Nitty, right? I
That's,
feel like
that's like Detroit royalty.
I know. Oh yeah, please don't forget to do the thumbs up. XX says, "Oh, I knew he'd show." Oh,
I'd love
hey,
to
did
hear
you
him.
go over and check out any of the other live streams that were going on?
Did I go check out anything? No, I didn't.
Yeah. Oh,
No.
thanks. Now, I was wondering if Frank Nitty's ever been up on anybody's channel, talking like on another channel.
I think he was some guy in Philadelphia.
Oh, I don't know who that is. That must be like a different community, maybe.
I believe the guy's name's Lego.
Men like freaks. They're just not going to tell you or bring them home to meet their mama.
I bring him home to meet my mama.
You
My
would.
mama cracks up too. She says, after you get done doing what you got to do, get that out of your house.
But she's a very kinky girl. The kind you don't take home to mother. Although, if you like her and she's that way, that's pretty good. And so, what do they say? Like a lady in public, and then like kind of, loose in the bed.
A lady in the public, and a freak in the sheets.
Yeah,
A lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets.
that's it. Yep. And then you can bring those ones home to your mother, and then you get your own personal freak that's not freaking with anybody else. You hope, right?
Yeah, you know.
For you,
But
how was
you know,
Secular's live stream? Good?
he had a few people in there. He probably had like 15, 20 people. He was kicking it for a minute, and once I told him that you had a live stream going, that was his out to get out of it. I think he wants a co-man. I think he wants to panel up with Frank and try something with Frank. And what happened was is that he was kicking it for a little minute, and then he came over here. There was quite a few people in his.
Yeah, because he had tried a couple before, and there wasn't a lot of people in his live streams. I think things are like picking up for the live streams. It looks like, right?
What I was surprised is there was a lot of people with their own channels in the live stream. So, and I was really surprised that Ollie was in his live stream because she doesn't talk too highly of him.
I know. I sometimes question. It's a shame that we all kind of question, like, if somebody is really them. Like, did she go up on the panel?
Well, I get that from everybody. They're like, "That's not you." From my voice, from the pictures, everything.
Well, yeah, I know that.
But what it is, it's a big community, and no, we shouldn't be hating and fighting with each other. But the reality is it happens.
It does, but it's how like earlier they were saying, it's hard to forget when people have had such. It's one thing, like a little fight, like you know, little things you can forgive, like like a tiff. You know what I mean? Like if you have a tiff with somebody, small argument or a disagreement, but when you actually sit there and like if you're calling police on people, that's where that's too much. Can't do that. That's the worst. I'm not big on, cop collars, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't really know too much about what happened. And no, that's not cool whatsoever. That's
And you don't know if anybody really does it, but even just to threaten it or to
did
threaten to dox people, stuff like that, that's bad.
did that happen to you? Where someone called the cops on you?
I don't know if they did, but they
Oh,
said
okay.
it.
Okay. I know what you're saying. That's
Yeah.
still wrong. I mean, uh, I don't even understand what you could have did to set her off on how she reacted.
It was, around the time when, Tiffany had promoted my GoFundMe channel, and Tiffany was saying how, she wanted to do, like get along with people and, just let the bygones be bygones and all that. And then, of course,
So if you're doing business with her, you can't do business with the other one.
right. And then suddenly I was Janice Dickinson and they were, so and so was calling the cops on
Ooh, ooh, and then you think about it. The Janice Dickinson. I remember they when it first came out that they said it was you, but somebody said it's somebody else, and he said that look at the countertops. Apparently, they have some of the same countertops, so they're close or something.
Right. They said it was that one. They said it was this one. They said it was this one. And then I didn't even know. Do you remember that recording thing that was a Survivor Girl does not have cancer? Survivor Girl. Do you remember that?
A little bit, yeah. I remember you doing it though. I mean, you kept on making fun of whoever was.
Yeah. That's crazy. Like, We call the hospital. Survivor girl does not have cancer. She has Munchausen's disease. She's doing this to money, from. And they were all like, "Oh, that's absolutely Survivor girl."
Is Frank Nitty still in the chat?
I don't know. Nobody's saying anything in the chat unless it's like just me. Maybe I'm behind or something.
I always wanted to ask him if he ever went to a place called the Concord in Detroit. It's called the Concord Club. It was an after hours bar by the Packard building.
Destruction Crew said this live stream was underneath the Dunkin' Donuts ad.
Yeah, we
I
had
like
some
Dunkin'
donuts.
And the Coward Strike Back said spirits don't talk directly to you.
Wonder what happened to Vladimir.
Yeah, I didn't see him. Was he here? I don't know if spirits. I mean, they don't talk directly, but don't they usually talk through like some kind of like the people who write on the paper or people who channel them? So, Destruction Crew, are you new here? Did this just like pop up in your feed? It was FNNN bullshit. Oh, I know what she means. Like effing bullshit. That voice changer. Oh, you saw that, Ace? Yeah, wasn't that crazy? And that video is still up. You know that?
Does Ace think that we're some crazy Americans that like start these channels and well, like what does she think about what's going on in the community here?
Well, she's been in the community for a long time.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, she was in the CW. And
really?
yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah, and then and she's the nicest person, and for some reason she got blocked.
Why would she be interested in that though? I mean, I'm interested because I'm in the area. Why is she interested in it?
Well, I mean, we all like the live. We all like the live streams, and his live streams were different then. They were better,
I liked seeing being on the street, girls out there in the environment of their hustle, doing their thing. But I don't like seeing people when they're down and when they're out and say they need a fix. I don't like seeing people like interrogated. I like seeing people lifted up and like I'd rather see a lot of people say, "Hey, I went to Survivor Girls Live and I laughed. I had a good time." Where some people, say if we were talking about a drama situation, they may say, "I went to seen this live and it was two people and they were fighting and it was okay." I mean, I'd rather have a good time, kick it, laugh, than
Then
get
argue,
involved.
right?
Yeah.
Right. I think for a long time they were a lot of live streams were like that, arguing and arguing. I think it's toned down a little bit, right?
I don't see too many people doing as much trolling. At one time, there was a lot of trolling going on, but now I don't see hardly. Well, I see a couple channels getting trolled. Like I would say maybe like Maddie's channel and Byron's channel, but I'm pretty sure I know who's trolling Byron's channel. But on
their friends or old friends or something.
Yeah, that one girl.
Yeah. And I don't know anything about that, but as for like we haven't had too much of a problem with that in here. You're very welcome, Destruction Crew.
Bobbles doesn't have a problem with trolls, and actually Frank Nitty don't have a problem with trolls as well.
Yeah. Nope, doesn't. Miss Passion had a problem with a lot of those clones.
They they swarmed her because she didn't know it. She was new.
Yeah.
She she was
Let me
new.
just explain to the coward strikes that you would come up and then like you would click on the StreamYard link, and then when you're in the back room and it says like you're entering a live studio, there's 3 buttons underneath, and they give you the opportunity to either I'll just say you click the middle one where it says camera, and so that it turns pink, and then it just it shows your avatar. It doesn't show you as long as you click the middle one and then make it pink. But if you want, I can drop the link again. Yeah, it does seem like we knocked the drama right out of it, but it doesn't really come in too much, and yeah. And I went tonight when we were talking about it. I was just trying to say that because I haven't seen Jeff around lately. Jeff?
Yeah, I haven't seen him around for the last few days either.
Yeah. And it seems like it's been since, that whole truce with, that other person that was accusing him of being everybody, right? And now he hasn't been around for a while, but he had come in here a couple of days ago, right after that or something, and said, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And we're not opposed to that. We're nice to everybody that comes in. But like I was saying, I was pretty shocked and appalled about, what was going on. One of the Jeff's channels has me blocked. I didn't know that he even had, his channel goes,
I didn't know. I didn't know he made videos.
He makes videos. And he was, not many though, not many at all.
He's an intelligent guy to go ahead and he calls a lot of shots and he's pretty correct. And if he's not totally correct, he's pretty close. But I think he's pretty spot on in a lot of shots he calls.
Coward, I see that you're trying to come in, but I think that you don't have I think that you block the one furthest to the right instead of the middle one. You just have to, so that's how you know that you're black. It has to be the middle one that you click, not that one that says mic and audio or something. Because if you do that, then there's no option for me to let you come into the stream. Because you're asking just then, you just don't want anything if you have the mic and the audio shut off. Not the mic, the camera and the audio. So it has to be the middle. Oh, Baby Jane does too? I didn't know that. Well, Rachel said that Rourke has her blocked and she can't see when he chats either. But you can see Rachel, right? Rourke, when you're in here?
No, I can't see Rochelle.
Not tonight, but when you're in at other times, right?
She said something about on Bobbles she can see me. I can't see her on Bobbles or on your channel.
Really, I would think you'd be able to see her because you're
a mod.
A mod, yeah, because you're a mod. I'm still trying to see like if he fixed that so I could see. I can't get it because he's doing he must be picking the one that says audio and camera.
When you go up on Bobbles panel, do you remember how I told you gotta keep the screen open and you gotta finger it a little bit here and there? When you're on Bobbles channel, you don't have to finger it at all. You just sit back and chat.
I don't know. Lulu Kai Bear. Where is Lulu and where is Kai Bear? I don't see either one of them. Why don't I see Kai Bear?
I thought I seen Kai Bear earlier in the show.
Yeah, earlier. But I don't see Kai Bear now.
I haven't seen Lulu all weekend.
Oh, there's Kai Bear. That's why I have no picture. Am I missing stuff here? Yeah, it wasn't pretty. Chosen One Girls. I was on that live surviving Kensington. They flashed twice, acting as though they was Lulu. She came after. Let me explain. It wasn't her. Surviving Kensington. They flashed twice, acting as though they was Lulu. She came after me. Let me explain. It wasn't her. I don't see Lulu.
Oh, she goes on Chosen One Girls, and he's saying that he was on a live, and
And
some
Lulu
about yeah, they said it, maybe a fake Lulu. I have no idea, but something about Lulu saying something to him.
I haven't seen Lulu in a couple of days. I miss her. I like Lulu.
Lulu would never say nothing bad about Frank.
Oh, she loves Frank.
Yeah, she would never say nothing bad.
She loves him. She's always saying she loves Frank. And Kai Barrett, she's here. And Kai Barrett said Lulu got cloned. Oh, really? Wow. I see Chosen One Girls. I was on Chosen One today and got blocked asking about drug use with apparently older videos. Really destruction for freedom of speech. That's a $10 Tommy production for you. Lulu not here. Kai Bear said Lulu was cloned. Lulu is beautiful. Lulu is beautiful. That is so weird that well, it's not really weird because it's $10 Tommy does, and now he's got me calling him $10 Tommy. Isn't that funny? But he does block people that are, just he's out of his mind. He's not like any other YouTuber I've ever seen. Like most YouTubers, they want to have people in their channel and they're nicer and stuff. They don't do it. But I haven't watched him in a while. I don't even know if he's still doing his interviews or still doing his stuff or anything. Is he?
I haven't watched him.
And I'm not gonna lie, I like Maddie, but I don't watch her channel because, I don't know, I just haven't.
Maddie needs tissue or toilet paper so she can blow that nose.
Oh, really? I haven't noticed.
I
I don't think you have to adjust your browser, coward. Did you like do the middle button that I told you that says camera, that's just a camera only? You just hit that one off and then leave the other two alone, but the camera one should be pink in the middle. Chosen One Girl says, I heard of the Concord, never went, don't party much, younger days, not the same.
So a buddy of mine took me down to the Concord Club, and I walked in, sat down, and I seen this girl get up and dance on the stage, and I was like, bam! Every move she popped was on point. She was like, she had the body of a Nicki Minaj, and she could dance. It was a wild place. You could, if you were the type that wanted to go ahead and make a deal out, I'm sure you could go. There's back rooms, and you could go ahead and do all that. We just chilled. Actually, it was an after-hours strip club. It was kind of like in like an old UAW building where it was kind of like they had fences and stuff, and you park and then go into the bar. and you go there, they give you like Budweiser or something, and it was like canned beer, and you just sit there, chill, and then
That's cool.
yeah, it was a little different from a lot of guys would go to strip clubs. It was just a little bit different of a strip club after hours.
Now, what time did the bars close this is before COVID, I'm asking. Did the bars close in Detroit?
Back in the day, they used to close at 2 a.m., but then they started staying open, I think, to 4 a.m.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's pretty good. It's because of one of those after hours bars that they ended up having the riots in Detroit. You know
Back
that?
in I think it was 67 or 68 that the riots were.
Yeah. Yep.
That was a beautiful city, and what happened is that the riots caused the it was it wasn't the cause of it, but what it was the factor that tore the city apart and made everybody split out of the city, and then it became what it is today. And it's kind of sad because it was such a beautiful city. There was so many nice homes, good families down there. Where Frank lives in Mexican Village, that's a really nice area. It's not the nicest area of Detroit. There's like an area like Palmer Park or something like that, but it's a decent area. It's got a lot of hardworking people. The crime rate's not that bad. Most people know each other, and it's mostly Hispanics, and so they all know each other. Most of their families are either from Mexico and they migrated, or they've been in the area for a while, and they all know the same people.
I think it's really crazy how, like, I guess from what, the history that I read on, what happened with that, the riots and everything was, there was like an after hours thing going on, and, the cops go down there, and then, of course they're making everybody come outside. And then somebody fired a shot. I guess they still don't know like where it came from, like whether it was the cops or whether it was, something else. But that, bullets were like flying everywhere, I guess, like even through people's apartments and stuff, and it was the cops too that were doing it. Like there was no rhyme or reason going on. And then like now about the fire part, because I do see that there was like a lot of fires. Do you know that? Or
Oh, we used to have this thing called Devil's Night, and on Devil's Night, everyone would go out and light fires, and they would light all the abandoned houses on fire.
really?
Yeah, we're a violent breed here, and we have this mentality. It's like a prison mentality where everyone is like fighting each other, and what happens is that you have to set your tough guy image aside, and you have to learn to get along with people as an adult. I mean, you might not like what other people do, but you gotta kind of respect them and give somebody the respect, and to go about. It's everyone shares the city. It's not one person owns it.
Right. I'm just so surprised that they didn't, that the city itself, and I'm talking about way back then, not now, way back then, when all that went on, that, they never like rebuilt and redid things. They just left it like that.
It was cheaper to go into the suburbs and start new suburbs, start new neighborhoods in cornfields, where rural areas, like that were basically what you call it BFE, butt fucked Egypt. And you go out to buttfuck Egypt, you start building houses, and that become a little suburb city, and then that they branched off from the big city. and what everyone had in common, which is kind of really hard to believe, but it was the big three and the assembly line. Everybody's working in the plants, and even when everybody's working in the plants, when things are good, you wouldn't think this is the best it can be. Well, actually, it really was the best it could be. But what happens is that after those jobs dried up, the money dried out, and people, they couldn't afford to put their money in maintaining up these houses. So a lot of people moved and left the city.
Um, Coward Strike. Well, so with Coward Strikes Back says Devil's Night in Michigan was soaping windows and toilet papering trees mostly. Destruction Crew said it sounds like the 12th Street riots of 67 or 68. So is that correct? Like 12th Street, is that in Detroit?
I've never heard of 12th Street.
Okay. And Chosen One Girl said, where in the suburbs Devil Night, or here in the suburbs in Devil Night, or either where or here in the suburbs, Devil Night in Detroit went on for the whole month to the 80s, 90s. The sky was on fire.
Oh, okay. What he's saying is where in the suburbs did Devil's Night go on for a whole month? It
Oh, he's asking. Okay, gotcha.
it didn't go on in the suburbs for a whole month, but in the city, I'm sure that's what happened in the city, as they were burning vacant houses.
So I know that you're from Detroit, and I know that XX is in Detroit, and I know that Frank is in Detroit. Chosen, a Crowd Strikes Back. Are you from Detroit? And Destruction Crew. Are you from Detroit? Are you guys both from Michigan as well? I keep waiting for like a voice to talk back to me, and like when you're waiting for somebody to type in the you know what I mean, Fork?
Yeah, it's Detroit was like. Have you ever heard of Kronk Boxing?
Crown boxing?
No, Kronk.
No.
It's a real famous gym. There was a guy named Emmanuel Stewart who was the head trainer there. He trained all kinds of champions. Tommy Hearns came out of Detroit. Uh, the McCullum brothers came out of Detroit. James Toney is probably the best fighter out of Detroit, and he came out of Detroit. Ann Arbor, and then he would go to a gym called Galaxy. But they got right off Werner was the old Kronk, but they tore it down. And a long time ago, they had a Tiger Stadium not too far from Nitty's building, where they tore that down as well.
Is that James Tomey that you were talking about? Is he black or white?
He's black.
I saw him, and he was fighting somebody else, and both of the two fighters, one was black, one was white, and and they both were good fighters. So his name has stuck in my head, but I was never sure which one was which, because I think the other one's name was Tony something, and then there was the James Comey. So the fight went the whole 12 rounds, you know? And I think at the end, I'm not even sure who won the fight, but I think it was James Comey. And, it was like just based on, counted on um, the punches and stuff that landed because nobody got knocked out. But it was like the best fight I have ever seen because they both had such endurance. Like they both were, it was a good fight, you know? They were well matched with each other, and it was, I always remember that fight. I wish I could remember the other guy's name too. so I could, look it up at some point.
Was it Joe Calzone from England?
No, he was not. No.
James Toney fought. He fought Roy Jones Jr. He ended up getting beat by Roy Jones Jr., who was at the time pound for pound probably the best boxer. But I would say you never heard of Roy Jones Jr.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
No. Coward Strikes Back went to college at the University of Michigan, and then moved to Connecticut. I guess, right?
That's the Wolverine.
In Las Vegas. Go ahead. What did you say, Rourke?
The Michigan's called the Big House, and they're the Wolverines.
Yep, I
they play. They play.
I heard Michigan is like a good school.
It's a hard one to get into. You have to have probably all A's.
What did you go to college there for? Coward Strikes Back. Destruction Crew, LA. Is it really like the movies? I've never been to Las Vegas.
Did he ever go to Lawrence Tech?
Who, Coward or?
Yeah, he said. I think I saw where he said he was an architect, and we got a school called.
I don't know if he went to that school. I'm just saying, yes, that was him who said he was an architect.
Okay, because we have a school called Lawrence Tech, and that's where most architects I thought went to school.
You're so much better than what I was. I was in the Big House in October.
That's where they play football.
Okay. I was out like, what? College of Architecture. You know how stupid I am? It's because like you have a much better memory than me, because he already told me that he does architecture, and then I go, what'd you go to school for? Right?
Could have went to school
then
for
I'm
something.
like, oh, where do you live? In Detroit? And he'd already said Connecticut.
Connecticut?
Yeah, but he went to school in Michigan.
What did he get out of Detroit for? Why did he leave? For work?
Yeah. Coward, were you born and raised in Michigan, or did you like pick that school and then you grew up in Connecticut, or how'd you end up going back and forth? You could come up on the screen. I wish you could figure out to do the middle. Is that the reason why, like, Rourke?
That what?
You know, like something. Well, I don't know if you ever had a live stream, but when you're like, bringing somebody into the live, and if they press the third button, you know what I'm talking about, which is the audio and camera off.
Did he slide it down where it says enter the live stream as, like, he would enter the live stream as the Coward That Strikes Back, and then there's another button below that says enter live stream? Did he see that part?
Yeah, he would have to have done that, I think, right? In order for me to know that he was in the back room.
Oh, okay, well.
Destruction Crew says Aeseldema. Vegas is basically a tourist trap. I am looking to move to California. I don't really like Vegas. Born in Connecticut, moved to Bloomfield Hills in 5th grade. Is that like near Bloomfield, Connecticut? Is that near the? Oh yeah, because you said Harper.
No,
that would be near. Yeah.
Bloomfield Hills is a real nice area in Oakland County.
Oh, in Michigan?
Yeah.
Ah, Sam's such a dude. So when he doesn't say Michigan, I don't know. I think that Bloomfield Hills is near Bloomfield, Connecticut.
I had some friends that went to Roper Elementary, right off Woodward, right there, Bloomfield Hills.
Oh, I guess it said he had to change his browser setting.
I tell you what, a private school. I never went to private schools, but I can tell from the kids that went to private schools, they got a way better education than the kids in the public schools.
I was thinking about that the other day, actually, because I was when I was up at that Deerfield, when I made that video in Deerfield, um, all those like those houses in that area that I was in is like this little section, and that's where Deerfield Academy is. And so the school was there, and they, evidently they must have, because it's a boarding, it's a private school, like where they sleep there and everything. And I was thinking to myself, that place must have just no crime. Because it's like a tourist, not tourist, but historical site. Went to Lasser, Lahser High School.
Yep, that's down in Bloomfield Hills.
Is that how you spell it? Lahser?
Yeah, Losser. It's off, I believe, Losser Road.
I wonder if Frank is still here. I wonder what high school he went to. I went to in Springfield. It's like,
He might have went to Detroit Cast Tech, or there's a few of the high schools down in Detroit that he probably went to.
Yeah, but we don't know if he grew up in Detroit, do we? Or did he?
I think he did grow up in Detroit.
Alabama, it's beautiful lit up at night. I have to stay away from the strip due to all the gambling. It's too easy to lose everything. Okay, Ace, no problem. It is on Lasser Road. And then Ace said, click on the link. It will take you to the back room and got options down at the bottom.
I like going to the back room.
We know you like pegging.
Ha.
How crazy. I think it's so funny every time, like me and Prudently will be like, okay, what's raw dogging? What's pegging? What's this? What's that? And like half the people in the room don't even know what it is. I feel bad, like that guy that was doing the ghost box. Like I don't know, like if he thought if then he was just gone, out of the room, and then Tyler didn't stay, and I felt kind of bad.
I was afraid one of those spirits might have got him.
It sounded creepy though, didn't that thing sound creepy?
I wonder if spirits are scared, like, because I haven't bumped into any.
Do you
So,
believe in them?
no.
Is both your like have you ever lost anybody that you really wish you could see again or hear again?
I have, and that's the pain of life. It seems like that the people that are closest to you that you end up losing in life, and then you end up going through life on your own, and for some people it's a painful, they feel too much and they feel a lot of pain. Other people, you got to be like a warrior in life. You can't let this shit get to you. Sometimes, and you got to learn what fights to battle. You can't fight with everybody.
Right. Pick your battles wisely. Right. But I mean, I feel like, sometimes when people lose somebody like really close to them, then no, it's not the browser that blocked your mic and camera. I think it was you by accident. Like I think in the back room it will give you 3 options underneath that where like your picture would show up or if it was a live camera where your live person would show up, but you hit the middle button that says camera, only camera, so that it's pink and there's an X going through it. The other ones you'll be fine. But I think when you lose somebody who's really close to you, you try to, at certain times, you want to, like, justify in your head, like, why they're passed away, and you want to believe that there's something better, and, so you want to believe that people don't go through trials and tribulations for nothing, I mean, that would suck. Being a good person, say, all your life because you had faith and spirituality, and then, like, when you died, if all of a sudden there was just nothing, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit?
Well, you wouldn't be saying what the fuck is this shit because you'd already be dead.
Right, because you wouldn't know. I know, but that would just suck, wouldn't it?
You got to go with it. You can't fight it. If you fight it, you're not going to win that battle because we all got to go.
No, I don't mean about that. I mean it would suck if there was nothing else, and, like, people were able to, like we were talking, I think it was you and me that were talking about people who say, oh, on their deathbed, oh, okay, I accept that this person died for my sins, blah, 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 right? And then they can get into heaven. That's where I feel like that's pretty crappy because, see, he must still have it because it has on where, like I can see in the back room and I can see like the coward wants to come in, but there's an X through, through them. So it's not letting me bring them on because I don't know if they didn't hit that or if they're correct about the browser. But before it seems like it should be, it shouldn't be the browser. I don't think, right?
He must have when he was setting it up to come on and adjusting the mic or the mic camera option. He must have did something. Yeah, he must have did something where he blocked it so he couldn't, or I'm not for sure. But
that's the only thing I could think of. And you're hitting mic camera where that's, so then there's just nothing is going to come on the screen if they even gave me the option. So discretion, what? Okay, so discretion. Try the middle button. Destruction Crew says everything is open 24 hours here. Nightlife is nonstop. We even have Taco Bells that serve alcohol, and of course, weed is legal. Okay. See, it's not letting me.
If you lived in Mexican Village, would you go to Taco Bell?
I like Taco Bell.
See, somebody that from Hispanic, who's that's Hispanic living in Mexican Village, they don't go to Taco Bell. They go to the Mexican restaurants, but I found it kind of interesting. I heard Maddie say, I know she lives in Mexican Village, and she was like, there's a Taco Bell down the road. And I was thinking to myself, who's going to give her money to go to Taco Bell when you live right by all the best Mexican restaurants in the whole damn state?
I don't know. I just wanted to. Coward Strikes Back. When you see camera and mic, block camera and mic, don't block that. Don't let that make you afraid, thinking that if you don't block it, your camera will be operating. As long as you block the middle one that says cam only, like it's just cam,
Or
and that's
put his finger over the camera so that if he feels like it's going to reveal him, that his finger covers it up, and then he'll know that he's on, and then he can see if the camera's on or not.
Because I feel like he's turning off the mic and cam. Cower Strike Bike should have the apps, construction crew 24/7. That would be good. Ace says we don't have a Taco Bell in Australia. And Coward says I tried. So did you have the cam mic button blocked or no? Because all you needed was the cam block. I don't know. Maybe it is the browser. I have no clue. What kind of alcohol does the Taco Bell sell? I'm just curious. We'll have to figure that out for you, Coward.
If I lived in Vegas, I would never even go to a Taco Bell. There's a place called Jack in the Box, and that's where all the crackheads hang out after 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd be there every night. Bam.
Is there a Jack in the Box in Detroit?
No. What happened was some guy ended up getting shot, and he ended up suing the Jack in the Box restaurant company, and they ended up moving all their chains out of Michigan down. It was out west, southwest. They're big, like in Texas. They got a couple in Tennessee, but from like Texas west, that's where Jack in the Box is.
Chosen One says, enjoy myself, smooth show. My man know about the D city. Woody whoop whoop. I think he means you, like that you know about the Detroit. Thank you, Chosen One, girl. I'm not gonna call you Chosen One because I don't want to. I'm just gonna call you Frank.
Have a good night, Frank.
If you're not leaving, then stay. Then stay.
I actually come up on the panel and sing with Survivor Girl and
No,
have her sing.
No, I don't sing the same anymore.
You don't want to sing In the City, No Pity, Two T's, Daddy Coming Home, Soon, Favorite Position. You already know.
Shut the hell up. I don't even know that song. I know he sings it. I don't know the words.
Woody woo woo.
McDonald's in Wales. All right, so let's try this again. He's got to have it like that. Yeah, Coward, you've got to. You might be right. Maybe it is the browser because it's not giving me the option to let you. It's showing that you're in the back room, and then when I click on it, it doesn't say and allow into live stream. It doesn't give me that, and usually it's a quick fix for people, but maybe it is the browser. That's the thing. I don't know. Twisted freezes with vodka, tequila, or rum. Wow, that sounds really good. That's what they sell at Taco Bell.
A twisted freeze. It does sound kind of good.
Yeah, with vodka, tequila, or rum.
With one of their tacos.
I would eat that. Pink must have a very interesting accent. She lives in Wales.
Wales, is that like Scotland or
England?
England?
And they have like words that had no consonants. Consonants, is that how you call it?
Words with no consonants?
Yeah, like they have the weird, if that's where it is that Pink, is that what you're talking about? Like, well, no, I'm talking about, am I right? Like, as you want, I believe it's Wales.
Isn't Scotland like connected to England, and then you got Ireland right next to it? Because I went from the let's see, it would have been the west side of England, took a ferry to Dublin and stayed in Ireland for like a weekend. There was some big zoo there in Dublin.
I've never been to Ireland or Scotland.
I didn't go to Scotland. I went to London, Dublin, Amsterdam, and Paris.
Wow. What were you doing all that? Was it just vacation or?
You don't remember me arm wrestling in Paris in the park?
I don't know what to believe from you.
So I was doing a little visiting in Paris. I was relaxing in Amsterdam. I was enjoying myself in Dublin and hanging out in London.
How old were you?
Maybe 23, 20, yeah, 23, 24, probably.
And like, how did you end? Like, did you save for that trip, or did your parents pay, or like that seems pretty pricey, or did you backpack it, or what?
I saved myself, backpacked it, stood in some hotels, but believe it or not, when you're in a hotel there, they're a lot different from here. Like in London, the hotels are really small. I couldn't believe like how small the beds were. In Amsterdam, I got like a really nice room in Amsterdam. Dublin, stood in like pubs and like you could it's like a townhouse where you could get like a room really cheap, and there's a bunch of people all traveling there in the townhouse as well. And then when I was in Paris, I was visiting a friend, and he was out of what happened was he ended up leaving Paris, and his sister ended up kind of like being my chaperone, and because I couldn't speak French, and she showed me around for like 4 days.
Pretty nice, pretty nice. Pink says the Welsh have their own language. So is from Wales Welsh? Wales is the southwest of England. I'm just wondering if I have the right place. Oh, Pink says I've got to go again. I've got a physio appointment. Dang it. I just wanted to know if you're Welsh. Destruction Crew said, I would like to get a hostel in Amsterdam and visit for a couple of weeks. I'm not staying anywhere that's called a hostel. Not since that movie.
Amsterdam is a place where a lot of their weed is hydro. It's commercial because there's so many tourists there. All these places are tourist traps unless you know somebody there, and then you can go hang out with them. That's what I would advise, finding people. Like if you're going to go to Australia, be like, hey, Ace, I'm going to go to Australia. I'll get my own hotel, but like maybe we'll hang out. You can show me the beach or some shit like that, and that way I have somebody, that's going to show me the cool spots where, the tourists kind of like, don't go to those spots.
Right, exactly. I wouldn't want to go to all the touristy spots. I would definitely go and, hang with Ace in Australia.
Amsterdam, you got these canals, and it's a place where you would want to go with your lover, and then you ride in this it's like a boat, and everyone's smoking weed in these boats going down the canal, and they got all these drawbridges, and then you see most of the buildings are like 4 levels. They're about 4 levels high, and that's it. And it's a real cool city. There's a lot of people on bicycles. There's the red light district. There's the museum district. There's once you get out of the city, you can go to like farms where they're growing like tulips. They got like windmills. A lot of people are into fishing, riding bicycles, wearing wooden shoes.
You're fine. Kai Bear has to drop her son off at work, so hopefully, she'll be back. And Ace has to. She says, "Gotta go, beautiful. Much love and healing your way. Thank you so much." And Pink Sam says, "I'm sorry, I've got a physio appointment." Says Wales is not in England, and she's English. And Kyber just going to drop son off at work. So for those three people, I want to say, goodbye. And if if I'm still on, then I'll see you when you come back. And if not, then I'll see you the next live. But thank you so much for being here.
Have a good day,
And
ladies.
absolutely, that's so nice. And Ace said I would take Survivor Girl, take a cuddle with a koala bear. I would love that.
I seen her kangaroo video too. That was cool.
You're so sweet. I'll have to go watch more of her videos. Amsterdam sounds awesome and beautiful. It does sound awesome. Wales, separate country. I have to go for now. Much love, mods and chat. And night all have to work. Howard Strikes Back has to go to. Oh my god, you guys. All right, man. You have to work at 2:46, or is it a different time? No, they're in Connecticut. They're in Arcata. No, I'm glad that you guys came in anyway and stopped in because I really appreciated it. I'm pissed that I missed Secular's live stream. Thank you, Mr. Rourke. Blessings all.
Oh, you're welcome.
Ace is very sweet. What was her kangaroo video? Tell me about it.
She was feeding the kangaroos and petting the kangaroos.
Because she didn't used to have a channel. Like, she had a channel just so she could go on other channels, But she didn't have, like, videos and all that. So that's all new now. And she says, please don't forget the thumbs up and thank you. For a while is Mini Monster. My friend Minnie. And she didn't, like, she wasn't feeling like, everyone that's leaving, have a good night. That's from Destruction Crew, by the way. Yeah, and remember, I think the last time she came in, she said she wasn't feeling herself lately, and so she was gonna go. And I haven't seen her at all, and we have each other's phone numbers, so I'm gonna try at some point, not now at this time, but at some point to give her a call, because, I just want to make sure she's good. She's a nice person. How long have you been on YouTube? Rourke?
I would say maybe about a year now. Maybe March of last year. So maybe about a year and a month. Not on, but I was watching the community, as you call it. This community.
Right.
I think YouTube's a good.
Came in, like, how does it go? Because you're from Detroit, but Destruction Crew, I believe that he, I don't know, are you a he or a she? I'm sorry, Destruction Crew. I'm so sorry. I can't really see avatars, but that was like a fire. I'm wondering, because he said that, or she said that I appeared beneath a Dunkin' Donuts ad. They were looking for live streams. So I'm curious, like, first of all, like, did you, I know that it's, well, it's late though, right? Mr. Rourke, usually around this time. It gets a little low for people in the room, but
I fall asleep around this time, you say?
no, I said it gets a little low, people
Oh,
being, when it gets later, but like, I'm hoping you're enjoying yourself, Destruction Crew is a guy. Okay. Good to know. Because a lot
so
of
you,
people will call Ace he, because I call her Ace.
so you're hoping I enjoy myself, huh?
No, I'm hoping Destruction Crew enjoy them.
Oh, what about me?
I know you enjoy yourself. You're a regular, right? But I'm hoping that Destruction Crew will become a regular too, because I think that's, pretty cool. Like if my life popped up in their feed
Oh yeah,
and yeah, and they had never been here before, and that's pretty cool. I like that. And then last night that Finley Kennels and Madhu, I don't know, was a new person, new people, and that was cool. I thought, nice when there's new people.
it keeps it interesting.
Destruction Crew said this is an interesting stream. We talk about a bunch of different topics here too, and last night we were really laughing a lot in here because Mr. Rourke is very funny and Miss Passion is very funny. But so is this the first? Like, have you ever been to Chosen One's channel, Destruction Crew? I'm just wondering, like, is that how? Because somebody like across the country in Las Vegas, you know. I'm dying to read that book to you guys. I have to like definitely go and buy it.
Racing in the Rain.
Yeah, The Art of Racing in the Rain. I definitely want to.
So before, you know how you're asking when I kind of like started watching the YouTube. Well, for me, I would say I was like a horrible reader. Like if you got me reading something, I'd be like, and never be able to understand what the hell I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
But through reading comments and a lot of the people's personalities, a lot of you guys I can tell are extremely book read. You spend a lot of your time reading books, where in my life, guess how many books I've read in my whole life?
2?
1.
What was it?
Take a guess. Let me give you a hint. It was a Stephen King book.
The Shining, Misery.
Gerald's Game.
Never heard of it.
It's about S&M, and they're in Portland, Maine. A couple are into S&M, and he ties the wife up. But when he ties her up, he ends up having a heart attack, and he dies. And it's about her trying to get unbound because she's tied up, and there's like really nobody around to help her out.
Is it a short story?
No, it was a long book. It was really boring, repetitive. I tried to read Anthony Bourdain's Diaries of a Kitchen, or one of his books like that. I was reading that book, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, the words were so big." I was like, "I need to start at a lower level book," and ended up just never picking it up because I had no interest, and so I really didn't have an interest in reading. But when I started getting involved here, reading people's comments, actually, there were words where, like, it's weird. I didn't know how to spell the word loser. And the reason why I didn't ever want to be a loser. And, but I would read things and I was like, oh my goodness, this is how you spell it. And what works for me is pronouncing the word out. And sometimes even though that you pronounce the word out, you can totally misspell the word, but it helps to pronounce the word out slowly so you can understand how to spell the word. And that way, I know I misspell a hell of a lot of shit, but still, no, I mean, it comes up close.
I think, that it is true what you said about, like you're expanding your reading, just by reading through chat, so any reading is good reading. And as for that book about Stephen King, his books can, be really long. And so how did she finally get out of being tied up?
To be honest, I didn't even finish the book. It was, I think, like 400 and some pages. And even though at the time I was in the S&M, I got so bored with it that I just like put the book down and I was like, I don't really care to finish reading it.
So you don't even know how it ended?
No. And I have a question. If somebody were to like, I could see like with the right partner doing some S&M, but if you were to pull that, like if I were to pull that right out on you, like, hey, are you into like maybe let me tie you up? That's I don't think nobody goes for that, and it's sometimes S&M can be boring. Like if you can't like do other things that what are you going to actually do when you tie me up? Spank me a little bit, drop some candle wax on me. Hopefully you're not gonna peg me. I'd have a problem with that.
You would pegging.
But like, where are we going to take? And I know it's about trust, but it's like, where are we taking this? So,
I mean, that would depend, like, how long you've been dating somebody. Like, you don't just say, oh, hey, can I tie you up? Somebody that you just freaking started dating. I don't think. That's kind of like John Wayne Gacy-ish. And then I think, how long do you think somebody should be dating before they sleep with each other?
That's none of my business. That's totally between two individuals or how many individuals.
I'm asking how long you think. Like, you think.
Oh, gee. It could be at the spur of the moment. But realistically, I'm not going to just like start having. I would have to get to know somebody. I'd have to like get to know a few things about them. And I think you shouldn't lay down in bed with somebody if you can't face them in the morning.
Well, I mean, I think, that I think if you want to see them, and you feel like excitement to see them and all that, then if you take things gradually, and I'm not saying, like months and months and months, but I think, the third date is, how people go like that, oh, the third date. I think that's too soon to sleep with somebody, you know? And I feel like it's pretty unfair, when people will say, oh, like if, somebody goes with somebody the first, like a spur of the moment thing, I can see where you're coming from, and people could have that kind of a chemistry right away. But, as things go, like textbook ways, then people always will think, oh, or they slept with that person the first night. The guy is cool, but he's discarding then because the girl slept with him the first night. But of course, before they sat together, he's probably saying everything that she wants to hear. Like, oh, like, you know what I mean?
I understand, and you're saying like does the guy? It's cool for the guy to go ahead and sleep with the girl, but the girl's going to go ahead and get judged for sleeping with the guy on the first date.
By the guy. It's not even like, if anybody else knows, but the guy is going to be like, because of, textbook theories from people that,
You
oh, yeah.
you could go ahead and take your time with. You could wait for the right time, the right moment to have to make that move with every lover. But does waiting mean that it's going to work out? Not always. Sometimes, and just like jumping into bed doesn't mean it's going to work out either. But I wouldn't say what I'm trying to say is that there's people that probably would jump each other's bones the second they could, and there's other people that want to they want the quality. They want to go ahead and get to know somebody a little bit better before they jump the bones, and maybe they're going to jump the bones later on, but they can go ahead and wait. It's not like
I think that's the best thing. Like if you feel a spark and you feel like attracted to this person, then I think you should wait because, basically a month down the road or whatever, how long you choose to wait, it should still be there and even stronger because you're anticipating it now.
I feel though for finding that soulmate to be with the rest of your life at my age is really minimal. What is more likely is to find friends that you can kick it with, spend time with. You don't have to have sex with your friends. You can have those special friends that you have sex with, but the older you get, the less not too many people are looking like, yeah, I'm looking for that person that's 70. No, they're looking for somebody younger, and people.
We're not 70 though.
We're going to be there though, and what happens is that none of us plan it, and it happens so fast, and then before we know it, we're at the seniors home, and I'm in the wheelchair and you're running around and I'm trying to smack your ass and you're like, stop it.
Yeah, I don't wait. When I could break a bone. Destruction Crew says, I have been on Morals Over Money and heard of Chosen One through that chat. They're much nicer over there at Morals Over Money than at Chosen One, I think. Not Chosen One Girls. Chosen One Girls is different than Chosen One, by the way.
Actually, it's totally different, but same girls, just a totally different environment.
Yeah, it's totally different. Destruction Crew says, I think friends are a much better choice at my age. And if you don't mind us asking, how old are you, Destruction Crew? I gotta get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Destruction Crew said 56. And I'm 53. And Rourke claims to be 46.
47.
Oh, 47. Okay. And I understand exactly what. Now, Destruction Crew, have you ever been married? And do you have kids? in my thought, it's not like I'm looking or anything like that, but I feel like even now, like being going through what I'm going through, that I feel like it would be so nice if there was like a significant other that cared about me enough to, do the things that I can't, that is hard for me to do. Like, 'cause I just had that surgery, and even reaching to turn the light out is, pulling on. So, um, of course I can turn out and get the light, but like carrying groceries up 3 flights of stairs and taking my garbage out, stuff like that, taking the dog out. I mean, of course, that would all be nice to have that support and stuff. Because I've worked in doctor's offices before, and I've seen, like an elderly couple come in, say, and the person who's their significant other will know everything that's going, they'll have their own little notebook about this person they care about. And they'll have their own questions too that they want to ask the doctor. And you see that, and that's really nice to have somebody care about you that much. You know what I'm saying, Mark?
I see what you're saying. And is it the same thing as the grass is greener on the other side?
Um, I mean, I'm not jealous of anybody per se, or kicking my own life. I'm not doing that, but I see how during a time where it's of illness or something, or it is nice to have somebody else. And also for me, I've never been married. I don't know if you've ever been married, but I've never been married. So I think to myself, like, what if, like, say I live to 90, and I'm dying, and I think, oh, it would have been nice to have had that feeling that somebody wanted to spend that time with me and be, Destruction Cruises. Yes, was married for 10 years, now divorced, no kids. We were lucky there was no kids then, right? I mean, not lucky so much, because some people wouldn't think lucky, but I guess when it comes to like money wise, when people split up, that's a good thing, right?
Some
Were you
people
ever
don't.
married, work?
No. Some people don't even care about the fact of the money, child support.
Yeah, they
They
love the kids. Yeah,
they love having kids and they want to reproduce and
right.
that.
That's why I kind of tried to retract the lucky, but you know what I mean. Like, you never know. People, I've seen people like their child support is like 300, 350 a week. It's like, how do you expect somebody to live on, if they were taking home 500, because they're figuring this shit out before taxes and all that. Sometimes it's just not. you know, Destruction cruises, I prefer friends with benefits. But if one of them made you, this is too what I find about relationships, is sometimes they can make you feel young again. You ever notice that?
Yeah. It there's nothing wrong. I find that maybe it's me that physically and mentally I'm a lonely person. And I find that there's other people in the same case that I'm in. Some of them have it a little bit worse than I do, and some of them don't have it so bad.
Right.
I can deal with my situation, and I
I can too, but I'm not gonna lie to you that I don't know if guys are the same way, but for girls, you kind of think about what you would want your wedding song to be and what you would want this to be and that to be, and how you would want these things. And yes, as I've gotten older, it's even like, you know, difficult to even want to even have somebody in my house because I'm like, ugh, this is where I live. This is my place. And but I'm not on this in the same sense. I do sometimes think that I would get to that certain age and be like, ugh, dang, I never got that.
See, that's how do you feel about giving up? Like if a guy were to come in there to your space and he spend the night and maybe he's got work boots or he's got something where he brings it into your house and you're like, yeah,
I
this is
wouldn't
my
if I
house.
cared really about him, then I wouldn't even think about that. But if it was somebody who I was just settling for because I was that type of person who felt like I needed to be with somebody, which I'm not, then it would probably be something that would annoy me. But because I was, so needy, I needed to be with somebody, then, you know. But I myself, I haven't even had anybody come in this apartment. Like, I haven't dated anybody in a long time, especially now.
I don't believe there's nothing wrong with that. When they were saying, hey, that's the number that you have, it just that's not right. But they never said, also the like you're almost like a reborn virgin, which is not true. But it's just wacky numbers, and it goes back to saying like there's games that people play, and that sometimes I'm not willing to play the game anymore. I've done tasted enough pie that where I think to myself, like I just go do my own thing, and for a while it becomes hard because you have feelings, and what happens is that you feel these feelings cutting off, and you almost feel like it's part of something dying. But what it is that your endorphins, when you have sex, your endorphins go sky high, and you're like, wow, I'm alive. When you don't have that person to like grab a hold of, have sex with, and then maybe afterwards have conversations, and maybe it's not, like maybe you're going to fight a little bit here and have your little moments, but that's sometimes when you're single, you miss that part. But other than that, I don't need a woman to pay my bills. I don't need a woman to clean my house. I just need a woman for company. And when I meet the right person, if I ever do, maybe I won't, and maybe it could be me. I have to think about those things too.
Destruction Crew said relationships are so hard to build, especially trust issues. I don't have trust issues. Um, if I, start, dating somebody, unless they have like characteristics that are like dead giveaway, like, if they're hiding their phone, if they're, like if somebody's phone rings in front of you and you're like, oh, I can't answer that. Like, even if it's somebody who's a girl and they're a friend or a guy and they're a friend, you should be able to answer your phone.
With YouTube and social networking, so many people they got somebody on the side. It's an internet boyfriend or girlfriend. And
Do you think that's more the younger generation, or is the guys going for younger girls, or what?
No, I think it's people, and people get bored with each other. And what happens is it's a use me, use you world. and you go on Messenger and you message that person and you start talking and you start, building a little relationship, and then you try to like, this is kind of like what happened is that, they throw subtle hints, and they're looking for something else. It just, the guy who that they married, they became bored with.
And to just like bring up too, like about last night when you were on that piano, right? And they're younger people. Oh no, Baba looks young. She looks young. That's why I always think she's like in her 20s. She looks like that, doesn't she? Look that young?
She looks about 28 years old. She has no wrinkles.
No, she does not. I know she looks in her 20s, and that's
I
why I was
didn't.
thinking just now that they were young, but she's not. She's 45.
I,
I
I
guess.
I didn't think nobody really could care less about who Mr. Rourke is, anything like that. I kind of felt like it was one person doing the questioning, and then what happened was is that somebody else kind of like added in a little bit, and I wasn't I don't think I was avoiding the questions, but what happened was is that I also didn't. I'm not there to like. It's not a show about me, and I'm not there for the people. I mean, I could have been like, I'm out of here, and which I didn't. But it wasn't like. I don't think it was really fun. I don't know if.
I think when like she kept not Bobbles. I'm talking about the person who was asking you questions was pressing you for answers about what's your type and this and that and this and that. Now, I'm not saying it, but you had said, like, well, I would say survive, but I think that's just because of characteristics. I don't think that, like you were saying.
Why
But
would you ask the question? Why would somebody ask the question of the people on the panel? Who would you sleep with? There's a straight guy, there's a gay guy, there's a married woman, and a straight woman who's single. I basically had no choice to say it was if I was going to sleep with anyone, her. I mean, but realistically, she didn't want to hear what I had to say, and
exactly.
what I had to say was, I don't really mind that you're questioning me, or you're younger than me, and what I'm doing is I'm not interested in you, and what it is that your questions could either fly over my head. I can answer some of them. We can have fun with some of them. Or if they become too personal, I'm not going to answer them. What she was trying to get at was like really personal things that I just didn't understand. Like, why are you so interested in this? And the only thing
it's more like maybe wanting you to name like a younger person or younger people or whatever, like, but what really got to me was that when she said, how do you or just she asked about if me and you have like an actual thing or relationship or whatever, and Baba said, oh well, they live far away, but Survivor Girl has cancer though. So, and then the other girl said, "Oh, so okay, well then let's just take her out of the equation."
Mm-hmm.
That really bothered me, Not bothered me enough to be angry or anything like that, but it bothered me because, like, what do you mean by that? Almost like as much as the whole if somebody puts and then she's got a terminal disease or something, it's like yeah.
I thought that somebody had cheated on her, and what happened was that she was scorned, and she's going to interrogate every guy that she may choose to be with, And just my opinion, I don't know any guy that's going to put up with that shit. And if she got
She might
cheated
not
on,
act like that when she's, actually like dating. So she might just be doing that because, you're on the live stream and, as a
um,
buster, an ass buster or whatever. But, you know, and then there was like another kind of we'll send him a naked picture of you and see if he wants you then.
I remember that comment too.
Yeah. And I was like, wow. Well, quite frankly and quite honestly, um, I plan on like beating what I'm going through. And I've always been very uh, trim and I look good
what
naked,
they
right? Like, so I don't look bad naked. I don't look
what
bad in the bathing suit, even at my age. Maybe after this, who knows what's going to happen, right?
But they didn't know. They didn't know that. They didn't know nothing about you and I. We could have been talking on the down low, and they don't even know if I've ever been to Massachusetts. They don't know if I haven't met you yet. And so what I was getting at was, uh, they were trying to single me out and break me down, but I just don't know why. I mean, because the fact that I had sex with women. Like I said, I had a lot of love to spread. I mean,
Well, that could be intriguing too.
and have you? I heard Rochelle Reed say, "If a girl doesn't open up the front door, a guy's not getting in."
Right.
And
That's what I think too about I think that I don't think that in real life she's like that. I think that it's just because first of all, you were the only, other single person on the panel. So, you know, and so we all pretty much know about JC because he's always on the panel. So I think it being your first time up there, that she was kind of just busting your ass. But I myself, I felt my, hey, Spice Face Man, how are you? I felt a little like the same way I feel when I see people put terminal in front of cancer. When, that came out, like, well, but she does have kids, like, oh, take her out of the equation. Then I kind of felt, wait a minute, that's like saying, even if we did have, or even if you and I were talking that way or whatever, that, you know, we have no future, you know?
which they wouldn't know. I mean, when they were saying, "What's your body type?" and blah 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 blah, what I was, I I really was thinking, just because I haven't said um, a little bit thicker of a woman and been like, that's my body type. What you have, and I think
A thicker woman?
um with I'm referring to them, and what they knew the supermodels were skinny. They know you're skinny, and so they were giving me shit. I'm even
That
gonna.
was just to be funny, though, too. I do think that was just to be funny.
I would say, be careful not to become a mean chick. And what I'm gonna say is that I've seen 3 guys get interrogated, and I've seen what happened is that when it came to other people, you started fighting. So
Me?
no, not you.
Oh.
Think about what I just said right there. Be careful not to become a mean chick. I've seen 3 guys get interrogated. And then what happened was there's a big fight. And then once that big fight happened, a lot of people deserted ship. And what people, I don't think want to be around mean people. I kind of felt when they were doing the questioning people weren't really into it. They weren't into like, yeah, interrogate them, get the names and numbers, and let's hang this guy. That's
Oh,
but
I did hear about the gyro thing, and I wasn't there for that. The secular one I thought was kind of funny, but I don't think that she was on that. I don't think Bobby was on.
Secular, he shut down too. He didn't want to talk. I mean, he did a little bit, and the guy Gyro, he was a submissive where he would take the abuse, and he was like, I'm not going nowhere, blah blah. I would have been like, I'm out of here, man. I've got a girlfriend, blah 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 things, and then. But what I will say is, I didn't see him come back.
Oh, he hasn't come back. Well,
I didn't see him come back.
But see, I didn't
And
watch that one, but I will tell you that I heard about it. People said that that was like the harshest one that they've seen.
so what I think is sometimes you don't realize how you're
What
coming
you're
across.
doing.
Yeah, when your energy, and instead of pulling me in, you're pushing me away. And that's what she was doing. And I tried to tell her that when she was doing the questions. I was like, we can kick it, or you can go ahead and keep on asking me questions, and you're not going to get really much out of me. I'm not sitting here talking to you, want to talk to you. And the questions you're asking me is, if I was attracted to you, I would put up with it. But since I don't know you, I don't know how old you are or anything. Matter of fact, I don't even know what you look like. I just because you got an avatar there doesn't mean that that's you. And so for me, it just didn't. It just didn't work for me.
No, I didn't see the gyro one, but he was just submissive. Yeah.
He was there probably for about 4 hours, where she was just laying into him.
Yeah.
So what's it with American women? You can't make it with American women, blah blah blah. And, American women, I hate to tell her, are from other places in the world, and they came here, and that the only thing that's about here is that they're used to here. Maybe that they're a little bit spoiled, and where other women have to maybe come here and maybe work a little bit hard. Maybe they don't. Maybe they have it easy when they come here. But I was like, I don't know. It was she's definitely. I've met that personality before, and for me, that's not the personality, the energy that I want to keep around me in my circle. When if I was on a Baba's chat and I see her, hi, I'll say hi and be respectful. But honestly, that's not the type of energy I hang out with.
Gyro for a little while, and I will tell you that I don't know where he's living now, if he's got his own place or what's going on now, but for a little while there, he was, he's had a lot of girlfriends, like, not as a player, but one of the things I noticed as a woman that's independent, where a lot of guys, they complain about the same thing as, women do actually, is when you get somebody who is independent. Stop it, Lulu. Who is independent as well, or you get somebody who's not independent and they want you to, they want to move right in. They want to, not work, or they don't have a car, and you know what I'm saying? So, okay, could you two cats just please stop? Even Roscoe is getting annoyed at the cats right now. But I find, so like with Gyro, I don't know if he's just a person who wants to be with somebody, and some people, they do want to be with people. And so he's like trying a different route, or he might be a hopeless romantic talking to this girl long distance and hoping for the best, you
He
know?
sounded he sounded like he had a plan. From what I gathered, he said he worked at Waste Management. He was a garbage guy, and he was saving his money. His money was in the bank, and when he was done and he was going to retire, he was going to move to the Philippines. His girlfriend had a restaurant, and he was going to go ahead and move there, and then draw his money as out of the bank, and it would be worth about 3 times as much as it would be here in America.
And that is true. Like I said, I actually saw a guy from England, and he moved and he did marry a Filipino girl, and they seemed to really like each other and stuff. And the only problem he had was that, uh, the food, and probably wasn't quite like what he thought it was going to be. It seemed like, I remember one time they were doing a live stream, and hi, Steve Smith, and they were doing a live stream, and he was, first of all, he had gotten bit by something, and so he wasn't liking that. And then there was like, she must have had a shitload of dogs or something, because he started, like there was a lot of dogs. And then he said, oh, he yells out to her, he goes, those worms are back. And there was like a shitload of worms that were crawling on the carpet, like coming from the outside into the house. Oh my God, you freaking animals are getting on my nerves. And stop, both of you, stop, see, Lulu, even Tucker is slapping you because he's sick of it too.
They're nocturnal.
But I know they sit there and they sleep the whole time, man. He Destruction Crew, so it sounds kind of like 90 Day Fiance. Well, that's what I'm wondering. But he moved there, so it wasn't like about her getting a green card or anything. And he seemed like he really did like her. This guy from England that moved over there. I don't really know what's going on with them now. I should check back and see if they're still together and shit, Who knows? I mean, somebody could move over there and get mugged and all their money out of their bank taken, right?
Isn't that kind of screwed up? As here we're a species, we're all scattered around the planet, and then when it comes to choose a mate, you can't find one. You have to go across the world to the Philippines to I don't know. That's sad. It's sad that people have such a hard time with compatibility.
I think that it's just that, I mean, he doesn't know. He might get there and she might be like, hate sex or not find him attractive. Anything at all could happen.
Did you read?
Go ahead.
Did you read the comment I wrote about having 9 girlfriends?
He had 9 girlfriends?
No. What happened was I was talking to a guy and I said, I have 1 girlfriend, and I said, I have such a hard time on making it work. And what it is that I have a very open personality. I can talk. I can conversate. My issue was with her. She was shy. And we were totally the opposite in that aspect, where it was hard for me to open her up where she felt comfortable, and I would get to know who she was as a person. So I was telling him about it, and he goes, you have 1 girlfriend. He goes, you should have 9 girlfriends. And I was like, man, that's crazy. That's just more problems, more women, more problems. He goes, when you're going down the road and you're in your car, how many tires do you have? I said, I got 4 tires. He goes, no, you got 5 tires. He goes, what happens is if you ever needed that spare tire, it's there. And that's why you should have 9 girlfriends. Now,
I don't
9
know. Just like
girlfriends,
Nitty said, more girls than one is just more stuff in your mind and in your head and taking away time from things.
it can be. But if you're a player and you don't let it get to you, and you control if you tell the women, hey,
Well, then
look,
you're still not gonna find your one because you've got 9.
well, maybe the 9 works. Maybe you're not going to, maybe the 1 doesn't work, and you're just a type of person with the energy that 9 works for you.
So you're saying that you agree with having 9 girlfriends?
I didn't agree with it at first, but take for instance here on YouTube, how many men approach you and show you attention and affection? Human beings are looking for attention and affection, and what happens is that you can go ahead and say that you get attention and affection from all these guys, and it's different. And what happens is you don't have one in particular
No, but
boyfriend.
you gotta realize. Okay, so when you're giving your example, right? Your
Mhm.
example. I mean, are you talking about based on me, or based on somebody who wants a lot of attention from guys and doesn't mind? You know, because if I don't feel this, if somebody says they keep flirting with me, and I know in my head that's never gonna happen. You know what I mean? Then you either gonna know that they're, or I could be the type of person who just keeps leading it on because I need attention or because I need this and need that. I don't think YouTube gives me affection.
I
You
think a
know?
person can tell that, and what happens is that say okay, a woman's going to ask you questions of interest, and if a woman isn't asking you questions of interest, she's probably not interested in you.
I would hope a man would ask that too. Questions of interest. Spaceman says because if they find out, you are screwed and you will never be trusted again. And Destruction Crew says, I have a friend that has paid thousands of dollars to a dating service in the Ukraine. He has unlimited pics of the girls he wants to date. To me, it's insane. Unlimited pics, but does he have to like fly them over? You know?
Does Secular know about this service?
I know, right? And I'm telling you what, some of those girls, I'm just saying, like, to me, I think that people know, like, say, okay, for instance, take me and you, Mr. Rourke, okay?
Yeah.
Based on our personalities, like online and everything, I think, as people, if we met in person, we would get along, as people. Like, I don't know what you look like, and, I don't even know what I'm going to look like. Like what color my hair is going to grow in, and
Did you
stuff
not
like
check the text messages?
that. I didn't.
So you don't
I didn't
care.
even know I was getting text messages from you. Let me look.
I told you during the live that I would send you a picture after the live of me.
Do you know that my memory is not good?
I've heard you say that.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm looking. Hold on. So that's really you.
Hey, so
Is this
remember
new or old? New or old?
that's when I was probably 27.
Why would you
I'm
send
down.
me a picture of 27? Why not now?
Um, why not when I was 27? I think I was partying in a Royal Oak there in
Well,
that
because
picture.
you sending me a picture from 30 years ago is not sending me a picture of you.
All my body shots are pretty recent.
Oh my God.
What?
What I'm saying is this, is that to me that
To you what? You must have hit the mute button because I can't hear you now.
can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So
I
30
didn't
years
mean to
ago,
forget.
I sent you a picture from 30 years ago. What if I sent you like a picture when I was a little kid? Would you probably be like, that wasn't you, that was some other kid.
No, that's not correct. What I'm saying is basically that'd be like me sending you a picture from when I was 22, right? And you saying, okay, so what am I just supposed to imagine you what you look like now? Or are you hinting around to that? Like I feel like that, see me, and this is not, don't you think this is like ego or anything, okay? But for me, it pissed me off about like going through, and I'm sure my eyebrows is gonna grow back and my eyelashes and stuff, they'll
Hmm.
grow back. Um, but it pissed me off because I took care of myself, like, throughout life, so that I don't think I looked 53,
No,
you know?
I don't. I think you look good, and you don't look 53.
And I'm not like, and I wasn't like insecure about myself and stuff. So like if I was somebody I was dating them and I wanted to send like a shot of boobs or something, I would have, you know, all of that to me right now is like freaking like what the fuck, you know? I gotta be like even concerned about what my hair is gonna grow back like. I had nice hair. And so it pisses me off. That's like a subject of contention for me. It pisses me off that I'm curious of what am I going to look like when I'm back to normal? Because I feel like I'm going to get back to normal, but what am I going to look like? Are things going to be changed? Hear my stomach. But I certainly wouldn't have if everything was still the same as it was and shit like that. And you asked me for a picture, or I said, "Oh, I'm going to send you a picture." I wouldn't send you one from when I was 22 because then I think that you would take that as, so what does that mean? What do you look like now? What's going on?
Oh, I've already seen what you look. I mean, look like.
Me, I know. I'm talking about you now.
Oh, you're talking about me?
Yeah, because if you're gonna send a picture when you're 20, you must feel like something's changed and that you're into something that's making you feel like you don't look that the same anymore. Of course, nobody looks the same as when they're younger, but people can be similar. And I'm not. You're the one who sent the picture. I didn't even ask you for the picture. So
Well,
I'm not, and the only reason why I say that's not you, is because you were such a joker in the beginning, and when you were changing that avatar that night, I thought you were just like kidding around with people and stuff. So that's the only reason why I say that. Kai Bear says my late husband was from the Ukraine and was always going on about how beautiful the girls are. And Destruction Crew says he communicates through WhatsApp right now. So far, the only thing he has done has sent roses through the dating service to one girl in particular. To visit, he would take on all costs. Yeah, he would have to, right? He's talking about the Ukraine girls. And
the dating
now, Kai
service.
Bear, how did you meet your husband from the Ukraine? I'm just curious. And that's pretty sad. See, there's somebody there who had a husband and then, they passed away. So love is always kind of gonna hurt, whether or not you stay with them till the day you both die, or one of you dies and they're, you know, going to eat at the same restaurant you both used to go to every Sunday morning or something. And now they go on Sunday mornings alone and sit there and stare at the empty booth across from them,
That's a hard example.
It's freaking sad. Any way you look at it, love is going to end at some point, whether, love is going to break your heart, you know? You just got to hope that you get something good that you can reflect back on. And Spaceman says, did you know the whole human race came from a mixture of only 4 DNA strains? Bet they were Jewish. What do you think? You think you're a little Jewish there, Rourke?
Good. I don't know. I'd have to take the test.
See, and Rourke, I bet you're handsome, like as you are, and you probably just don't think that you are for some reason anymore, or something. Or maybe you're way more handsome, and you're like, oh, she's really gonna like me if I send this picture. So, no, Sumerian. Well, yeah, but that's kind of Jewish. Maybe not. Sumerian.
On another day, you're gonna have to school me on the history of the religion.
And my friend sent me like a really interesting link to a video about like spirituality and stuff like that. Because I don't, I'm not any like denominational religion, but I do like have spirituality and shit like that. So I don't know. I wouldn't mind, even if like I ended up meeting somebody now and never getting married, but just like that was the person that talked to and stuff. I don't care what people claim. We are all human. Well, why? What people claim we're not human? Hi Bear says his family moved to Australia. We broke up before he died. He was an alcoholic and drank himself to death. That's really sad. That is really sad. And Spaceman said race only divides us. Well, yeah, obviously, right? They're doing that more and more. So from the Ukraine, but we broke up before he died. He was an alcoholic. That sucks, huh? That sucks seeing somebody who's an alcoholic, too. That really sucks because, but it also sucks dating somebody who's totally straight and won't even have like a drink or anything. Is that how you are?
A little bit.
Are you?
Yeah.
So you don't drink and you don't smoke cigarettes, but you do smoke weed, though, right?
I'll smoke blunts once in a while, and that's what's the tobacco wrapper.
Right, I know what a blunt is. Yeah.
Can you
Why
roll?
do you smoke blunts and not joints?
I smoke both. I smoke joints. I prefer to smoke a joint because you can taste the weed better, but I also like the high of the blunt wrap.
What do you mean? You think you get higher with the blunt wrap?
It has some nicotine in it, and what happens is I smoke an indica weed, which brings you down. The tobacco wrap is when it gives me a more of a speedier high. So when I smoke with a blunt, I get kind of like a mixture of the highs.
I feel like what you said about the first. There was the papers. I can taste the weed better.
I think a
Space
lot of
man says
people
it wastes too much.
I think a lot of people grow shitty weed. They got either mold or it's the nutrients they didn't flush them out, or they couldn't get all the nutrients out of the plant. Uh, if you got blueberry, it should taste like a blueberry. If you got strawberry, it should taste like a strawberry. If you got lemon, it should taste like lemon.
Why
A
do you
lot
want
of
your weed to taste like that?
because that's the like if I'm growing a strand or buying a strand, that's what I'm paying for. So I like to
Do you go to
get
the
my
dispensary?
no. This dispensary's got shitty weed for expensive prices, and most of
Yeah.
their weed they grow hydro weed, and I can't stand hydro.
Why?
You can definitely taste the chemicals in it.
Yeah,
The
that's bad.
medium is water, and you got all the nutrients flowing around. I like soil, potting soil. Potting soil is not dirt, but
Yeah, but what do you think puts the blueberry taste in the weed and shit? I would say that would be chemicals.
that's the breeder when they breed the strand, they know exactly which taste buds they're going for, and when you smoke a like a true blueberry, uh, it's going to taste tardy. It's going to taste like a blueberry, and then it's going to taste a little bit skunky, like a skunky weed taste, and uh, that's how it should be. Most people don't get it like that though. They have the nutrients, and you can taste that stuff in there, and you're like,
Yeah, my guess is how much are you paying for weed? A lot or what?
weed actually has gone so. I mean, it's like, what's the best deal that you're gonna pay? It went from $400 an ounce down to $100 an ounce, and the quality, it might have dropped a little bit, but
Yeah, see,
uh,
I don't know. I'm old school, so my weed dealers are like old school weed dealers. If I was to buy weed from somebody young, they're freaking you know expensive. Now, Destruction Crew says, I love dabs, highly concentrated THC known as shatter wax, etc.
that's what all the kids are
Spaceman,
smoking.
yeah, I never tried that. Spaceman says, water your plants with lukewarm water with raw sugar in it, and your plants will drip with resin. Yeah, about any of
Uh,
that.
uh,
Grow my
some
own.
people some people put molasses in the 6 week of flowering, and they add a little bit of molasses so it will add sugars, and they will help a lot with the flavor. Uh, Everyone does it different, and a lot of people, a lot of guys out there will start adding all kinds of things, and then, like I said, it tastes like your weed will end up tasting like the nutrients that you're putting in it, and not like what it's supposed to taste like.
I don't know. I don't grow my weed, so I guess I don't know that much. But I just buy regular, to me it tastes good, the weed, and I don't pay that much for it, and I don't have any though right now. But I like it with papers, because then I can taste it. So I don't like the blunt shit. That seems like you're using way too much weed, you know? And Spaceman says mangoes work great. Kai Bear says it's hard to get weed in Australia. You have to go to a pain specialist and it's really expensive. Wow, that's crazy.
No shit. I was gonna ask Ace if weed was legal there in Australia. That's
Must just be legal through the dispensaries and stuff, and I guess, right? So crazy that they were able to do that. Fucking, make weed legal after people have spent probably so much time in jail for weed charges, time that they're never going to get back. Just because, the government wanted to make money off weed, basically, right?
Do you feel it's a harmless drug?
I think with all these, shit that they're probably spraying on the weed now, I don't think that's freaking harmless. I think the dispensaries probably are fucking people up with their weed. Look at the vape and the oils that they had before, and then they started coming out saying, "Oh, that gives you cancer. That gives you cancer," and pulling it all off the shelves. You remember that?
Yeah, I was for the tobacco.
No, the oil.
Oh, for the oil and weed.
The oil, like, when you're vaping and the oil, the pot oil, and you would buy the little cartridges.
Everyone does that around here, but I don't do that. I strictly smoke bud.
Yeah, but that oil, that wasn't that bad, like that, if I bought something and I wanted it flavored, then that would be something that I would buy. And I like trying out the different flavors. But here it goes, then they start coming out saying, "Oh, they give you cancer, they give you cancer." I mean, fucking, where do they get off? Like, letting people, sell these things and then start saying, "Oh, they give you cancer." So what? They didn't fucking know that before they had all these people, like, smoking it, and then, "Oh, but this kind is good. You could smoke now. This, what is that? This kind is good, but the other kind, they were false. Like people were selling false shit and putting false shit in it. Yeah,
The
they're
bad
selling
sense.
it over the internet and everything. Everything is all fucking like so covered up and shit. Fucking disgusting. Spaceman says, "I don't get weed that way, K." Kai Bear, K Bear, Kai. And then they should legalize heroin as well. No, only in Adelaide it's legal.
Do you know
Opium is
Sears?
harmless.
Sears and Roebuck used to sell heroin.
Yeah, probably because fucking Bear Company is what patented heroin. Weed or THC is not harmful. The resin that comes from smoking it is
I heard to make the oils and the shatter, they have to use like a lighter fluid or some kind of alcohol to like strip all the trichomes off the buds.
I'm
To
sorry, I
me,
missed you. I was listening to my cat. What did you say?
well, I was saying that the the trichomes from the buds, they something about that. I forgot actually what I was saying.
about that's what's dangerous or something. Oregon has decriminalized all drugs for personal use. Yeah, and that's fucked up. Decriminalizing all drugs for personal use. Because that just means that more people are gonna, like start committing crimes because now they can start, I feel like instead of decriminalizing drugs for personal use, they should have gone and arrested or made these people responsible, the pharmaceutical companies and the doctors that were prescribing all this and prescribing all that, and Bear Company patenting heroin. And that's what we were talking about. You had mentioned Sears and Roebuck, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, and I feel like, um, that's a real issue. If somebody patents a name of something, heroin, right? Then that must mean that they're making money off when everybody says heroin or something is marked and called heroin. Does that mean that Bear Company is making money from that?
Uh, they're not going to tell you they are, but of course they are. They wouldn't be doing it.
Right. If they hold a patent. So, I mean, that right there in itself, if I was somebody with a Spaceman says weed grows brain cells, proven. Restructuring Oregon has decriminalized all drugs for personal use. And Spaceman says no, making them all legal. People come out and move to less harmful drugs, helping them get off heavy drugs. No, making them all legal makes people come out and move to less harmful drugs, helping them get off heavy drugs. Or we could just, you know, stop prescribing the frickin' painkillers so people get addicted to heroin because they pull that off. I mean, fentanyl, that's like a pharmaceutical thing, and now it's like sold on the street. And I just find like that it's pretty disgusting that I don't remember what the fuck I was saying before I started reading the comments.
Something about fentanyl.
Yeah, fentanyl being a pharmaceutical and them all. Oh, and like if I had somebody in my family that was, screwed up on heroin, the first thing I would try to do if I was, a group of people with hair, I would sue the Bear Company.
I think they've been sued already. They might have had to give a settlement out already.
Do we know that?
Not unless you'd have to be prescribed like Oxycontin or something where you had proof that you were prescribed, and then you could go and then probably add to the claim where you get part of the settlement.
Right, like a spirit class action suit. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that Bear Company has been sued because of them holding the patent to heroin, and now there's heroin addicts, and now they want to legalize heroin. Oh, how much money is Bear going to make then? I'm just saying. And you know what? I'm not against. I'm not saying not against, but Ty says if you were prescribed heroin properly by a doctor and they had shooting galleries so people could inject safely. Construction crew says Canada has safe injection sites to go shoot up in a clean environment. And Spaceman says they don't want to make weed legal is because people can grow their own, cutting them out from making money. Right. And I'm not, it's not that I'm judging people who are on, heroin or anything like that. My only, uh, you know, kind of where I'm pissed off about things is that in 84, like I've told this story before, when those mixed prescriptions that my sister was taking, just how was prescribed, when that mixed and that made her heart fail. And then we, of course, we complained about the fact that they had prescribed her something that didn't mix well. And, and their excuse was, well, our computers don't have the ability to know what another doctor has ordered for a patient. So we don't have that capability. Well, first of all, I think the doctor should have had that capability, should be in their medical records, and they should know. If they don't have that capability, then don't be prescribing pills that you can put in the, in the fine print that mixed with this might cause this. But since now they do have the technology, then it's increased even more. What's their excuse now? So, we accepted that as okay, well, that's reasonable. It was 1984. Okay, that's reasonable. That's logical. That could happen. But now what do they want to say to me? Because now I see that no, you guys weren't working towards resolving that issue. They don't give a fuck about that issue. And so my sister died in vain because a bunch of greedy motherfuckers didn't care. And that's where my, irritation with the whole subject comes from, because at the end of the day, when you lose somebody from that shit, there's nobody to, they wash their hands of it, and they don't give a shit. All they care about is money.
Sad. Well, I think I'm gonna get off.
All right, I must have been ragging too much at you, huh?
No,
All right. Go get some sleep. What, do you hate me?
no. I got like 3 hours sleep. I'll probably get another 3 hours. Do it
What are
all
you
over
getting up
again.
so early for?
I got that biological clock ticking. I'm usually up by 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Huh, I didn't know that. All right, I'm gonna stay on for a little bit unless everybody else ends up leaving.
All right. You have a good night, and tell the guests to have a good night as well.
You too. All right,
All right. Bye bye.
bye. See you later. So let me, Purdue Pharmaceutical, the makers of OxyContin, has been sued for millions for misleading the public. It wasn't addictive. And are they still in business though, Destruction Crew? And then Spaceman said heroin destroys lives eventually. Destruction Crew says definitely Spaceman. Ty Bear says it would be better than the suffering you see in Kensington. Spaceman said they prescribe speed to kids with attention deficit disorder, making them drug dependent. That's exactly true. I have that. Go to bed at any time and still wake up at 6:30 a.m. Edgar said, my sister died from an overdose. She was in her car and no one found her for a couple of hours. That's the thing, Kyber, is like my sister, she didn't die from like an overdose. She died like because what they prescribed her didn't mix. And that's why I get so angry. And maybe if I don't know if your sister was what she exactly, was doing that, what she died from, or if she was doing, taking what was prescribed to her and then they cut her off it and then she went on to something else. But she might be alive today if what those doctors had. Oh, well, you're in Australia, but what I'm saying, what those doctors had said to my family was true. That like it really was a matter that their computers weren't okay. I believe, oh, maybe they weren't, but they never cared enough to fix it. It just increased the whole problem, and I think it's all about money. I'm gonna drop the link in case anybody wants to come on. I know my live streams run late, but I actually, well, we all know that I'm out of work right now. And I'll tell you what, that's another thing. I drove by like this bar tonight, and I've driven by other ones, and they're in the same town where I work with, and like my place where I used to work was used to be busy, right, before the COVID thing, and and now there's some bars that are not busy at all. In fact, my bar is one of them, but I'm not working, today I'm selling stuff. I drove by this other bar, and that place was freaking packed. And it sure as shit didn't look like they were um, going by the rules of this whole thing that they make. It seemed like they would really make some bars go through all that, new protocol and everything, but other bars aren't being held to that in the same town. To me, that's like who's had in whose pocket the most. Okay, please, Roscoe, can you just stop? Roscoe, stop! Stop it! Oh, come on, please, stop. Um, Spaceman said, I have many friends die from choking on their own vomit while unconscious from the drugs that they would drink at the same time. Kyber said she was on methadone and her tolerance was down, and we think she had too much. So they probably killed her then, right? The methadone probably killed her. Purdue shut down back in 2020. It was actually $8 billion they were sued for. And I wonder how much each one of I wonder if they even had to pay that out. Like, even though, uh, she had been sober for 2 years, missed her lots. She was 27. Yeah, my sister was 29. Ace's sister passed away as well. How long ago was that, Kai? If you don't mind me asking. She had been sober for 2 years. So, when you say she was on methadone, was she on methadone voluntarily, or was that something that they put her on to control an addiction to something else, like a Vladimir Putin? The majority of that settlement cash would go to attorneys and legal fees. That's true, Vlad. That is absolutely true. Methadone is bad news. That is what my friends were on when they die. All bad news, and they get so much money for it. They get people hooked on shit, then they put them on methadone, then they put them on Seroquel, and they're just making money, and then the attorneys make money. Methadone is bad news. Okay, methadone gets into the bone. Horrible. I'll even look at when they go to rehab, right? I mean, when people go to rehab, it's like that costs so much money. And I've seen people who are, really have, and it just seems like this whole um, opioid crisis has generated so much money for some of the most evil, evil people. They shoot it up and makes them spew straight away. See, nobody in my family has ever been on heroin, and so that's a good thing. We're lucky for that. I'm on Suboxone from being on fentanyl for over 20 years. The fentanyl was prescribed to me. Oh, doesn't that make me so fucking angry? I mean, like, some fucking people that were making money fucked your life up, or maybe they didn't, or whatever, and it did, and then now they're still making money off you. Big Pharma allow amounts of their products to leak onto the streets to create a secondary market, supply and demand. All money is good and fair game to them. Yep. 30 years ago now, she was using heroin, then methadone, but died from a shot of heroin. Suboxone or Subutex is a miracle. I don't know about that. I think people get addicted to that too, right? I know 70-year-olds that still use opium and claim it's harmless to the body. Sorry, she's using heroin and methadone with diet. So, like, do you think she had developed a tolerance, or did she know? Did you talk to her at all before? And my sister died in 1984, and I still miss her to this day too. And I don't know, like, destruction. Do you think that Suboxone is a miracle? And opium, I've never tried. I don't know what opium is like. I mean, I've heard of it. I just wouldn't know what it was or anything. When I lived in England for that while, a lot of people were doing something called chasing the dragon, and that was on heroin. You know how drugs get you off? It's all about the size of the atoms and the location it makes into the brain, reducing the blood flow. I know that. I mean, doesn't it have something to do with the dopamine or something like that, and uh, or the endorphins? And it takes a while for that to start producing, the endorphins that make you happy and high on life and shit. Vladimir Putin, I've done much research in this field, not Vlad joking about it. But yes, very complicated when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs. Kyber, I am on methadone as well from doctors prescribing fentanyl for my fibromyalgia. The methadone is excellent for pain. I was living in a different state, unfortunately, and only saw her on life support. That's tough. Opium is a hallucinogenic, lots of fun. I take it for pain, but I went through massive withdrawals before I was put on Suboxone, and I do think it's a miracle drug. So, do you think that it creates an addiction, or people do it so that they don't have their addiction anymore? But in turn, does it create an addiction? And that's, yes, Vaughn, your messages are showing. See, I read yours. You said, I have done much research in this field, not Vlad joking about it. But yes, very complicated when it comes to pharmaceutical drugs. Isn't that like something like we're all sitting here and we're telling our stories, and um how everybody has a story in life, and we've all got some shit going on. It seems that a lot of it though is caused by these freaking companies. I don't get high from my methadone. But I was wondering about the Suboxone, like, because I heard people get high from methadone, but that's so. See, and with me, I've never had fibromyalgia, so I When no, I think you should look up Morgellons disease though, because I saw that, there was how for a long time they were doubting about fibromyalgia and saying that it didn't exist. But now there's something called Morgellons disease, and like these little small, like viral looking things called spirochetes. Vladimir says, as you shouldn't get high from it. If you are being dosed too much. And that's the thing. I don't really understand all of that. The only thing that I do understand is that all of this comes from pharmaceutical companies and doctors that are prescribing things. And I think it's so shitty. Opium is natural, resin from poppy. Methadone and Suboxone are all about breaking the routine, which it does become a routine though. Also, the methadone and the Suboxone. Restriction crew, it's a double-edged sword. My brain is wired for opiates. Suboxone has an opiate in it with a blocker. So if you try to get high, you won't feel anything. Only get high from it when they shoot it up. It's all about their half-lives when it comes to treatment and level dosing. What does that mean? All about their half-lives? I don't get that. Shoot up methadone? So how do you take methadone? I've never even seen methadone. Okay, so I don't even know what naxionone is. But all of these words I'm seeing all look like they're prescriptions and from pharmaceutical companies and doctors. And so at the end of the day, they're all that shit that they made legal that is addictive. And so that they could get everybody hooked on shit and they could make money. And now with the heroin and people like making the complaints saying, oh, blah, blah, blah about the opiates. So now they're saying, oh, well, then let's just decriminalize the heroin so that we can, make money there too. I just don't think, they should have been looking at drug dealers and saying, oh, you're breaking the law for selling drugs when, here was fentanyl freaking prescribed to people from pharmaceutical companies. And now people are, really fucked up. Like, and I've seen that the Kensington show, Morals Over Money, and how it's like an open air heroin market, right, or something. Comes in liquid mixed with orange juice, so they can't shoot it up. But the pills they crush and mix with water and shoot it up. I get 2 weeks worth of little bottles and just drink one a day, and then go back and pick up the next 2 weeks. So you're taking it like how you're supposed to. They give you 2 weeks take home. That is good. It means you're sticking with their program. Congrats. Vaccine comes in strips or pill form that is dissolved under the tongue. And yet I don't understand how the people on that Kensington Morals Over Money, how, There, the fentanyl, and there's people who I've heard are hooked on methadone and shooting it up and stuff. And how does something that's supposed to be like a controlled substance get out there in such an abundance? And it's like, like Vlad said, they let some slip through the cracks so they can, have it be sold on the streets and shit. And where was it? Where you put that? Let me see if I can get it. Big Pharma allows amounts of their products to leak onto the streets to create a secondary market. Supply and demand. All money is good and fair game to them. Yeah, yeah, and that totally makes sense. Not including Naxaline, naloxone, whatever that. I don't know what that means. I don't think it's from China. I think it's just like what Vlad said about Big Pharma letting some leak onto the street to create a secondary market, just to make sure those people stay addicted. I mean, I don't know who's ever seen that. Well, Kai says she has, but if anybody else has watched that Morals Over Money, um, that's pretty amazing and shocking that those people, I mean, I don't even understand what that means. Like an open air heroin, whatever they call it, or what does that mean? I don't get it. Like, does that mean that they're just, there is money in addiction, not only the product itself, but the whole, oh, absolutely, Vlad. That's what I'm saying. Like, and then they go to rehab and it costs like $5,000 a day. And, but these rehabs aren't even really doing a good job. I mean, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. They're just shooting them up with stuff too and giving them pills and this and that. And Kensington is getting worse. Is it really? Rehabs are popping up faster than Starbucks. Hey, Spaceman, how you doing? Can you hear me? Hello? Huh. I didn't know rehabs are popping up faster than Starbucks. You should be okay. I mean, that must be his microphone that's not working or something. Vlad, have you ever been to that Morals Over Money? Oh, your mic isn't working? But I don't, let me look. I'll see it. Yeah, you should be okay. Everything is like, it's on here. I don't, you're not muted or anything. Oh, okay. Well, the rehab's popping up as I do think it's a good idea to have more rehabs because I do see a lot of times where, hi Rachel, where people will be trying to get a bed in a rehab and they can't, there's no bed. We do need more rehabs, but they definitely need to get a handle on these prescribed things. And I want somebody to like explain to me what does that even mean about that open air thing and on the Morals with Money. They did pretty good, it seems, those two for cleaning up and stuff. I don't know what his name is. I forgot his name. The guy from Moss over money. I forgot his name. 30,000 a month and don't do shit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because all they do in there is like give them more drugs that they get for, they don't do nothing. I mean, they just. And now with how everything is with this quarantine, I mean, my God, like they're taking away anything that we wanted to do to enjoy anything anyway. But I couldn't believe it when I drove by that bar tonight. That is in the same town as my bar is, and it was packed. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Shooting up in plain sight instead of indoors. And on something that initially should be prescribed. How the hell are they getting it and making fentanyl that's like killing people and stuff, and they're shooting it up? And see, I've never shot up. I've never even tried heroin.
Oh,
I
I
big
think I
fan.
fixed it. Yeah,
Hi.
it's just picking
Rachel
the.
says, "Oh, in Kensington they always did, and it's right there at the park where children play. And then in California, they totally put a metal fence around a park with squatters to keep them out."
Hmm. I watched a documentary a while ago about somewhere in Europe, where they had all these drug lords and stuff that basically ruled the city, and they even like bopped off politicians and police officers and all sorts of things, like that the gangs and that were selling the drugs. Yeah, anyone, it was sort of like everyone was just too scared to try and bring in any laws that were going to deal with the drug problem. So it was one day that one of the politicians thought, no, I won't fight it. I'll legalise it. And that's what he ended up doing, legalising all drugs. So people ended up being able to buy it cheaper than what they could buy it from the drug lords. So
Right?
so so it sort of cut out their market straight away. And that's where I got the information about what ended up happening was all these people like because you'd be surprised how many people use heroin in really high places, like politicians and all sorts of people, have got heroin problems, and um, they all were able, because it was legalized, they didn't feel ashamed anymore, and they were able to come out and admit that they had a drug problem with heroin, and were able to now smoke weed freely, which helped them get off the heroin. So it ended up working out to be a better option, and it totally wiped out the drug cartels at the same
Really?
time.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
And
because they
that was the
couldn't.
decriminalization of the heroin. Well, so maybe that would be a good idea. Rachel says, I mean, people just laugh at the people that are leaning almost to the point where they're falling over because they're in such a drug-induced state that they don't know what they're doing standing up. Yeah, I know.
It's
I've seen that on the Kensington. Destruction Crew says, I'm interested in opium as Spaceman was talking about it. So I think you'd like to hear more
yeah.
about that.
Well, they used to have Thai Buddhist sticks when I first started smoking, and they were. I mean, the weed itself just looked like crappy old bushweed with a heap of seed in it and stuff like that. A dark purple in colour, green underneath, so it was an actual proper purple head strain. But anyway, it used to make you hallucinate and see have all sorts of wonderful, colourful dreams, and um, it was because they used to grow the weed around the bottom of the hills that they grew the opium on top of. So all the pollen, when they flowered and all the pollen came out of it, it blew over all the weed, and of course you had the opium on the weed then, and yeah, it was a blast. Yeah, the things you used to see.
Opium, isn't that like, comes more like from Indians, like it's an older kind of thing, right?
It's a poppy plant. They're a very ugly looking plant. They're like a little bushy sort of thing at the bottom, and they grow this long stalk with a bulbish looking flower on it, and the flower's all on flat on top. Yeah, it's like a flat top on it, and it's just all flower petals, but they're only like really tiny. And they once they sort of start to open up a bit, they slice the side of it, and the resin pours out and crystallizes on the outside, and they just come along and scrape it off. So poppy seeds, and they used to be able to get them in even in bird seed, but any poppies will give you opium. It's just different coloured poppies give you better strains, just like weed. So yeah,
Destruction Crew said, is that the same thing as Thai stick?
yeah, Thai Buddha, yeah.
And Rachel said, in Georgia just today, a woman was tracked by her cell phone signal, and she was found murdered at the house of the guy that she just met and she was infatuated with and spent a couple of days there.
Yeah,
Is
see,
that
that's the problem with phones. People can upload applications on there that allow them to track you. They even have them there so you can put them on your kids' phones and track their movements. So yeah, people get hold of those apps, unfortunately, and slip them on your phone secretly, and they make out like they want to watch a video or something like that, but they're not watching the video. They're downloading an app quickly and installing it on your phone without you knowing, and then delete the icon, and they can set it up, any way they want. They know they have the contact to it, and then they can just watch everything you do, text messages, everything.
on the phones?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But also they can track you on your phone, the police, through your battery. The battery, you got all these wireless phone chargers now where you can just put your phone on top. That's because your battery's got a coil aerial on it, attached to the actual battery. So even if you disconnect the battery out of your phone, they can still track you by the battery.
Oh, the battery. I can't even take the battery out of my phone.
No, that's why they stopped that though, because people used to take batteries out of their phone to disable it so they couldn't be tracked when they were going off doing their deals or whatever. So they made it so you couldn't take them out. But the wireless charger that's built into them now is also a tracking thing. A guy actually ripped his phone apart and pulled the battery off to get away from the police because he'd filmed them doing something corrupt, and tried to get away from them. And he ripped his phone apart, and they still tracked him. And he found out it was through the battery. And so when he got home, he ripped the sticker off and sure enough, there's this aerial that's hardwired to the battery itself. So they just tune in on that.
Destruction. So somebody said, okay, so I'm just reading the things in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah,
So
I'm reading
then,
them.
Rachel said, so somebody that she met had a hot and heavy relationship with, then figured out she didn't want to stay with him. He murdered her, and the officials could track her body through her family. Destruction Crew said, I don't like that phone tracking technology. Destruction Crew,
No,
we
I'm
are all being
buying
tracked on a daily basis.
my next phone. I'm buying is a Linux phone, and you can buy these phones that have got you can turn everything off by a switch, so you can actually physically disable all the things, the GPS, the battery, yeah, all the signal coming to the phone. You can actually switch it off physically with a button. Oh, several. It's got several buttons, one for each thing. But yeah, it's made so that you can disable it, so they cannot track you.
I agree with
Um,
Kai. She says just throw the whole phone away. I agree with
yeah.
that. If I ever
Oh,
was
I
like
love
that
that.
worried about like, something that I was like, okay, they are gonna try to ping my phone off, whatever.
I don't take
I
my
don't even know if
phone.
I'd just throw it away. I think I'd smash the shit out of it, you know?
I need mine for work purposes, so people can
Yeah, but I mean,
contact
like,
me.
if for some reason you didn't want, but
Well,
the thing is this, I feel like that,
I don't
even if
answer it.
you did that, they could easily just say, your phone pinged off this thing, and you're
Oh
going, yeah, but
yeah.
I wasn't even near there. And they're
Ever
going, well,
since the
the cell phone company says you pinged off the
yeah,
tower. And they could
Remember,
easily just have the paper printed up, and the cell phone company isn't going to disagree with them. They're going
you
to give them what
remember,
they fucking want.
Tracy, remember what I was telling you about that Dr. Deagle when I was saying about when I got hit by that sound weapon? Remember, I was saying to you how he was in charge of those 20 programmers, and he was saying that ever since the invention of the camera in the phone, they have been recording everything. Every single, even when your phone's switched off, your camera's still recording and uploading to the internet. And it goes to this company that's got this holographic 3D in world, and it just updates it all the time, so they can go back in time and say, no, you were there. Yeah, your phone was there, and it went from there to here. And they're using the imagery to create three-dimensional holographic images on that 3D world. So they have your dog, your letterbox, you name it, wherever you walk or anyone else walks, they capture that
Right.
same thing from a different angle, and eventually the AI puts it all together and makes a 3D model of
Well, look
it.
at like when they did the Boston Marathon thing, right?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
kid, we don't even know like what's going on with him in jail, like what happened to him. And
Hmm.
as far as I'm concerned, first of all, a lot of people carry backpacks, you know,
Yeah, but
and
there was things like the bench seats. They showed the explosion. The bench seats were all intact, and then later on, when they were showing all the people getting rescued and all that, the bench seats were all demolished after the explosion.
right. Well, look at the person who,
What
appeared in the
happened?
photograph uh, crossing the finish line when the explosion happened. Joe Birdie. If you type in his name, Joe Birdie, it will,
Yeah,
they call him, they'll say the most luckiest man alive, right?
yeah, yeah,
Because also when that West Texas explosion, like the next day or 2 days later, remember
yeah,
that? The West Texas fertilizer plant?
yeah, yeah. That was
That
big, eh?
Yeah. And you know what? Those pictures of that explosion that the Associated Press used were taken by Joe Birdie, the same guy who crossed the finish line 2 days
Yeah. Well, there you
before.
go.
Yeah. Now,
And
if you're scared of, if something just happened like that and you were so thankful that survived an explosion, you certainly aren't going to get close enough to another explosion 2 days later
there
to,
was.
yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of what they call it. Well, the government's even admitted that they do these crisis acting propaganda videos and that to promote the agenda they want. And they got caught out with a lot of those things that you're talking about. Because people asked them the questions. The video footage, like I was saying, was showing the chairs busted up after the explosion was finished and gone. Everyone was laying around on the ground. And how
Yeah,
does a
but if that was
guy
you or me and we were in the same, and we were at two murder scenes or we were at two
Yeah,
robbery scenes,
you'd be a
they
suspect.
would be yeah, we'd be the first suspect.
Yeah, and that also in that Boston bombing, where they wheeled that guy away, it's apparently had his leg blown off, at the knee, and they're wheeling him out in a wheelchair with bandages wrapped around the end of his leg and all this bullshit, and I mean, really, is that how you would treat someone that had their leg blown off? Yeah,
And
you'd
they had
you'd take them
that
out in a stretcher.
yeah, and the first person who they accused of doing it, the first kid that they accused of doing it, he had been
Those
reported
boys.
missing from his family had reported him missing 2 weeks before. So when they saw the picture of him, even though they were saying, "Oh shit," but they were happy because now their
They,
missing, son was at least appearing somewhere.
yeah.
So when the New York or wherever it had appeared, whatever paper that had appeared in, and they
But
figured
even
out that had happened, um, they said, "Oh, we're sorry, that's the wrong person," and they changed it. And that kid showed up dead in Rhode
oh,
Island.
that's right. Yeah, he did, didn't he?
Yeah, and the water
And
drowned
then
it.
his
Yeah,
brother also, didn't his other mate also get injured as well? but he didn't die.
Well, I mean, I
They were
don't know
both,
about that, but the other guy, their friends, the ones that they accused
yeah.
of doing it, right? Those two brothers, all their friends are dead.
But
All
even
their friends.
yeah, and but even if they are involved in the situation, a lot of the time you find out that they were being questioned by the FBI a week earlier because they had some schizophrenic event where they threatened somebody or some crap, you know. So they took him into the FBI for investigation, you know, and all this sort of thing. And next minute they're involved in some shit like this. Yeah.
I just feel like, it's to me, when somebody is crossing a finish line and survives an explosion 2 days later, they aren't so close enough to another explosion that the Associated Press uses their pictures because they're that good of another explosion, one that like leveled that whole town. And anybody else wouldn't be called the luckiest man alive. They'd be called a suspect.
Yeah. Well, that
Yeah.
even that school shooting, you know, like I was telling you, that boy they were blaming for it had walked out with some other girl, and she said he was with me when we came out, and someone was telling them they were blaming him for it, and then next minute more gunfire was going off, and they ran for it, you know, out of the school. They were already out of the school on the steps when they found that out, but she was with him when more gunfire was happening. So there was more than one shooter if he was involved. And later on, a teacher came out who was being interviewed, and the only interviews you saw of this were of the people at the scene, the kids that had their phones and filmed it. And what's odd also is that every time these events happen, there's always the federal police or something around the corner doing some you know, practice on something or other. You know, there's only a half a block away that comes and surrounds the whole thing within minutes. You know, and prevents anyone from taking any footage or doing anything investigation wise. You know, like they prevent all that happening. But there were students in the scene who had done video footage themselves, and they videoed a school teacher who came out all shocked and horrified. And the thing was, they were all doing an actual, what do you call it? You know, when they pretend these things are going down, you know, and they
Simulation or
yeah,
simulation.
they were doing a simulation at the school on that day,
Same as
and
the Boston thing.
yeah, about a terrorist bomb attack,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
um, and the kids were told, you know, you may see people being wheeled out on stretchers with blood and all that, but it's all fake. You know, don't panic.
Isn't
Just
it awful?
keep yourselves cool and do like you've
Awful.
been told to do, and just leave in an orderly fashion and blah blah blah. So this teacher, she lined up all her kids to bring him out the classroom like she was supposed to. She opened up the door, and the teacher across the hall, a male teacher, was doing the same thing. But he was coming out the hall ready to guide his kids out. And when he came out the hall, he got shot in the head, right? She heard the gunfire and turned to look. She said she saw a soldier in camouflage outfit with a gun that she'd never seen before, you know, and shot
Yep.
that teacher. And there was no boy, it was some soldier, you know. And she took straight away, turned back around and made the kids hide in the classroom and locked the door, and then came out later on, of course. But yeah, she was saying that's what she witnessed. So, but you never see any of that on the news.
Not anymore. Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you didn't.
Vladimir says you can buy signal blocking bags for your phone. You can only use it when it's outside the bag. When inside, it cannot be tracked. And and then Rachel says, "Oh yeah, the smartphones. If anybody has your phone in their hand, it just takes a few keystrokes to double your phone, so they can read everything.
Yeah,
They could
yeah,
run the mic, the camera, video,
yeah.
um,
That's
and
right.
you can clone a smartphone and download its contents remotely. You don't even need physical access to the phone.
Yeah,
And
everything is designed right by law, and I mean everything has to have a back door. All right. And they do that because if someone important, has information on their device, and somehow, some reason it breaks down, they need to be able to hack into it through the back door, bypass all passwords and that, to get access to that data for them to recover it if needed. All right,
Here's the
because of
thing
the
now, too, right? You notice when they're like, trying to, you know, uh, get somebody for a crime, they'll go, well, we tracked your cell phone and it pinged off this tower, blah, blah, blah. But when somebody reports their loved one missing, they'll say, oh, it's
yeah,
not a
they
crime to
can't
go
find them.
missing, or they're a runaway, and they don't ping their frickin' cell phone.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it depends on. Well, we're not important enough for starters, I suppose. But yeah, they see a lot of that stuff. They will probably come out with it in the future because they weren't allowed to track you. They weren't allowed to spy on you and all that. So if people found out they were doing that or had the capability,
But
they
yeah,
would have
but
been
pinging off
pissed.
their phone, they're talking about like the cell tower pinging off the phone.
Mm,
But when it's somebody who's, like, say, your kid calls and says, I'm on my way home, and then they don't come home. And,
mm.
you call the police, and a lot of their responses is, well, it's not a crime to go missing. If they're like an adult, it's not a crime to go missing.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
if you know that your person just called and said they were on their way home and then they're not there,
you'd
could
be
be,
worried.
anything could be happening. But they don't
Mm.
even,
Well,
their
they don't
first
class you
instinct.
as missing until you've been gone for 3 days or some shit.
No, they say that's not true. They say that you can report them missing. Bottom line is, though, they will look at that show, the first 48. They say the first 48 hours is the most
Is where the
important
evidence.
time, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. And then they've given everybody that thought also that you can't report somebody missing until the 48 hours is gone.
Mm.
So,
I guess. I
here's
guess.
people waiting.
I guess it's depends on the circumstances. I suppose did they go missing while you were shopping at the supermarket and disappeared, or you know, did they go out and not come home? They start to think, oh well, maybe they're gone to a friend's place, or blah blah blah. Like you say though, like they're saying they're on their way home and then don't show up. But even then, the police will say, "Oh yeah, but someone else could have called them straight after speaking to you, and asked her to come somewhere else." You don't know that, and
Yeah,
that's
because they
true.
don't want to look. And then they don't
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
Right, even around here, we had, there was a time when, not in my city, but close by, some serious, like some guy they'd found that his house actually had people buried in the basement and people buried in the backyard and shit.
Mm.
Thing is,
You,
though, those people that were missing, when their family members had gone and kept saying, they're missing, the cops just kept saying, basically, like, well, they're an adult and they had a drug history, they can do whatever they want.
yeah,
And so the
they're not
families were,
interested.
yeah,
You know that movie Terminator where the young boy puts that card into the teller machine and he draws money out with that device. He's got some sort of a computer and he's got a cord on. He plugs it in where the key
yep,
card
plugs
goes.
it into those ATM
Right?
machines and
Do you
people
know
run
they're
the,
real?
yeah.
I could buy them on the black market in Melbourne for 2 grand, and what they are is a code breaker, and
Yeah,
they were actually built for the military so they could be parachuted into any country, and they could put it into the teller machine, hack for a password, someone's username and password, and then they can log in, take their currency out of the machine so they can use their currency, so
yeah,
they don't.
card skimmers. That's what Vlad says, card skimmers.
Mm.
And that's what they are. And the banks know that people do
Yeah.
that, and they don't go and they don't make any, you know, uh, like we all learn about card skimmers from what we do our research and everything. It's not like
Mm.
the banks tell you. It's not
Well,
like, there's anything that, from what I hear, there's not even any indication on the ATM machines that a person could even see if it had a car skimmer. card skimmer attached to it.
Oh, yeah, they are obvious if you look for them, but a lot of people don't. They just go there and put their card in, put the PIN number in, and you know.
Exactly. And the thing is, with today's day and age, you can't even get your money unless you have a card. Like, they won't even send you paper
Mm.
checks and shit
This
like that
digital
anymore.
money's going to be scary shit, though. They reckon that it's to combat crime, but it'll be more crime than
Of
ever,
course it
because
is.
you don't need to print money anymore. You just make it on
And,
the
and another thing
digitally.
that kills me is they're making us all walk around in, masks and everything. And yet, on all these, when you want to
I
pay
haven't
for
worn.
something with a card or you go to the ATM, how many people are pushing those freaking buttons before you?
Yeah, I haven't worn one yet. I refuse to, and I haven't been stopped anywhere. I got stopped when I went to pay for my fuel, and I said, "Well, I'm not putting the mask on, mate. You want your money or don't you?" Because I'm not wearing a mask. And he said, "Oh, come on then." And I just went in and did it because I refused to wear it. And
I think it's bullshit. Yeah. I think it's
and same
bullshit.
as this forcing the vaccine. They're trying to tell people the vaccine's safe, but
It's not.
the damage that's been caused already, the adverse effects and that, just for the time that it's been in use, is 6,000 times more percent more than all vaccines in a decade. And they're
Yeah,
trying
it's
to
bad.
and they're trying to say it's safe because if they can claim it's safe, then they can get it passed as a vaccine and not experimental drug anymore and force it on people.
I think it's disgusting. But like you were saying, those stores want you to wear a mask to go into the store, and yet they don't. Most people are using their card to pay for something in that machine. Where you're pressing the button. I mean, there's people in line. They're all doing
Yeah,
it. They're all pressing the buttons. They don't
yeah.
give a shit about fucking that. But we're all supposed to wear masks.
The CDC and the WHO have both admitted they have not isolated the virus that caused the pandemic. Right? They've shown it's in written documentation. All these biologists have been requesting samples to study, and they can't provide it because they have not isolated it. They admitted it in a letter form because they requested it through Freedom of Information, and they had to comply. So on the last day, they sent a letter to them telling them they can't provide a sample because they are only working from the influenza A and B. They don't know
Um,
what virus caused the pandemic.
Vladimir says, I had a car skimmer or there was a car skimmer at a racetrack gas station 3 weeks ago when I used it at the pump. Within 30 minutes, they tried hacking my credit card account and three other accounts attached to that primary credit card.
Oh shit!
And Vladimir says the credit card company spotted it within those 30 minutes and shut down and locked up all affected accounts. Had to get all new cards just from that
Shit!
one card
Yeah.
being scammed. Did
Was
they
that one?
contact you and tell you that, Vlad? I'm just curious. Destruction Crew. We have a problem with skimmers on gas pumps in Vegas. People can get gas pump keys online to open the pump and install the skimmer. Rachel said, you know how to make a parabolic
Parabolic
microphone,
microphone.
then you can go sit outside your neighbor's house or either from the inside of your house and listen to
Yeah, it's
conversations.
only you can. It's like when you cup your ears, with your hands. You can actually hear a lot further. And the microphone's the same thing. You put a dish behind the microphone for the sound to reflect back onto the microphone with, and you'll hear a long distance.
Uh,
That's
and
all it
Vlad
is.
says, yes, you have to look for that tamper seal on gas pumps. If it's torn or manipulated, don't use that pump.
I
I
never
didn't
pay
know
for my
that.
fuel at the pump. I always go into the store.
Yeah, I never do that either. Vlad says, yes, they called me within 5 minutes. But in the meantime, your money was all held on to, and you couldn't even, get your money while they were sending you up all these new cards and shit.
Well,
And you're lucky.
even your
Yeah.
cars are tracked. All the new cars have got tracking chips.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, a mate of mine was on holidays and his battery was going flat, and they rang him up while he was on holidays, asking him if they wanted him if he wanted them to disable his battery so it didn't harm his electronics.
So what is the because Pink says one of those neighbors has got one of those parabolic dishes. They're always snooping. So what does that look like? A parabolic?
It's just like a hand, like a gun with a microphone at the tip, where the bullet would come out normally, and a dish behind it that reflects the sound back to the mic. Picks up, the dish is made of like a thin plastic, so it resonates and amplifies the sound.
And you could just buy one of those online. I
You
mean,
could buy
that's
them as a
cheap.
toy. Yeah, you could buy one online, I'm sure.
Well,
The
look at the
police,
drones too. I
the
mean,
the
people
police
are.
the police banned them because here in Australia, one that got them banned because they were being used to spy on police.
Oh, so that's the
Yeah,
only reason why they
they,
got banned. Yeah.
yeah, they could just people could sit back and listen to what the cops were saying, so they could hear what their plans were going to be. If they were rioting or things
Now,
like that.
Pink, how do you know that your neighbor has that? Is like, have you seen them, or like have you said anything to them? Because that seems like such an invasion of privacy. And, yeah, and then Vlad said, yes, that was the bad part. Didn't lose any money, but did have to get new cards to access any of those accounts. And Rachel says, oh, yeah, that's the ATM skimmer. It goes through a sequence of numbers so quickly until the ratio comes up to the correct number and locks in place. And all of these things you can just buy right online.
The ATM skimmers actually record your keystrokes, the pins of the number when you put it in, and also the barcode reads the barcode as you put your card in, and then they just replicate the card and away they go. They just use that information to update on their own blank cards, and off they go.
And Destruction Crew said, I had a fake email from PayPal, which I don't use, for me to dispute charges. I clicked cancel transaction, which you're supposed to not click anything. And a screen came up for me to verify my social security number, driver's license, etc.
Yeah,
So
bank
many scams.
details. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a scam. I had
Yep.
one of them just the other day with me internet provider, and everything looked legit. But when you clicked on anything in the page to link you to other parts of the server provider's web page, nothing happened. It would only work when you clicked on the link to update your information, and it straight away come up with a thing to your username, password, bank details,
Yep.
the safety code on the back. I went like hell, mate.
I had an email come saying that it named a bank that I don't even have an account at, saying your new something, you're this and that. And so I called that bank and I said, I told them, I said, I don't even have your bank. And they said, oh, yeah, that's been happening lately. Don't click on any links and stuff. I said, I went onto the internet and typed in your bank's name and said, to see if there's any kind of scams going on or anything. And nowhere are you telling the public what you just told me. So what about the people who are clicking on that link and
Yeah,
getting
well,
scammed?
a lot of old people get sucked in by it because they don't understand what's going on, so they just panic and think, "Oh crap," and say, "Just do it." It's
And I get
sad.
this, right? The other day, I get a phone call, from the patient registration, prior to my surgery, because they were like going to pre-register me, right?
Hmm.
So she's calling to verify my information, but she's not letting me give her the information, and stuff like that. And I don't do know that it was the hospital because it came up, their number and everything. So it was the hospital. But what killed me was to verify my information, she's telling me all of my personal information. And I'm like, well,
Yeah,
what
no, what
kind of kills me is you don't
they
even know if I'm really me, and you just told me everything
we'll
instead of
see.
waiting for me to tell you what they should already know.
We'll see. Some things are voice activated. It's amazing, like all this AI shit, and that they can actually record the pattern of your voice, and you put out a certain tone, and it's like a heartbeat, like it's a waveform that belongs to specifically to you, and they use that to verify accounts or close accounts and things like that, and they're trying to get you to say yes. And if you say yes and they
Yep.
record it, then they can use your voice pattern to register or open up other things using your voice pattern, because that you're doing it by phone, and then the person says, "Do you agree?" And then they play your voice and go yes,
Yep. I've heard that
right?
too.
And
Absolutely.
yeah, and they can close your internet accounts. People, that's what they mostly use it for, just to piss people off.
And that's what
Um,
happened, like, at one point, uh, throughout the day, a couple of different a couple of different departments that I had to go to, prior to the surgery, they'd say, and what are you getting done today? And I'd say it, and they'd say, and what side? And I'd say it, and then finally, when it was right before going into the surgery, and the like surgery operating room nurse comes in, and she asked that same question, and here she's like staring at my medical report, and I said,
yeah, well, they're making
you
sure
tell
you.
me. I said, you tell me why I'm here and what side, what
Yeah,
you're supposed
I
to be
want to know
doing.
you're going to chop out the right thing.
Yeah. And she goes,
Yeah,
well, we do that to make certain that why
yeah.
wouldn't I know what you're supposed to be doing? I want to know if you know what you're supposed to be
Well,
doing.
each, like the nurse, the doctor, the guy that's giving you the drugs, they're all got to ask their own questions to make sure that you understand the risks involved and what you're
Well, no, but
going through.
that's not what they were saying. They were saying, you know, and what side, and when you're here for it. And I'm like thinking to myself, if you guys don't
Mm.
have that written down on that
Yeah,
paper that you're freaking
it's
looking at,
worrying.
then that's
Yeah,
a problem.
yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, so
I
the
was just
chat
reading
room,
some.
Vlad says, police
Yeah.
have, oh, wait a minute. First, I wanted to say Pink. Pink says, he told me I've seen them and they have a police scanner and something to listen to mobile phones, like what the paparazzi had. Yeah, I had a neighbor that
Yeah,
had
it's a
one of those police
multiple
scanners.
frequency scanner. It
Yeah,
just,
and he's supposed to.
yeah.
Vlad says police have a system, I think it's called Finger, but what it does is when turned on, briefcase size apparatus, it intercepts all phone calls and text messages within a radius of a block or two.
They don't
And
need
we
that,
show,
Vladimir. They do it with AI now. And that I had a friend who used his father's phone to chat to his girlfriend, and while he was chatting to her, she sent a picture of herself showing her tits. And within minutes, mate, the police were on at that guy's house, raiding his house for the phone, reckon that he was uploading. He was
like child porn.
enticing young girls to show their nude photos, of themselves. But it turned out it was his son that had the phone, so he was lucky, But if he son hadn't been there or had already hung up and gone, he would have been in a lot of trouble, because it was his phone. But they were there within minutes, man, eh? So
Yeah,
and they,
and yeah, except when you need you know, police officer right away, they're not. Uh,
it
Vlad
just
says,
that's
where is everyone from, if I may ask? Uh,
Australia.
yeah, he's from Australia, and I'm from New England. And Destruction Crew says, people are losing massive money through Cash App to dispute charges. People call into a bogus 1-800 number, and they have you download an app to mirror your phone and steal money out of your linked bank account. There is no 800 number for Cash App. There is no help. It's all scam numbers. Exactly. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
watched like a little clip from a news. It was a news report on something like that, and what they did was they turned it around to like victim blame the people who are using Cash App. Like they
What?
should do
Yeah.
this and they should do that.
Well,
Instead of saying, well, if you guys know that that's going on, why are they not,
see,
doing
but
something to the criminals?
you you got to look at the big picture, right? Now they're trying to force us to use our mobile phones to pay for everything, and they're allowing a lot of these slip ups to happen. You can get people getting ripped off and that because they want to show that it's insecure. You know, we need a better system, right? Which is the mobile phone, of course. But they're going to, as time goes on, not only will you have to like fingerprint ID yourself, you'll also have to eye scan yourself, you know, to verify who you are. And that's where it's leading to, you know, you know what I mean? They just want to
Yeah.
show that other things that are not secure enough, we need better, you know, so that we go to
Well, that's
this.
how it goes all the time, right? We got to keep
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
this, got to keep getting
yeah.
that.
But
Yeah.
this shit's planned out like 50 years ahead of time, you know, like they've been planning to do this for a long, long time. You know,
Well, look at
it's
that
only,
movie, like with Tom Cruise, Minority Report,
yeah.
and
Oh,
all
you can
they,
bet that basically anything you see on TV, it's old technology. They have it. You know what I mean? Like when you've lived as long as we have, you know, you can see everything that you've watched in movies and that has come out. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
even Dick Tracy with the phone watch, you know, and video phones and shit on your watch, you know, and it's all happening.
All the work stuff, and they never showed any movies about the future that were any good. You
Well,
know, like it said, the future was always going to be horrific.
even look at Sumerian tablets where they're wearing a watch, for Christ's sake. You know what I mean? In the carvings, they're showing them wearing this watch with this flowery looking thing on pattern on the surface of the watch, you know? I
Well,
mean,
I feel like, that's where civilization always ends up ending is we kind of destroy ourselves because of all these computers and allowing, so much to.
I, I watched a time travel video one time where this bloke was whistleblowing saying how they got time travel and how the different types of time travel and how it's progressed and now they can send people forward in time and they did it to a bunch of kids and only so many of them actually lived through it by the end of it. But they were showing photographs of people like adults that went through eventually as well, but um, one guy they showed who went forward in time, he was actually stuffed ended up in a wheelie bin, like folded up inside sorry, not a wheelie bin, a rubbish bin, right?
Mhm.
And they were saying it was a murder scene, and but this guy was saying it was actually this mate of his who went in to the future. Oh, sorry, no, back in time he went, but he was saying that was him in that wheelie bin. They don't know how he ended up in the bin, but that's they lost contact with him, and that photograph is who they were saying was this guy, and you could see the police are like there looking at the bin and with him stuffed in it, thinking like, what the hell? And here's this mobile phone laying on the ground closer to the camera,
Yeah,
with the coloured screen on it and everything.
yeah.
And they were saying like that's his mobile phone there, and they haven't picked up on it yet. But yeah, even
Vlad says they are already experimenting and starting to go after people for thought crimes. Obviously,
oh,
not at the Minority Report sci-fi level, but they are getting there. And Rachel says, "In the world where thought is crime, where thought is crime, when I came is the Muppet cast. I don't know.
when I came is the puppet master.
Where thought is crime, when I came is the puppet master. I don't understand that.
Well,
Yeah, but
the puppet
Minority Report.
master, thought when thought is a crime. But I mean, shit, religion killed people for their thoughts all years ago.
Right,
Yeah,
by now they're like what Vlad is saying is like that Minority Report where they're, you know, saying, "Oh, you're thinking about doing a crime, so we're
yeah.
gonna arrest you
It
for it."
leads that kind of thinking leads on to this kind of action.
It's terrible.
Yeah, but um, I don't know about time travel. I still don't know what to believe about it.
Right.
Yeah, I certainly don't believe you can go forward in time. I think anyone that's got information from the future is from people that have come from the future back in time. But I don't think you can go. We can't go forward in time. Because
Right, I don't think so either. Yeah. I mean, I don't
yeah,
know if I'd want to even, you know?
well, yeah,
I
yeah,
think we're all
yeah.
just having such a hard time now. It just really fucking kills me though
I
how
wish. I,
these
I, I I
go
just
ahead.
wish they didn't hide space travel. I really think that would have been opened up the whole. It would have given the population of the world something to strive for. You know what I mean? Because of the kind of work that would have been happening off world. The skills that you would have or could learn to do those things. To be able to go and do those things. I think it would
Yeah.
have gave up a lot of people a lot of interest, and would have been a good thing for the whole world if they had have come out in the beginning and said, well, we've got anti-gravity now, we can go off world to other planets and blah blah blah. People would love to spend the resources building a big battleship, or big
I
um
wouldn't love to
in
spend
it,
the
not a
resources on
battleship, but
that. I mean, because they would be our resource. They would be what we put into it, and that what we don't get when we need it.
well, they're doing that now, aren't they? They're stealing technology and suppressing it for themselves, and that's what annoys me, because I've seen a lot of shit, man, and you know, the world could
And
have
it's
been
just a lot of
so different.
money, and then we see nothing, or something ends up nothing happening with
Well,
it, or
all they have been doing. I mean, they don't need to do this anymore because they've already got the technology advanced enough to actually invent itself. So they don't really need us anymore. They got AI that can work out, solve problems for them. And
not even
so
that. It's about money.
we've basically made technology. We've made ourselves obsolete, and that's where we're at now, and why they want to reduce the population and shit. Because they don't need a minority anymore because they encourage breeding because it sort of turns over resources, makes money, and all that business. But the main goal is every 100,000 people born, there's a genius born, right? Roughly, right? So they set up a schooling system where they can search for these people that have got high IQs, and then they take them and guide them into technologies they want them to solve. Right, and they get them to solve these problems they have, then they build these technologies. And a lot of people don't realize too that when they build a technology, they think they're only building it like a radar, say, to detect planes, right? But that radar might have five other weapons built into it that you're just not aware of, and
Right.
you haven't made the drivers or the circuitry for those other devices that are hidden inside those chipsets. You know what I mean? Not everything has just one use, like our mobile phones, our computer screens, TVs. They're a sonic and weapon, a scalar wave weapon, and the phones have got the signal coming to it that can be amped up to cause you all sorts of hell. So not everything's built for that purpose they claim it is, or just that purpose. And when people say, "Oh, 5G can't harm you," it pisses me off because they don't realize that, yeah, maybe the 5G they're saying they're using for the network won't harm you, but that's not the 5G I'm talking about. It's the hidden waveforms that it can produce. You know what
They
I
say
mean?
that, yeah, they've been saying that lately. I mean, but it's like
Well,
the same even when you're voting, when you're voting for something. And
well, they
so they put, oh, vote yes for this, but really, you know, inside, like if you read the booklet that comes, about what you're voting for, if you
it's an
read it,
algorithm. Yeah.
not about the algorithm, but if you read it, you'll see that there's loopholes in it so that if that gets passed, that gets passed, then this gets passed as well.
Oh yeah,
Something that,
yeah, yeah. That's how they
yeah,
reckon they ripped Trump off. Every two votes Trump got was only classed as one vote or half a vote or something, and Biden would get a vote, 2 votes for every one or something.
I
All the
don't
votes,
care what they say about, Trump,
those voting
Biden.
machines.
For instance, there was
No,
no
I'm
good
just saying.
candidate.
I'm not saying about the people. I'm saying about the machine itself. It's got things built into it so you can tweak it to make it go either way. You know.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I feel like when they stopped doing it where people just, pulled like a lever and this and that, I think
Mm.
those things were all the bottom line is though there was no good candidates for us to vote for. And quite frankly, I don't want a president that doesn't have any political background. And
Why? Political politicians are. I mean, puppet politicians are designed to do what they're told. I
well,
mean,
I don't know. I wouldn't want a bus driver performing surgery on me.
well,
I
no,
want
no.
somebody who
Well, look
knows
at
how to talk to the public.
yeah, but they lie. They all lie. Tell me one politician that doesn't lie and doesn't do what he's promised.
But that's not the point. Like
Yes, it
his,
is.
his personality when he was talking
Who,
was not
Trump?
somebody who could give a good speech or,
Who, Trump?
yeah,
Oh, he got a lot of fans. He did say a lot of repetitive stuff, which I wish he hadn't, and he did back vaccines, which is another thing that surprised me, but he was going on the advice of Fauci, so, you know,
no, he wasn't. He wasn't going on anybody's advice. He thought everybody was stupid, and
that's
everything
only
that
what
he
the
said.
Democrats said. We don't know.
No,
We weren't there.
no,
The
we saw
Demo
it on YouTube.
what? That
Um,
he was saying everyone was stupid.
no, he's stupid. He was saying that, he's had hundreds of governors call him. We only have 50 states, so there's only, 50 governors. But he
Yeah,
didn't
but
have hundreds
yeah,
of governors call him.
yeah, but there's
He
people running for governor as well.
No, that's not, no. He said, and he also said to inject us, with fucking, what did he
Yeah,
say,
warp speed,
bleach or something, and
hydrochloroquine, but that's
just
been proven to work. It works. It's actually a cure, and it does work. Hundreds of doctors have come out and told you that they've cured thousands
injecting
of.
somebody with bleach.
No, not with bleach. It was hydrochloroquine, zinc, and some other medicine, and that's how they cured him when he got it. Right, and it works. Right, and hundreds
I
of
agree
doctors have
with
come out.
Vlad. He says, "Oh, politics. I'll check back later. Political discussion is never a good thing online." I
No,
agree with
starts off
that
an
because
argument. We should
if
change
you're,
it.
if yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with that theory
fair
that
enough.
it's never a good discussion because, quite frankly, like my friend Tiffany said, there's no better way to control the people than by making them feel like they have a choice. And
Yeah,
in actuality, we really didn't have a choice at all anyway, because with that electoral college,
yeah, and the postal
mm,
votes, it all got corrupted as hell.
mm,
Oh, you're
um,
going, Vladimir. All right, man.
autocrat screwed that one up. It's the one-eyed king is the puppet master. Quote from the movie Minority Report. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I can't remember it. I watched it ages ago. That one.
It was a long time ago when I saw that. I just actually the other day put it on my to watch list
Hmm. It's
again.
on. I
Yeah,
think it's on Netflix. I saw it. I think on there the other day.
I couldn't hear what you said. What did you say,
I
Spaceman?
think it's on Netflix.
It's also on free YouTube movies. Uh,
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
probably.
People take sides, and that's their right too. But feelings get hurt, and people take politics very personally.
Yeah, people are
I
pretty.
believe that, but I also agree with what my friend said when she said no better way to control the people by making them think they have a choice. because in
Yeah, they're
actuality,
both
we
the
really don't
same
have a
thing.
choice.
That's right. That's why they squash any independent parties that try to come forward. I mean, really, why do we need to be secret about our voting? That's another thing I'd like to know. Why can't we? I mean, what's to be ashamed of? I mean, you voted for so and so, so what? You know, people, this hiding who's voting for who allows them to create corruption because no one knows who voted for what. You know what I mean? Where if it was open and live and you could see that your vote went to that person you voted for and the tally went up, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but this was the most like violent voting thing I've seen. You know what
well,
I'm saying? Like this was,
I can't believe you guys over there don't have to show ID to vote.
isn't that crazy?
Isn't it? I mean, holy shit. I mean, even ours ain't that great. I mean, the last time I voted, I get a card in the mail telling me to take it down with me to verify that it was me voting, sort of thing. But I mean, the cards in the mail, not in an envelope or anything. They're just a firm cardboardish sort of card, you know. Anyway, so anyone could go along picking them out of the letter boxes, and it's got everyone's ID, address, and name, full name, and that on it. And when you go down there, they ask you exactly the same questions that are on the card. So you can just say, "Oh, yeah, my name's blah blah blah, and I was born blah blah blah." You know, it's all on the card. Oh yeah, okay, no worries. Here's your thing. Yeah, go and vote, or you marked off the roll to say that you've voted. You know, because it's compulsory here.
Yeah, I was really shocked when they didn't ask for ID. That was a couple of years ago, actually. I was shocked. I even said something.
For
I said, "Why don't you need my ID?" And they're like, "Well, because you're right here on the list." I said, "Yeah, but you don't know if I'm me, you know?"
yeah.
Yeah. And they were looking
Well,
at me like I was fucking growing a third head, you know?
mm. Oh, you're one of those conspiracy nuts, you know. You think
Me?
there's
Why? Because
no,
I think that you
no,
should
but
need
that's
an
what they're
ID.
looking at you
Oh, how
like.
they were looking at me, you
Yeah,
mean? Yeah,
yeah.
I did get, yeah.
Well,
Destruction Chris said I did get 4 separate mail-in ballots. I got a bunch of different mail-in ballots too. Isn't that crazy?
and
And then,
also with that mail-in ballots, they could have labelled each party with different coloured cards, so that even in the people, if they had got pushed away, so they couldn't verify the signatures or whatever, they could see the coloured card that was posted. You know what I mean? And go, oh, there's another Trump vote, you know, or another Democrat
yeah, I've
vote.
just never seen anything like it. Lad
No,
said that voter ID shouldn't be an issue. You have to show ID for just about everything else we do. Exactly.
yeah, exactly. And, you
Yeah.
know, really, why didn't they use a phone and brought out an app where you had to verify yourself on your phone to vote? That would have been more secure and just as easy as any mail in vote. And
I
it
just
gets,
don't even understand why somebody wouldn't have to have an ID to show that, yeah, I'm that person. Because I heard
mm.
other channels saying, just go as many times as you can. And I'm like, what the fuck? As many times as you can. Don't they know that they can only vote once? And these channels
Yeah,
were
yeah.
go as
Well,
many times as you can.
before this last election, you know, the other one where Trump did win, there was Democrat or people going in and shoving like handfuls of ballots into the ballot box, just walking in, no proof of not proving their ID or anything, just walking straight past all that and pushing in all these ballots into the thing and running off or taking off. Yeah, people were
Right.
filming it. So holy
It's
shit, you know, it's just crazy the amount of corruption. Yeah,
awful.
so
This was the worst. This was the worst time I've ever seen. I think, something bad is coming, especially with the COVID and everything else and those whole riots. And yeah, I
yeah.
watch a black guy. He's yeah, exactly that part. That COVID testing, absolutely.
Do you know in
But
Wuhan? Oh, go.
go ahead.
I was just going to say that in Wuhan, when all those people were falling over in the street, they turned 1,000 5G antennas on that day. You know,
don't know.
and
I
there's a,
just don't know about that. Yeah.
oh yeah, and doctors have said they can do the same thing, where they can beam you with 5G, and what it does is overcharges all your red blood cells with electrical charge, preventing them from absorbing oxygen. They all die, and then cause a mass toxicity of the body, and you fall over, drop dead. Your body just can't cope with it, and you know I think that's really what's going on. I think it was a test run in China, and that's why when they locked everyone down, they went around ramping up the 5G installations, especially in America there and also in England. And both your countries have high numbers of COVID, and I'm thinking, yeah, and lately a guy, an installer of this 5G network stuff was told they were not to open up the antennas that they were mounting on this tower. And he thought he was curious then because he thought, well, why not? And because he knew about all the accusations people were making. So he decided to open the bloody thing up. And on the output antenna on the thing, it's got written on the circuitry COVID-19. Why in the hell have they done that? It's just blows my mind, man. Are they rubbing it in our face, or is it because they're using them as a COVID tracking device or what? I don't know, but I just think, I know
I
I
don't know.
was
I think it's bullshit
bullshit
myself.
that what you don't believe that they can do it.
I think it's bullshit about the whole COVID stuff.
Oh shit, yeah, it's not real. That's why they can't provide a virus, a COVID-19 virus, to show biologists and stuff because there isn't one. They're killing off mass killing off cells in our body and causing toxicity and claiming and blaming it on a virus. And that's why
Uh,
doctors are looking at it going, shit, I've never seen nothing like this before. What could cause this, And they're all panicking and trying to find a cure. Oh, it's real, don't you worry. I've seen the results, and what all they've seen is a mass toxicity of the body, because of, I believe it's the 5G. Yeah, because we're a biological frequency system, like our bodies, that's why we can't go and live on another planet because our resonance of our body on this planet has to be the same. And if it ain't, all your biology is out of whack and you won't be able to produce the chemicals your body needs to operate.
I think
So,
they don't think anything of us at all. Like we're just collateral damage for anything that happens.
oh, we're just an experiment, honestly. That's
Yeah, they
all we
don't
are to
care. It's
these
all about
people.
money.
Well, that's why the elite call us chattel, because that's how they look at us as just another animal on the planet to use for their whatever they want. you know, it's a
Yeah.
horrible thought, isn't it? That some other human can look at you that way, but I mean, look at
Well,
our
what's a horrible thought is that, from what I gather, that it's a small percentage of those people that, can have that, but we all sit back because we're all divided. We've got the ones going, COVID and wear your mask, and COVID, 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 wear your mask. And then we have the other people who are sitting
yeah.
there going, are you people
They're,
fucking
they're
kidding
scared
me?
dying of a virus, but they don't realise that if this global government gets in, that they're using the virus to produce, gets in, they're going to be more scared of something else. The virus ain't going to be what scares them. Believe me. When they
I
start
know.
rounding up people and separating families and shit, categorizing everyone to whether you're going to live or die, basically, because that's how they're going to look at it. What value you have to society. And if you're above 50 years old, they claim you're on the downhill side and your body's going to deteriorate from that point forward. So your values already on the downside. You know what I mean?
Well,
Depending
I
on
would think the value of like a generation that missed a whole year of schooling and had to depend on freaking sitting
what.
in front of a computer that was giving them,
Well,
freaking magnetic
basically,
rays.
if you don't have money to live on after you retire, because there is no pension in their system, all right. So you will get supported up to a certain point. Like you'll have to work until they might reduce the retirement age down to 47, but you will only get a pension until you're 57. And if you ain't got money to survive after that, and you become a street bum, there ain't no street bums in their future. All right. So if you haven't got a job, and with the work side of things, in their documents, as I said, they're going to evaluate people to suit positions that they're going to create or have available. And if you can't be put into a workforce because your education's not good enough, or you can't be used in the military because you're physically not capable, yeah, they ain't got a use for you. And you know what's going to happen next, And yeah, it's scary shit, man. I tell you, the people are. It's sad, really.
I think
Um,
what's sad is, like, I just read about he said that say what you will about Trump, but he exposed the filth of DC, and he was good for the economy.
exactly.
There's no denying it. He wasn't the most polished individual, but he was the shakeup this country needed. But let me just say that our deficit was in the black with Clinton, okay? And we didn't need any kind of a shakeup. There was peace all around. Gas prices were low. People were happy, and there was no like big racism shit going on and everything until Bush the son got in, and that's what happened. That after that, we were fucked. We got into these trillions and trillions dollars of deficit that we'll never see our way out of.
Nine
So
11 was
our
the
company
start.
didn't need a shakeup. We were fine when, after Clinton, and then when that fuckturd Bush came around and they said, oh, well, even though everybody voted for Gore, we're going to steal the election with the Electoral College. How many people ever were like, oh, yeah,
No way.
like you've never seen that before?
Did you love
No.
Obama? Did
Huh?
you like Obama as well? Did you?
Yeah, I liked Obama, but I'm just
Not
saying that
surprised.
after that happened with the Electoral College, and somebody
Mm.
who didn't win
He was
became
setting up a
president.
communist. He was setting it up for the communist handover for this one world government, and
Yeah,
that's exactly
exactly.
what
I mean,
Biden
he was
done.
behind the fucking whole thing. I
No,
mean, after that,
Obama was. Do you know
no,
Obama? Do you know Obama's not even an American citizen, and the birth certificate
listen,
they
no,
put
you're
up?
wrong about
No,
that.
no, 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 mate.
You
Hey,
guys need to
listen.
look up Marvin Bush,
No, no,
because
listen.
Marvin
No,
Bush
no.
is
I've
George
seen his birth
Bush's.
certificate. He's from uh he's
Hawaii.
not from no, 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 oh, it might have been Hawaii. No, not Hawaii. It was Zimbabwe or some place. His brother even came forward and showed
Yeah, but I
himself.
don't care about any of that, because the bottom line is
But
if
hey,
I ask you
listen,
guys, do you know who
they,
Marvin Bush is? How many of you are going to say yes?
no,
Because
I
this is
don't.
the thing. Look
I
up
don't know
Marvin
Marvin.
Bush.
I can't remember who he is, but did you
Tell
ever
you who he is.
download?
He's George Bush's younger brother, and he
Okay,
was the CEO
but
and
they're corrupt as
CFO
hell.
for the company that provided the security for the trade centers, for Port Authority, for Dulles Airport,
Yeah,
and right after
corrupt
the
as
whole
hell.
9/11 thing, he quit that job and he became the CFO for the insurance company that was processing the claims about the World Trade Center.
Yeah, and
Okay?
they didn't get the money they wanted either
They
because they wanted.
never, ever even looked into him. Just like they
Yeah,
never looked into Joe Birdie, who lives at West Texas.
but
Guess
that.
who lived there too? George Bush, the senior, the son.
Do you know how they posted up Obama's birth certificate on the government's own website for people to download and look at to prove that he was American? Did you download it?
I'm sorry, what was that? Oh, about Obama. You don't understand.
Obama, when people were claiming he wasn't American, right? The American government posted up on their own website his birth certificate so people could download it and see that he was proof that he was American, right? Do you remember that? Did you download that? Because I did. Because a Russian bloke
Also
said, "Shoot it."
download George Bush, the
No,
son's
no, no.
military
Obama. Obama's
record. That there was all blacked out?
No, Obama's birth certificate. The government posted
I
a
know what
thing
you're
up on the.
talking about, Obama's
Oh
birth
no.
certificate.
Okay, yeah,
But
but
what
the
I'm saying is, prior to that,
oh no,
when
I want to
they
talk about Obama's one first because I went and downloaded it. I watched this Russian guy who showed a video live of him downloading that file, and if you just clicked on it, it would open up in Adobe Photoshop and all look legit. But if you opened it up in Adobe Illustrator, it showed all the layers that they used to create it. It was fake. All right, they forgot to flatten the image and make it a one image, one file, like a flattened image, you
anything
know.
you say to me after what happened with that travesty of the Electoral College about George, the son, getting in there has no bearing on anything anymore because that was such a disgusting mockery of our voting and our voting process that since that happened, we are just schmucked. We are
Yeah.
schmucked.
Oh
And the
well, I
bottom
mean,
line is when we all vote for a president and he wins and they take it away because they want to give them, the guy with the money and the guy who's going to, his brother is all in place to do the whole frickin' shit that went on. And nobody
yeah,
even bothers to question Marv Bush. Nobody even cares who Marv Bush is. And yet, clearly, he had something to do with all that shit. And and everybody's talking about how many mail-in ballots that they got, but do you know that the post office strikes that Trump was going on and shit like
yeah,
that?
he was
Those,
corrupt, all right. Don't worry about
yeah, those machines that they were sitting there, they were down, and they weren't reading they read the barcode, but
that. They
they,
couldn't fit him in the machine; they were
yeah,
slightly too big, and they
right,
even
they
busted
couldn't
a
do
shit.
shit,
And
and
they
that
also,
is another reason.
but that,
And I don't
yeah,
care what people say, but if it's a Republican holding office, then I can't stand where people sit there and blame shit on, oh, it's the Democrat who was before him, so that must be his fault, and it's a Democrat who's in after him. So whatever happened during the time that that president was the president, none of it is his fault. It's all the other parties, and that is where I'm going
uh,
to come back to. Nothing controls the people like making them think they have a choice because they've divided and conquered.
well, they hated Trump because he wasn't a puppet and he couldn't be
Now,
led
Trump is
to
a
do
fucking
their.
dickhead, okay? And I don't care what you
He
say. He
may
said,
be a
I'm going to
dickhead, but
grab
he's
that woman by
still.
the pussy. The guy grew up a
That's
millionaire.
that's a pitiful thing. Every bloke says that shit. All right.
Okay, I gotcha. But Clinton, what a horrible person. He got a blowjob in the freaking office. I mean,
Yeah.
come on, you can't have it both ways. But
Yeah. Well, he
what you're
lied
failing
about
to
it.
hear
That's
me
what's.
say, what you're failing to hear me say is that this division here and this little thing that's going on right now is what they
But
want by making us think we have a choice.
but you tell me, do girls play up to blokes to get what they want?
Listen, you didn't hear a fucking word I just
Yeah, I
said.
did. But yeah, girls are really.
Well, you didn't.
They get
You
very
didn't. You
upset
mustn't have
when.
heard because if you did hear, you would have said, you know what? You're absolutely right. That's why we're having this little disagreement here. So let's just move
Yeah, I
on
did
from it.
agree
Because
with you, and I said to you, it was his lies that got him in trouble.
okay, so you didn't hear what I said because what I said was there's nothing that you know makes a is able to control people the most by making them think they have a choice.
Yeah,
We don't have a choice. Democrat, Republican, I don't care who you
yeah,
are.
and Trump
We
proved
don't
that,
really
didn't
have a
he?
choice.
But Trump proved that, didn't he? Outright by getting in there and and
No,
disrupting the
Trump
whole
didn't prove
scene
it.
because
We
he
don't have
disrupted
a choice.
everything.
Trump proved that, but he couldn't stop the BLM fucking riots going on. So he
Hell, he
couldn't he
did. Hell,
couldn't
he did. Of
trump
course, he did.
the
He
governor
united.
of that fucking place, but
He
he
had more
proved
black
this and
votes
he
than any
proved that. No,
politician ever.
no, but what it is proving is exactly what Vlad is saying, where he says this is why I avoid political discussion.
Yeah,
Because the
because
bottom line is
Democrats
this.
only see one thing. Honestly, I'm amazed how blind Democrats are. You know, the things they say, and it blew
Wow.
my mind. I
You
watched
just don't
plenty of
listen,
videos.
do you? You
I
don't
watch lots of
understand that
stuff.
title
Yeah,
of
I do.
I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm whatever the fuck
No, it
whoever I
doesn't
want to vote for
matter.
and
It's
whoever
your
has good
way of.
ideas.
I
But to
mean, you
label
hate
the
it.
two parties that way is
You
what I'm
said it,
talking
or
about.
you already said it before when you said, "Oh, about what he said in the locker room." You hated him just because of that,
No,
right? And
absolutely
many,
not. I wouldn't
many
have voted
women
for him
did.
because he has no political background.
Don't need it. You just need a smart
Well,
head on your
that's
shoulders.
your thought process. I'm allowed to my own opinion.
Okay, of course you
I
are. But
shouldn't have to argue
see,
about
see
it.
how
And I'm
upset
done
you,
with this
see
discussion.
how
Jason, if you want to talk
upset
about
you're
something else,
getting.
we truly can. But I'm certainly not
Yeah,
going to argue with you
I'm
about
not
what.
arguing. You are. You're
No,
upset
I'm
because I
not.
said about how women hated him because of what he said.
Oh my God. See, you didn't hear a word I said.
See, I
I
mean, you're
said
saying that
there
again.
is
I did hear
nothing,
you.
there is
Okay,
no better
let's
way
forget about it.
to
Let's just
control
forget about
people
it.
than making them think they have a choice. So I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if you're not
understand that.
understanding that, what
I
I'm saying.
understand that. Yes, I do.
Then you explain that
You're
to me.
saying
But I
both parties are the same thing, and they are. I agree. Even in our country, it's the same
I
thing.
didn't
Doesn't
say
matter.
both parties do the same thing. I said our choice doesn't matter.
No, they're
Doesn't
all.
matter who we were to vote for. Whoever they want in is who they're going to put in. And that's it.
Yeah, but trained
Just like
politicians are
The
puppets.
COVID vaccine. Whoever they want, if they want to start forcing vaccines on people, do you think where do you think our choice is going to go then? We don't
Well,
have any
you
choice.
gotta know your rights for starters, and also you got everything's contract law. That's why they want you to sign a piece of paperwork to say that you will accept the vaccine anyway. It's because it's all about contracts. So if you write yourself out your own contract, which is called a um, uh, uh, basically letter of
Doesn't matter. They also have it written that if you refuse to be vaccinated because of some sort of
yeah.
a emergency, that all your assets can be seized, and you can be like considered that's like criminal. But also
Yeah,
on the flip side, you also don't have the right to sue the company or to sue
no,
anybody if there's
but
bad results about what
but
happened.
because no, but because it's all contract law, right? All of it, you can write your own contract, and it's called a condition of acceptance letter or a letter of conditional acceptance, right? And
Is
you
that
can
your
write.
Australian law or are you reading up on America?
Well, all law is. It all is interlinked. Yeah, and it all goes back down to actually uh oh shit, what's it called? It'll come to me in a minute. But
Well,
anyway,
I don't think that any of us would elect to have our phones tracked.
you can write your
And
own
well,
conditions
we didn't get to
down.
write our own conditions about cell
Look it
phones.
up.
We
Yeah,
didn't get
look
to
it
write
up.
our own conditions about the COVID. Well,
What do you
I'm just
mean?
saying that
Conditions about what? They just forced all that shit on you and people complied.
exactly. That's what I'm telling
Uh,
you.
People
We
should have
don't have a
resisted
choice.
more. People should have laughed at him and said, "What the fuck? Like how you got the right?"
Exactly.
But not enough people did, and that's the scary thing about it. All those people wearing their masks, they're the ones that are going to turn against you when they want to round up people. Or,
Exactly.
you know, it's
They
sad.
absolutely are.
But a condition of acceptance letter, you can put in there, all these questions that they've got to say yes to and sign it at the end. And then what it is, you can ask them, are they a verified doctor? Do they stand by their oath and all that? Because doctors are signed an oath to say that they'll,
I don't care. The doctors
yeah.
aren't even getting
But that's the
vaccinated.
thing, but if they can't fill out the form, they can't make you do the vaccine, right? Because you have a
Well, then
right.
there you go. That might be something good to keep in mind that if,
Mm.
you know,
Well, that's what I'm
um,
going to try anyway, because
yeah, because
it's your
I'm
best
telling
bet.
you that when I was just in, um, Vlad's pretty smart here, huh? He,
Black's law,
the thing is
Black's
when
law,
I
I
was
think it
just
is.
in the hospital And I was talking to the technician that was doing the nuclear medicine, like the scan. He said that he was vaccinated, but when the doctor comes in for me to put my mask on because doctors aren't required to be vaccinated. How screwed up is that?
Well, that's funny, because all the healthcare workers have to,
Yep, the
and
healthcare
a
workers had
nurse
to
and
go.
a
Yeah,
nurses and
yep,
nurses
yep.
here have to.
But the
So why
doctors
not?
wouldn't, and the
Yeah,
doctor upstairs even agreed with me
but
when I said no, I refuse to be vaccinated. He said,
well,
"Yeah,
anyone can refuse under the that law written back in World War II, because it's experimental. It's not classed as a safe drug yet, so they can't force it on you. It's an experiment, and to force it on you is attempt at murder, right? Because they
well, ask
can't
the Jews
guarantee.
that they did all those experiments on, or ask the people in that unit. What was it?
Yeah,
371,
yeah.
571, something like that. And that was American backed
If people took it
experiments.
all to court, they will lose, but people
Well,
aren't. You know what I mean? People over here are fighting the charges. Like they all get charged $10,000 for breaching COVID rules and blah blah blah, and it goes to court and it gets beaten because they have it's not law. They're just telling people it is. No government's got a right to suspend constitutions or alter them or give a World Health Authority, an international company, authority over your constitutions. It's only because people are willing to accept it, they're letting that happen. If people were smart, but that's why they stopped teaching the Constitution, because they don't want kids to understand that we own the government, not the other way around.
yeah, but that's not correct because a lot of people,
Yes, it
when
is.
it comes to, you want to fight something, through the, court system, they don't have the money to pay attorneys for that.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? Because you were supposed to, they are supposed to actually fund your defence. You know what I mean? You're not meant to need money under common law. Got to provide the defence for you because if you can't afford it, you have a right to defend yourself. But
Right. But they also say, we all have a right to a speedy trial. How many people do
yeah.
you know that sit in jail and lose everything, even if it's for 8 months, you've lost everything, and then you get into, and even if you're proven innocent, that sure doesn't seem like, it's innocent until proven guilty.
Well, we
That's
have
like
common.
guilty till proven innocent.
Yeah, well, we have common law here, which is the people's law, and we can demand a case to go under common law that we don't want to hear their bullshit, and we just say no, we want to have this dealt with under common law, and then we face a jury of our own peers, which is like in the religious beliefs, right? Because common law is basically the King James Bible with law added into it, and so you face a jury of your own peers, right? Which means they've got to pick out a bunch of people, and then you sit in front of them and tell your defence and whatnot, and they decide whether you're guilty or not. Not the judge. The judge don't get a say.
Right, but it's different law here. That's in
Yeah,
France.
yeah,
You
yeah.
know?
And
Yeah.
but you
Now
still can.
Vladimir says something interesting here. It says there's even a clause in Roe versus Wade that prevents them from even requiring a vaccination passport. Now, in Roe
Yeah,
versus
exactly.
Wade, that's an abortion case. So why does it go on to the? Oh, is that because of the kids are not supposed to like? How does that correlate to the vaccination clause that prevents them requiring or? But I know that when they did the
Well,
Homeland Security
well,
thing and they revised some, laws there
but
that
what's such a joke about all of this is that the vaccine's been proven and it doesn't stop you catching the virus or spreading it. So what's the fucking point of having it? It's not saving anyone from catching or spreading it, so it's a fail,
was
from the
also
start.
been many of them have been pulled off the shelves. And I asked the doctor there, I said, do you know even how long the vaccination lasts? And he said, no, nobody knows that.
It's because it's an experiment. It can be permanent
Right.
or it could wear off. But doctors, real doctors and biologists are saying it's permanent. Once they write a code into your RNA, there's no taking it out.
Right, but Pfizer is saying, "Oh, we thought it only lasted 90 days, but it's 6 months."
Thought my ass. The only difference with the vaccines, there's two different groups, and one gives you an updated RNA. They actually edit it and then put it into your body, and it edits your other RNA, and then that edits other cells in your body.
Yeah,
But
I know.
Johnson
It
and
changes your RNA so that if you get COVID, so that it'll fight it. But I have a
nah,
problem with them changing any kind of
it doesn't.
RNA in my body, you
It
know?
doesn't do that. It just amps up your immune system so it's running full speed constantly.
Well, it makes something in your mRNA.
You're making antibodies
mRNA.
flat out constantly. You're going to burn out. Something's going to, and it's not an actual full. The actual Y chromosome that it produces is actually different from the original, like the natural one the body creates.
Right,
And
we
the
should just depend on our bodies.
exactly. I mean, how did our body get a human race get so far into our future without vaccines? Yeah, I mean, we didn't need them then. When the human race has
Right.
been around for a long, long time. And
Yeah, it's kind of there's definitely something behind this whole entire thing, and it's to
it's eugenics,
force
mate.
things on people and see how much we will actually take.
Do you know there's proof, documentation that they've got themselves in their own history showing that they gave 100,000, oh, sorry, 100 million, I think it was, people cancer with the polio vaccine that they know of
They
and
give people
and
cancer all
died
the
from it.
time with cadmium and all kinds of shit. They don't even care.
Well, these actually had the live cancer cell in it, polio vaccine.
That's fucking ridiculous. Vladimir says, telling you this is only my opinion, but this vaccine deal is far more sinister than we are led to believe.
Oh, shit, yeah. I
Oh, yeah.
reckon because that biopolymer that they're coating this vaccine in, they reckon to protect it so they can put it into your body. Other doctors are saying they can put anything in that thing. Yeah, they can put that plus other viruses and whatever in there. But the scary thing about it is it's a light activated vaccine. So they can hit you 6 months up the track with some light frequency and release that virus that's hidden inside it and
Really?
create a new pandemic and then blame it on a new virus. And that's why they're trying to force everyone on earth to have it. So there is no unvaccinated to compare it to and go, well, none of the unvaccinated died. It was only the vaccinated.
I think it's just all disgusting. And I'll tell you what, if any of, my loved one was in the hospital and they were saying, well, they're going to die, but you can't come see them. And then we can't have a funeral, and they're tossing around those bodies like in the videos that we have been seeing,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
throwing them in the backs of trucks and shit, just
Oh,
tossing
it's
them.
disgusting, mate. And they're burning them, say that you can't have a second investigation done either. You know
Right.
what I
I'll
mean?
tell you what, if that was freaking, that was my circumstance and something that was happening to me,
Hmm.
no fucking
No
chance.
way, man. I'd rip them out of that hospital, man. Nurse came forward a while ago saying that they were killing them by overdosing them on drugs that they use for medicine so that they become all drowsy and no longer coherent, and they put them in a bed and then they do a test on them, and the problem with the test is they can cultivate it many times to create the result they want. So then they would claim they come in not having COVID. Next test, they got COVID because they've put them in with COVID patients, and then claim they got COVID. And then they shove that bloody breathing device down their throat, which does damage to them and kills them because they are being assisted when they didn't need it. And it does some lung damage or whatever, causes some other health issue. And they were killing people.
It's all disgusting.
Mm.
Ben
And
is so
all
lucky. He said my room smells like a family of skunks.
why? Why'd you drop your guts?
No, he's smoking weed.
Ah, skunks. All
Lucky
right,
duck.
skunk weed. I don't
Lucky
know what
duck. I wish I had that.
mine's just homegrown.
I'd take that too. I have none. Putin says they have been able to cure many types of cancers for a long time already, but there's no money or return on investment with cures. But there certainly is in treatment.
How come you have none? Have you got no money to get some, or
No, I just haven't had the opportunity. Like nobody's actually. I haven't.
no
You
one's
know,
offered any?
yeah, I haven't been able to.
You need
Usually, I get it
some.
from this certain person. Yeah, I do, but
I'm surprised you can't get it for medical reasons.
I don't know. I just haven't asked. I mean, you still have to
Oh,
pay for it through that. It's not like
you might get
get
an
it.
exemption of some sort though, because of your condition.
I think
You
that's
should
just
look.
having it. You have to pay less. The thing is, too, it's higher taxes on the weed too than regular
Yeah,
tax, the sales
yeah.
tax.
It'd end up dearer than what you'd get it on the street for sure.
Right. It's just like the person that I usually would get it from. She hasn't been around, so
Mm.
that kind of sucks. You know.
Hopefully she's watching your video.
Probably not. She's getting bitchier day by day. Half the
Mm.
time, I don't even want to call her. I'll just have to start tracking down my
Time,
other
times we
people.
times we need teleport machines. We
I
could
know,
say, here you
right?
go, bzz, buzz one over to you.
They do actually. Oh, I know. I wish they do actually deliver weed. Like you can call like these places and they have to deliver weed.
Oh yeah, so that's for the elites.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. Heard about regular people doing it. Rachel says, I think it's like a letter of intention or a writ override, but the NATO peace accords actually ban forced vaccinations. Now, I don't know from the time I read that document now if it's overridden. Is
Oh,
weed
you can
legal where you are from? Is weed
nah.
legal where you're
Uh,
from, Survivor Girl? Yeah, it is. It's legal
oh,
here in Massachusetts. Uh, and Ben says, Survivor Girl, you know me. Gotcha. I wish. Vlad says, think I am going to lay back down and see if I can fall back asleep, but I will leave this on in the background and listen. Thank you, Vlad. You're a very smart person, and I appreciate you coming in when you come into the room because you are a wealth of knowledge. That's what I like about the people that come here. It seems like just like
is able to be found online and even here on
say the word and I'll be there. You're in Florida.
YouTube.
Lucky dog.
He might have a drone.
In Florida having some wake and bake. Not
Wake and
me. I
bake.
wish. I always like wish I would just like find like like the weed I forgot about or some shit, but that never happened.
Well, you got to hide it first.
I know, right? And then hope my dog doesn't find it.
Yeah, yeah. I had a dog that used to eat it.
Hmm. I
Uh,
probably like I don't know, could probably. I just don't feel like it. Too hooked on the live stream.
mm.
Hmm.
It's nice to keep you mellow. It's
The weed.
amazing how, yeah, it's amazing how we rely on these things, isn't it?
Well, you could tell that I'm not stoned tonight because usually, like, I'll be giggling and giggling away in the background, and
Yeah, you're pretty grumpy.
I'm not grumpy.
You were. Yeah,
Not
anyway.
really. I was just like,
You're lovely. Don't worry. I'm just saying
thank you.
you were touchy. Yeah,
I think I'm lovely.
you are lovely. I
Thank
always
you.
enjoy talking to you.
Yeah, I think, like we cover a lot of different topics and everybody here is pretty well read and, you
Mm.
know,
Well, we're only debating. I'll never argue, or I never want to argue about anything. Uh, just trying to get a point across.
no, I hear ya, but I just really think that we don't really have choices and basically
No,
they,
no, I don't. I agree. We don't, and it's all
yeah,
just a big puppet show. And I even go as far as to say I don't even believe countries are really enemies with each other either. I think they're just we've got to have an enemy to justify building militaries. So
all right.
I
All
think
the
that's all.
wars
The
and
whole
shit.
lot's just a big show. And when they have wars, it's a handshake deal. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, let's have a war because I need to get rid of a few million. Yeah, yeah, I'll be in on that. Yeah, I'll join on your side. And blah, you know what I mean? And it's all just a big show. That's why they all sit in their little hideouts and work out who's going to send who where next and put rules on things. Oh, okay, but no mustard gas, all right? Yeah, yeah, okay, just atom bombs, okay? Yeah, yeah, they can be all right, but only as last resort, all right, when we work out how many more we need. yeah, yeah, I
I'm
just
just
think,
reading Ben's thing too. He's going, he's like, he say the
cool
word, I'll
about
be
it.
there, in all of his comments, right in here. And then he goes, I tried to be cool about it, but you're all too obvious. But he's the
Yeah,
one like throwing himself right
yeah,
at you.
yeah,
Throw me
yeah.
down
Just
the
let me know.
river,
I'll be
lol.
over.
And I'm not even saying shit about it. And he's the one typing away in there,
yeah,
throwing himself down the river. And
yeah,
suddenly, yeah,
yeah. It's your fault though.
yeah, it's my fault now.
You shouldn't be
Like,
talking about it.
yeah, I'm not even talking about it. Yeah.
uh,
It's supposed to rain for 2 days. There, it's just
well, it is your
raining.
fault. It's your loving nature that makes him so willing to want to do that.
I know, right?
See. So it is your fault.
Well, if only he lived closer, I would be like, yes, absolutely. But
Yeah,
same
yeah,
with you.
yeah.
Yeah,
Meet you
that seems to be the
halfway.
problem. Maybe
uh,
that should be their next freaking invention. This is my last day at this nice place. Gotta find a
I
new place. LOL. I
love
like
the
your
joke.
joke. Oh, stop it, Ben. You know you'll be back.
Yeah, we know you're not finding a new place.
We all like you here, and you gotta try fitting in another place, going through all that shit again. Forget it, Ben. You may as well just stay around here where we all know what you're like. See?
It's
He goes,
your
it's
fault. I'm a
your fault. I'm
goofball.
a goofball. Absolutely, I agree. I take that on. I take that and I appreciate that actually.
It was a
I like
kind.
to hear my dog.
It was
Yeah.
a kind gesture.
It was a kind gesture, and if he lived closer, I would absolutely. I was so jealous of him when he was like, "Wake and bake." I'm all for wake and bake. Yeah,
Oh, I can't do that. Wake up and first thing and get into it. Too
you
old.
know you can stay, Ben. Destruction Crew eating leftover Chinese food from last night. Pretty damn good.
Always tastes better second time around.
Except for the golden fingers.
Oh,
Like anything
yeah,
that's batter, from the
yeah. Go
Chinese restaurant.
soggy.
They sure do, and you can't heat them up with
Or
microwave.
nothing with fish sauce in it.
No. Have
oh,
you
gross.
eaten frog legs,
No,
spaceman?
no, don't want them.
No,
Or
me neither.
snails. that is sick. I mean, frogs' legs. Come on. That's just crazy
That's so
crap.
gross. Yeah. I have
Poor
eaten
frog,
snails.
like that's like cutting fins off sharks just for shark
Oh,
fin
isn't it
soup
awful that shark
and
fin
throw the
soup?
rest of the shark away. Like,
Live. While it's live.
yeah,
They throw it
scorch it.
right back in the ocean and it sinks to the bottom. And
Fucking
then,
Asian
it becomes like food for these things that it was the
disgusting, man. It's just
biggest predator. And here's the shark just sinking to the bottom. And they put
takes a special kind of asshole to do that kind of crap.
for some
So
stupid fucking shark fin soup. Like
yeah,
people really
and
need that.
seal furs too. That's another thing I hate. Shit,
Oh,
man.
and there's
I'd
also
lose.
another one I watched with these birds. It's like for that bird's nest soup.
Which
And
which?
those birds, it takes them so long to make that nest. They make it from their own spit on the side of the
Oh,
cave wall,
yeah,
and
yeah.
it takes them
Finches.
forever to make this freaking nest. And then as soon as they're done, freaking assholes come in and just take it in to make this bird's nest soup. And it probably is fucking gross, mind you.
Mm. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
sick what people eat, isn't it? It's just crazy.
just
Yeah.
to do it, you know? Like,
I mean, I could have been a million. Oh, not a millionaire, but I could have been really, really rich once. I was walking along the beach and I saw this thing. It looked like a big snot, but or I thought it was actually some sort of big jellyfish that had dried up on the beach or got stuck on the beach when the tide went out and it had decomposed and that. But
mm,
anyway, it had this big piece in the middle about 12 inches round that was waxy and that, and white sort of waxy stuff. And I poked it with a stick and that, trying to figure out what the hell this thing was. Anyway, I continue on, didn't do anything about it. Later on, in the afternoon, I run into my mate and he's cheering and all excited and shouting everyone at the pub and have a drink, and all that. And I said, "Oh, what's going on?" He said, "Oh, I made it rich today. That thing I was poking with a stick, it was a whale sperm, and the Asians bought it off him for $250,000 back in 1985 or something." And yeah, he got $285,000 for it. But they use it as an aphrodisiac in some medicine over in China. Yeah, like
wow,
friggin' whale sperm. Holy crap!
that's
Uh,
crazy. So they must be
and
cloning them or
But
something.
I didn't know what it was, so I didn't realise it was worth anything. But he did, this bloke. It was just as well though, because the pub next door to his mum's house were trying to force her out, and she didn't have the money to fight them, sort of thing, or pay the bills or whatever. And he was able to buy her house and allow her to stay there and all that, but until she died. So
That's sad. At least something good came of it, you
yeah,
know?
yeah. So I was glad that he got it.
Right, right. So
Yeah.
at least that worked out. I
I'm
do
used
wish
to missing my opportunities, so it happens.
me too. I'm used to that too. Just seems like, sometimes the nice people can't get a break, you know?
Yeah, the only money I've ever come into is like money I've found blowing across the paddock or washed up on the beach or something, like $50 or $100 or something.
So
But
I
that's about.
remember I remember there was when I was working at this job, like in an office, and this particular radio station used to have, you know, it had to be, they would announce what song it was going to be, like in the morning, like too early before I was awake. And then when they played it, you had to call in, and then, you would win $1,000. So this particular day, the lady who usually would listen to what song it was told me what song it was. And when I came back from break, I heard it playing on the overhead. So I said, for the first time ever, I said, "Oh, you know what I'm gonna try? I'm gonna call." And I was like, you had to be
I'm
94th caller, and I was like number 87. So I was like, I'm not gonna win this, And then so I tried back one more time, and I won. Like I only had chosen two phone calls, right? And I
Mm,
won. It was the first time ever. As soon as
you were
I
feeling
hung
lucky.
that, get
Were
this
you?
stuff. As
Yeah,
soon as
yeah,
I hung up the phone from winning that, they called
yeah.
me down to the office and fired me.
What?
Yep, they fired me. They said for using the phone, the company phone for personal thing. And here's the
Wow.
thing: every woman
Wow.
in that office every day had been calling.
Yeah,
And the
yeah.
one day when I say, I'm going to try, and,
Wow.
it
That's
only took two
amazing.
calls. Yeah, I got fired. So, evidently then that $1,000 had to be used, to make me get through till I found
Yeah,
something,
so you didn't get ahead or anything, didn't give you any advantage,
Yeah,
just made
yeah,
you survive while you was
yeah. I
organising
say,
your.
like I got no joy. It was like
Yeah,
immediately I'm
that's like
fired.
me, when my wife pissed off after 30 years, and then I'm going through that, and then the owner tells me, freaking out about whether I'm going to destroy the place or some shit, And then next minute she's selling it's on the market because I find out in reality is she gave me all this bullshit excuses, but in the reality is the real estate's we've got all these people coming up from down south that sell their homes for like over twice the value of our houses here in Queensland, and
Hmm.
their money, their dollar signs started going off in their eyes, and so they went around putting letters in everyone's letterboxes saying we can get good money for your homes right now and all this sort of bizzo. So these people say I paid 320 grand for this house when they bought it, and now the real estate are saying they can get 400 grand for it. So of course they got it on the market again now because they're seeing dollar signs, big
Right.
profits,
I
you
just
know.
want to say thank you to Destruction Crew because he said that he's going to
Grab a
get some,
few hours sleep.
yeah, grab a
You
few
said
hours
that. You
sleep.
said that before destruction.
Yeah, did he?
Yeah.
Um, but I
I,
just want to say
I
thank you for the. Yeah, I'm glad that you came in. Like after it popped up on your thing. So make sure
mm,
to subscribe and give thumbs up, and then please come back again, Destruction. I hope you enjoyed the.
shit, 3:30 in the morning there. Where
Here
he
it
is.
is, 6:15 a.m. Yeah.
Sun's come up.
Oh yes, yes it did. And I actually am gonna go to bed as well. I have to get some
Yeah,
sleep as
yeah.
well.
It's
I'm
hard to
sorry,
stay awake.
Ben, that you were. Ben is the only one probably who got any sleep. It seems like because he's on like right in the normal time, and we're all just saying, okay, we're gonna go to bed because we've been up all night, chatting away, which is like normal.
Mhm.
But I
Yeah.
actually like the live streams, and I
Mm,
appreciate
good.
you guys coming in and putting up with me.
Yeah. Sorry for getting excited before.
Oh, don't worry about that. There's both of us. But Super Ben is coming to save the world, so that's good. He said people don't believe in angels. We do believe in angels, but
Well, you want to get something in here more than that Chinese.
I know, right? I know I
It'll
gotta
last
forgive,
about
but I
five
don't even
minutes and you'll
try.
conk out.
I know I gotta conk out, but I wish I had weed. So
No, they'll say the energy he'll get from his Chinese, he'll only last 5 minutes, so he'll conk out. There's not
right?
enough, not enough sustenance in there.
Well, that's what happened with the destruction crew. Yeah, he must have eaten his Chinese and then said, "Now I'm gonna
uh,
go to sleep."
yeah, I'm feeling full.
Yeah, but
All
basically, I'm
right.
on like all the time destruction crew. So please do come, not all the time, but it seems like that, right? So
Yeah, I've caught up with you heaps there lately. It's
I
good.
don't mind it. You like it, right, Spaceman? Like,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know now what time you're sort of getting on is around 2, 3 o'clock here in Australia. So I know to keep an eye out around that time, see if you're around.
now, do you go to any other live streams?
No,
No. Hey,
no.
see, so there you go. Now you got one to come to. So you like it,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
it's good.
Especially after what happened in that other freaking live stream, correct? Ugh.
Yeah, shit, yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Your shit
Destruction
flows.
Crew says it's 3:15 a.m. here.
You're doing a lot better than he ever did, I think.
Thank you. I appreciate it. At least I'm talking about things to people and not screaming. Well, sometimes, but whatever.
Yeah.
We all do. But I
Uh,
do. I got to
but
get some sleep.
he
So,
he used to tell me I took over his channel, but he used to leave me there. He'd say, "Oh, I'm going to go up the street and buy something to eat. I'll get some food or whatever. And can you watch the channel for us while I'm gone, or else they'll cut me off, blah, blah, blah." Yeah, yeah,
hmm
okay, So I'd stay on there chatting for him, But, I used to talk a lot because people just sat there looking at their phones and shit, and I just thought, well,
I don't
what
mind
do you
when
want?
I, like, if I ask, you to take over my channel, I know you'll talk, and I know, like, other people, like, I haven't had a problem yet when I say, and I
What's
really
the
haven't had a problem with trolls or anything. So everything's going good.
No, shit, trolls are just his imagination.
I know they absolutely are.
They're sitting
Absolutely,
the trolls are sitting under his chair.
he is the troll. He's the king of them.
Yeah,
He's the ogre.
yeah.
So you want to count down with me and say good night?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we're counting down.
All right. 5, 4,
4, 3,
3, 2,
2, 1.
1.
Peace,
Peace,
love,
love, and
tacos.
tacos.
Love you guys.
Love you.
Love you, Spaceman. Have a
Love you
great
too,
day.
mate. Bye bye.